Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Finn's Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
What is up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope you all having a wonderful night. This is your host, Shake Money, and I got the crew in the back. I'm about to bring up everybody one by one. First, let me introduce the OG of the Finn's Tailgate. One of the reasons why I am on here, the one, the only color commentary. What is going on? How are you today?
Oh, pretty good, Shake. How about yourself?
You know how it is. It's another beautiful day in Zamunda, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to the audience. How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah,
Good
yes.
to see everybody.
We have a good show for you guys tonight. We're gonna be doing the top 10. I have 4 top 10 tight end lists. I got 3 top 10s and 1 top 25. So that's gonna be interesting. But before we do that, let me introduce mi hermano cubano. Ya tú sabes, Mr. Rabbit Dolphin, Luis Amador. ¿Qué pasa, mi hermano?
Good evening, Shake and Color, and everyone in chat. I hope everybody's well. What's going on?
What's going on, man? Yeah, you know chilling, how it is. Chilling, man. We about to get it on tonight, man. And
another big time wet one down here, man.
Hell yeah. And let me introduce the guy who will be introducing Devontae Parker into the Hall of Fame, Mr. Crypto.
What's going on, Shake Money, Color, Lewis? I will be giving him his honorary yellow jacket. You know, sometime in the near future, I'll be honored to give him that. Shake Money, you know me.
Yeah, you take him to the tailor and everything.
Yeah, it's already been measured, man. The drapes have already been measured.
That's what's up. But before we do that, let's speaking of measured, you want some jerseys, you want some official licensed gear, go to Fanatics for everything licensed, NFL, basketball, baseball, hell, soccer, and tell them that we sent you. It really helps the channel out. We also have W Energy drink. I can tell you firsthand, It is a great caffeine beverage. You add it to some water, shake it up, and there you go, bro. No crashes, no jitters. Then we have Backroom Collection. It's artwork canvas, visors for your mini helmets. It is a great present for any occasion. Check them out at Backroom Collections. And of course, with Dubby and Backroom Collections, you use the hashtag code TFTG. You get 10% off your purchase. So that is amazing. And last but not least, of course, over here at the Fins Tailgate, we have El Capitan, Color, Ali, DTA, Lewis, and myself. This August, we're going to be doing some Color and Ali in the morning, Lewis, myself in the afternoon, and of course, sprinkled in with crypto here and there. And of course, El Capitan late night. I mean, it's a recipe for great programming, if you ask me, So, with that being said, let's give a few shout outs and then we'll get to the topic of du jour, if you will. Starting off with my man Flavor. Jay, what's going on? How are you? Marino's GOAT. Hey, Carla Williams, already in here with trolling Buffalo fans, and I love every minute of it. My man Raphael Courtright, what's up? Joe Reist, the best name in the business, Dolphinier. Aquavision. Mark, the resident Bills fan, of course. We got Bahanana, IMAX. Hey, Mike Cantina. I'm gonna give a shout out to Mike Cantina, man. He left a great message on one of our previous videos. I checked the comments after these videos are done, and thanks to him, I will be deep diving into the '70s Dolphins. After I get done with after I get done, this week I'm going to be doing tight ends. Next week I'm going to be doing safeties. The week after that I'm going to be doing cornerbacks, and then I leave the best for last. Quarterbacks is going to be done, and then after that we're going to get into the '70s Dolphins, and it's all thanks to Mike Cantina. We're going to be talking about the '72 Dolphins, the '74 Dolphins, and all that good stuff. And of course, my man Q, my favorite oos that's that's not in New Zealand. Wooback is my favorite oos in New Zealand. This is my favorite oos outside of New Zealand. My man Q, what's going on? Lulu, what's going on? H, how you doing, my brother? But anyway, I can't forget my man G with the bet. Man, look, I love that logo right there, man. Come on, look at that. You can't, I wish people would lighten up, and we don't have any. What's that? We don't need gun permits anymore, so we should wear these on our helmets. But anyway, so today we have 3 top 10 greatest tight ends of all time, and then 1 top 25. And you're welcome, Mike Cantina. Thank you for the comment, and I appreciate all the kind words, bro. So what's up, Daniel? All right, guys. We're gonna. I guess we'll start off with Breacher Report because their lists aren't really that good. So what do you guys think? Any feedback?
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. Let me start off with a little bit of
Yeah, that's good.
Me. Ron Joe, what's going on, bro?
I also see Cat for Life in the chat as well. Shout out to
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Hell yeah. And of course, I got speaking of 70s, I got the 50-year 72 undefeated season run. I'm about to get down on this. So before we get down to this, anything you guys thinking about while I cut my cigar?
Not really.
Okay. Who do you think is going to be like? All right, I'm gonna give you guys a chance. What tight end? 2 tight ends do you think is going to be constantly mentioned in this list?
Gronkowski and Tony Gonzalez.
Top 25 of all time?
I would say
no top 10. I'm doing 3 top 10s and 1 top 25. What's the 2 tight ends you think that's going to be mentioned?
I would say Antonio Gates, Gronkowski, I would throw an old guy in there. I would say Ozzie Newsome.
Okay. How about
Shannon
you?
Sharp? Shannon Sharp.
Shannon
as well
Sharp is
for
one.
my third.
Yep.
Yeah, I would go Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharp, and Mark Bavaro.
Damn, Mark Bavaro.
No wrong.
That's a good
Well,
one.
how about Antonio Gates?
Antonio Gates will be in there. Gronkowski is going to be in there for sure. You know, Travis Kelce, the top 10 list. I'm assuming Travis Kelce.
I'm gonna say Tony Gonzalez and Durham Smythe. No, I'm gonna say Tony Gonzalez and
Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, Mike Gesicki. Yeah, that's it. No, Tony Gonzalez, and I would say
Charles Clay.
Charles Clay.
Randy McMichael.
Am I a rum drinker? Does a bear shit in the woods? Hell yeah, I'm a rum drinker.
That's a good
Farrell Edmonds.
But yeah, okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna go the Lewis route. I'm gonna say Gronkowski and Tony Gonzalez.
What about
Tony?
What about
Big
Keith
Tony.
Jackson? Wasn't Keith Jackson?
Oh yeah. Yes, he was.
Keith Jackson, Keith
He was
Byard.
our tight end after tail end of his career. Oh yeah.
So
I used to like
here we
when
go.
Keith Berman.
Let's start with this list real quick, and then we'll talk a little bit more. All right, here we go. Starting at number 10. This is according to Bleacher Report. Zach McCoy, I guess, did this list. So shout out to Zach McCoy.
Oh, I thought he was one of the tight ends. I was like, what? Zach McCoy.
Here we go. Charlie Sanders is number 10. He's in the Hall of Fame. Number 9, Ozzie Newsome. Number 8,
like I say.
Todd Christensen. Number 7, Antonio Gates. Number 6, John Mackey. Number 5, Dave Casper. Number 4, Shannon Sharp. Number 3, Ken Winslow. Number 2, Tony Gonzalez. And all right, come on. Let's see if anybody could guess the number 1. They all guess the number 1.
Gronkowski.
It's got to be Gronk.
Nope.
I'll go out of the
Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez.
Nope.
I will
probably never get this.
I will go out of the box and say Mike Dicker.
Okay, you win.
Wow. Mike Dicker, huh?
Mike Dicker.
Where did that guy Todd Christensen play?
That was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
Mike
it was
Dicker.
Mike Dicker. You got it.
Wow, I got to play the lottery, man. I'm in the wrong
telling
business, man.
Go on a game show. Go on a game show or some shit, man. Damn.
Right.
Shake. That guy Todd Christensen. Where did he play?
There you go. Look, number 1, Iron Mike Dicker.
Wow. He was a good tight end, but I just figured, hey, what the heck?
Jay Novacek. Yeah, good one, J.R. Black. Man, I forgot all about Jay Novacek, man.
Which one are you asking about?
Todd Christensen. Where did he play?
Todd Christensen, yeah. He played with the
Raiders.
He had some time with the
Raiders.
Okay.
That's right. That's what I thought. Raiders, yeah. I remember him.
I do remember him too. That list was absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
yeah,
what I
it
said.
was.
That just won me $1 million, man. I won $1 million.
Although they had Kellen Winslow on there. That's pretty cool. People forget about him, man.
Yeah.
I told you that lists are usually trash. That's why I went with it first.
I mean, like I said, I'm gonna be honest. If there's a top 10 tight end list and Gronkowski is not on that list, there's something wrong.
No Dallas Clark. Yeah. What about Dallas Clark, man?
Dallas Clark is another one. Yep.
Yeah, Lewis has said that list is inherently flawed if it doesn't have them two.
I mean,
Bubba Franks, popping in with the Bubba Franks. Hell yeah. Remember where Bubba Franks is from, right? He was an actor, too.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Police Academy.
Police Academy. Yep. He was Hightower.
Hightower. Yep.
Yep.
49ers. Yeah, I played for the Niners.
He was on Married with Children too. He appeared on Married with Children.
Yeah, Married with Children. They did play in a lot of movies.
All right, y'all ready for the next one? We have. I'm gonna do CBS, and then we're gonna do the 25 top 10. All right, here we go. All right. There we go. I wish I would preview some of this sometimes. Here we go. Top 10.
Joe Riss with a good one. Jason Witten. That's another
Jason
one.
Witten, 10.
Jason Witten. Damn.
9. John
There you
Mackey
go,
of the
Joey.
Baltimore Colts.
That's John Mackey.
There you go, Joe. You got Witten at 10 on this list.
Number 8, Mike Ditka, Chicago Bears.
Oh, he failed a lot.
Number 7, Kevin Winslow Sr., Chargers.
Kevin wins. That senior is Kevin. That's right.
Right. Yeah. His
With
son
the
is
Chargers. That's what I thought. See, everybody was telling me it was somebody else the other night.
No, his father was at the Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was the guy being helped off the field in that playoff game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They were telling me it was somebody else the other night.
Right.
Ozzie Newsome from the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, he played for the Cleveland. Dude, that's fun. That'd be like Mike Gesicki or something like that, being the GM of the Buffalo Bills and becoming good at it. But anyway, Travis Kelce. Number 4, Rob Gronkowski. There you go.
Gronkowski.
Number 3, Shannon Sharp.
This is a much better list.
JJ.
Number 2, Antonio Gates.
It's much better now, Lewis.
All right, let's see. Let's see who you guess number 1 is.
Tony Gonzalez is going to be number 1 on this list.
On this list, definitely, because they're hitting the right ones.
Yeah.
They're hitting the more modern ones.
Yeah. Right.
All right, well, let's see if you're right. And the number 1 tight end, Tony Gonzalez.
No.
This was a much better list. Much better.
I mean, people forget Tony Gonzalez was literally not a football player when they picked him up, man. They literally turned a basketball player into a tight end.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what he was. He was a freaking power forward or something.
Well, now that you're talking about basketball players, Antonio Gates was another converted. How about, I don't know if he gets in the top 10. Maybe he's the top 25. But there was a span for like 3 to 4 years. Jimmy Graham with the New Orleans Saints.
He was.
Yeah, and then he just, you know what, Lewis, you're right. And then it seems like he just lost the will to win. You know what I mean?
Right.
He had some time with the Bears, too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it was a
Tony
Seahawk
Gonzalez.
and Bear. But I'm gonna tell you right now, there was like a 3-year, 4-year stretch where Jimmy Graham was a problem on the field.
I mean, hey, maybe that's a case for Aaron Rodgers again, Lewis. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, dang, bro, Jordy Nelson too. You know?
Yeah. Jimmy Graham.
And what the hell has Randall Cobb ever done outside of Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
Well, mark it down, Shake. Mike Gesicki's
There we
making
go.
the top 25 tight end of all time. Mike Gesicki's going to be number 25.
All right, we'll see.
There's one right there, and we're forgetting Eric Green, bro. What the hell are we forgetting Eric Green for?
Bubba Franks.
Yeah, we hit Bubba Franks. He's Hightower.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's a good one. Raphael Courtnight Davis. I just can't put my name on his first name.
Vernon Davis.
Vernon
Davis. Yep.
I'm disappointed in all you guys. You guys didn't mention Bruce Hardy.
Bruce Hardy, man. Hey, who was our tight end when we went undefeated? It was what's his name,
I
right?
don't remember who the guy is. I forget who that was. They used a lot of Warfield a lot, but I forget who it was when we went undefeated.
Q wants who's that guy? Heath Miller on this list.
I mean, technically, JR, technically, yes. I think we actually had him listed as a tight end when he played with us. So yeah, technically, Jim Jensen is a tight end.
Jensen, yes. Yep, Crash
And,
was.
and Q and Q be nice. Mike Gesicki is definitely number 25 on that list. Q be nice.
All right, here we go. This is CBS. According to CBS. All right. I was gonna do the share screen, but then that kind of ruins the guess of the number one. So, all right, here we go. Top 10. Damn. Again, how the mighty falling. Number 10 is Mike Ditka. Number 9, Jason Witten. Number 8, Ozzie Newsome. Number 7, John Mackey. Number 6, Travis Kelce. Number 5, Shannon Sharp. Number 4, Antonio Gates. Number 3, Ken Winslow. Number 2, Rob Gronkowski. And you guys already know who the number 1 is.
Yeah, it's going to be Tony Gonzalez. Absolutely.
Especially on that kind of list. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I don't think Joe Rose is making the list, unfortunately.
Right.
Oh, man.
Joe Rose is
he's
going to be highly disappointed in this list.
No. So, no
hey,
Troy
I tell you what, Joe Rose will be number 1 if it's former tight ends with morning radio show. Him too. Now, actually, he'll be number 2. Jim Mandich will be number 1.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
He owned South Sports Radio at one time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
So what do you guys think? Let's be fair here. Could you say Smythe is at least top 10 Dolphin tight ends of all time?
Probably catches. I don't know, because
I mean the guy's rocking a freaking 70-something% catch rate, dude. Like, I don't know, man.
That would be good. A good conversation to have. Top.
You'd have Farrell Edmonds, obviously. You'd have Farrell Edmonds in there. Keith Jackson, Keith Byers. That's 3 right there. Fasano, Anthony Fasano. Randy McMichael.
Charles Clay, your guy.
Charles Clay. I mean, have we even had 10 decent tight ends of all? That's them right there. You know what I mean? That's
Mike Gesicki makes that list. Mike Gesicki makes that top 10 list.
That's probably all the tight ends we had in Dolphin history.
What about the guy that caught Marino's first touchdown? Wasn't it Bo Camper or somebody?
Yeah, Bo Camper. No, not Bo Camper. It was Joe Rose.
Joe Rose. Right.
I tell you what, I'm sorry. As much as I love Durham Smythe, he's not beating Randy McMichael.
Oh, no,
okay, fair enough.
No.
Okay.
What about Troy Drayton?
Troy Drayton, right. And I mean, technically, we use Tony Page as much a tight end as we did a fullback, so why not?
He did. Yeah. Exactly. He's a full. Yep.
All right.
That is true.
Y'all ready for this top 25 now?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Number 25 greatest. Here we go. Number 25, Zach Ertz. 24,
wow.
Jay Novak.
Jay Novacek, yeah. Or Jay Novak.
Jay Novak.
Novacek too.
Number 23, Riley Odoms. Number 22, Vernon Davis.
Oh.
Number 21, Heath Miller. Number 20, Dallas Clark. Number 19, Keith Jackson.
Yep.
Number 18, Todd Christensen. Number 17, Charlie Sanders. Number 16, Ben Coates.
Ben
Coates. Damn.
Oh, that's a throwback right there, Ben Coates.
15, Jerry Smith. 13, Jackie Smith. And these guys are from the 60s. Number 11, Greg Olson. 12, Greg Olson. 12. 11, Dave Casper. Here we go. Top 10, baby. You ready for the top 10? Number 10 is Jason Witten. Number 9 is John Mackey. Number 8, Mike Ditka. Number 7, Ozzie Newsome. Number 6, Kellen Winslow. Number 5, Shannon Sharp. Number 4 is Travis Kelce. Number 4, Travis Kelce. Number 3, Rob Gronkowski. Number 2, Antonio Gates. And, of course, you guys already know who the number 1 is.
Man, that just goes to show you that Bleacher Report, the first one, they are horrible.
So we have 3 number 1 consensus with Tony Gonzalez at number 1.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. Tony Gonzalez was a monster. So, makes sense.
Which one did you guys like better, the CBS or the other one? The one before that one?
No, I think CBS was good. I think the other one right after CBS was good.
Second one.
Even the top 25 wasn't bad.
Yeah, I like the 25. It allows you to recognize a lot more great tight ends, you know.
Yeah,
and 10 is real tough because, man, I think we can argue there could be a okay, you got maybe Tony Gonzalez might be the all-time number 1, like they could supersede everybody, arguably.
We merged the two.
But then everybody else is tied at number 2. You know, there's like 10 guys tied at number 2. You know what I mean?
I can't believe the 3. I have 3 Kane fans with me, and none of them mentioned Shockey.
Yeah, because I don't think Shockey was all that in the NFL.
Yeah, he was more of a one-hit wonder.
More like got his and got out, you know.
He won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
with the
he had like a small era, you know. Mm-hmm. He's like the football version of the '80s hit song "Come On Irene." He was definitely
that's what he was. He was definitely a better college football player than he was NFL player, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know, Crypto. I think more like Golden Earring, a couple hit wonder. You know what I mean?
Okay, it wasn't good. It wasn't "Come On Irene."
Hey, wasn't there a tight end? I'm trying to picture him. He was an ugly guy, man. Played for the Denver Broncos, if I'm not mistaken, with Elway. Elam or whatever.
Elam was the kicker, Lewis. Elam was the kicker.
Jason Elam was the kicker. Like that, right? With the Denver Broncos?
You're talking about pre-Shannon Sharp, John Elway's tight end.
Pre-Shannon Sharp, yes.
Yeah, pre-Shannon, yeah.
Oh shit! What was his name? Not McKenzie or.
Yeah, what is his name?
Let me see if
they used the 3 wide receivers.
Right here, Color? Was it him? Metzelaars or whatever?
Metzelar. Yeah.
Metzelaars played with the Bills.
No, it was that would no. How do you pronounce? Let me see the name again. Hold on. Let me see the comment here.
He said Pete Metzelaars. That's a Buffalo.
Yeah. He was with the Broncos.
Yeah, I thought he was with the Broncos.
He played with the Broncos too.
I'm pretty sure it was mostly the Broncos.
Oh, okay. I
know they had a tight end before Shannon Sharp.
It was Metzelaars that was a mean motherfucker, man. Yeah.
Greg Olsen, Todd Heap was another good one.
Todd Heap. Oh, yeah, Todd Heap. I forgot about Todd Heap.
He played with the Colts, I believe.
Yeah. Good old Todd. Man. Old Todd Heap. Man.
And who's frying over there?
That's me. My bad. You can hear it?
Yeah.
That's the green beans and the onions. I got them going, man.
Oh, then you off today?
Yeah, I'm off today.
Okay.
Hey, Color, maybe we're talking J.R. Black just put Zimmerman. Does that ring a bell?
I'd have to hear the first name.
Yeah,
there was a Zimmerman that was mean too.
Shake Money.
What's going on?
Uh-oh.
Wasn't there a tight end? And correct me if I'm wrong. What's up? How's everybody doing? I'm sorry.
What's up?
What's up, Ollie?
Not much. Real quick. Wasn't there a tight end? And I could be wrong about the position. It may be a different position he played, but in the WCW days, there was a tight end, I think, that played for the Carolina Panthers, and he actually wrestled the same time frame when Karl Malone was in WCW.
Yeah,
for a little bit.
no, you're thinking about Kevin Green. It wasn't a tight end. It was a defensive
What position
end.
did he play?
Kevin Green. It was Kevin Green that wrestled. Yeah, linebacker.
Yeah.
Kevin Green.
Okay. I was just trying to think. I was like, I couldn't remember if he was a defensive player or offense. For some reason, I thought it was a tight end. So my bad.
No.
Wasn't there another football player in that era that was wrestling too? He was a Chicago Bear, I believe.
Yeah, Mongo McMichael. He was a four horseman.
Man, Michael, that's who it was. Yeah. He was also a wrestler.
There's a former Miami Dolphins player that actually is a current wrestler for WWE right now.
Yeah, he does motivation speeches.
And by the way, just to correct the record, Crypto was right. Metzelaars was drafted by the Seahawks, played 3 years there, and then had like a 10 or 11-year career with Buffalo.
Damn.
Yeah, and then, that's what I thought. Ended with Detroit and somebody else for a couple of years.
By the way, Goldberg, El Capitan brings out Goldberg. Brian Pillman was a football player. He played.
Brian Pillman. Yeah, was he a linebacker or something?
Yeah, I think he was a wide receiver. I forgot what it was, but I know Lex Luger.
He was a lineman.
No, I'm talking about Brian Pillman.
Oh, okay. I'll say Goldberg was a big time. He was a big dude. That guy was huge.
He played with Deion Sanders.
Shake, did Titus O'Neil ever play for the Florida Gators? I know he went to Florida. I know Titus. Actually, my son, the one that plays football, when he was doing AAU basketball, I mean, he still does that too. But, not no more. He used to. He used to play with Titus O'Neil's son on the AAU basketball team. That's a big dude, man. Titus O'Neil. He does a lot of work.
Yeah, he is a very big guy. You're right.
Bro, his son looks just like him and is a monster just like him as well. But he does a lot of work in the Tampa area, man. He lives out here in the Wesley Chapel area, and he's always doing stuff in the community.
As a matter of fact, our during the COVID era, where we had to do our state meeting via Zoom, he was one of the speakers.
Wasn't it?
I think I might remember, and he might not have been a tight end, but the guy we were thinking of that ended in a name like Metzelaars for the Broncos was Mecklenburg, Kyle Mecklenburg. But I don't think he was a tight end.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're right, Color. I think that was their lineman.
He was a linebacker, I think. Yeah, mean.
Yeah,
wasn't AJ Francis a Miami Dolphin for a hot minute?
The lineman for the Broncos, right?
I believe he was Ali. AJ Francis
he's a WWE wrestler. His wrestling name is Top Dollar.
Top Dollar.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, but he's a current WWE wrestler. So I thought it was funny. Oh, we lost.
Could you imagine? I don't know if this is true or not, but could you imagine Andre the Giant actually playing football?
Oh man, Lewis, man. They would have probably they probably changed the rules for that guy. Man, I can only imagine.
Put a running back behind him, and you're just going to have him follow him.
Just hand him the ball and just everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine Andre the Giant playing lead fullback for fucking Christian Okoye.
Now, you want to talk about a big guy. That guy was a big guy, bro. In real life, like legit. Big time.
Yeah. Bro, have you seen some of the stories about that guy? How much he could drink in one night?
You're right. Exactly. I don't think even Atwater could have taken that group out of Crypto. But Lewis, he did. He drinks like, dude. The guy drinks like Lewis. It would kill most people, man.
Yeah, Lewis.
I've
watched some documentaries and read some stories about Andre the Giant and how much of a party animal he was and the shenanigans they would pull. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God, dude, I would have no idea.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've seen some documentaries as well. And bro, they say he would put down 7 to 8 24 packs, like 4 or 5 bottles of wine. Like
Andre the Giant, right?
Drink. Andre the Giant, he would just drink everybody like out the water. It wasn't even like close.
See, that's how Bud Light could have got themselves out of that pickle. They could have just done a promotion with Andre the Giant. Like, here,
man.
drink all this beer.
Shout out to my brother from another mother, Mr. 305, Miami Dolphins, bro. What's going on, brother? It's good to see you in here, by the way. No, one thing about here's a story about Andre the Giant that Jake the Snake said on the Joe Rogan show. Is he said everybody hate to room with Andre the Giant because when he had to take a dump, he had to take a dump in the bathtub.
Yep, I heard that same story. Goddamn, Craig Sebring saying Andre the Giant tried out for the 1976 Washington Redskins.
I had no idea about that. Damn. That's crazy. Pat McAfee did some wrestling.
Yeah,
he does.
He's actually pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie. I want to say, what was it, Shake? Was it WrestleMania? He had something going on.
Who's that?
Pat McAfee.
Yeah, he did.
And he actually sold it, dude. He actually did, and I was very impressed. I was like, damn.
Hey, wanted to show love. I'm sorry, Shake, but
okay.
Again, this is the second time I've seen him come to our platform. He's starting to come around a little bit more on Twitter, or on YouTube. Dr. Reggie Brown. Shout out
Dr.
to
Reginald Brown. Yeah.
Shout out.
For the people that don't know, ex-Houston Oiler wide receiver. So we do have football players, current and of old, that watch the show, man. Shout out to Dr. Reggie, man, for real.
For sure. He's always welcome here, bro.
Did he play with the Houston Oilers when Warren was there?
Absolutely, Ali.
Yes, he did.
I'll give you a short.
That's why I'm so jealous of him.
Yeah, man, those were the good times. I used to love watching Warren Moon play, dude. Like, no joke. No joke.
I'm going to be reaching out. I know me and Shake do these intimate small panels on Mondays and Wednesdays where we just invite. Dr. Reggie is going to be one of my guests that I'm going to try to get up. Bro, he tells great stories. Ali, guess he was on the sideline for the 35-3 comeback. Buffalo lost at 38-35. He was on the sideline against the Houston Oilers in that game.
Wow.
Right. Yeah.
So,
yeah,
he has some great stories, man. Shout out to Doc.
The thing I like about him too, he's a very respectful dude too. You know what I mean? I like.
He's a good dude, man.
But anyway, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link. So if anybody wants to come up, bro, you know what I'm saying? If he wants to come up,
I got you, Doc. I'm gonna be reaching out to you on Twitter when we drop the link now, Doc. If you want to come up for sure, but I want to get you on one of those shows where it's a little bit smaller panel, so me, Shake, and the other special guests we have can, kind of pick your brain a little bit, Doc. But come through today. Look, Doc, the link is already dropped. If you got some time, Doc, come through.
By the way, I'm glad you asked that. Next week is safeties. The week after that is cornerbacks, and then we're going to end it with quarterbacks. And then the week after that, we're going to be celebrating the 70s Dolphins, the 80s Dolphins, and the 90s Dolphins. So that's how we're going to be doing it. And then after that, we get this man Ali back to the late night XL, baby. Can't wait.
It's not just me. We're gonna do it as a collaborative,
I understand, but you know what I mean.
Okay, I know what you mean. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, I am kind of jealous with crypto now though, because of finding out that Dr. Brown actually played with Warren Moon. I'm like, holy crap, that's amazing.
See the difference, Ali, is now I have to, I'm kind of committed to the 2 or 3 hours that we start the show.
Yeah.
When you do your show, I could come in and out.
Yeah, definitely, I understand.
So that's a beautiful thing.
Ali, have you ever talked to Doc on Twitter when he's been up there with us?
Yeah, I've talked to him and I've listened to conversations on the spaces and stuff. So definitely, I just didn't know it was during the time that Warren was there, because I thought he was at his best when he was with the Oilers, and
for sure.
Yeah, like that was that at that era, in my opinion, some of the best football was played during that time frame. So that's just
and by the way, Ali, I remember. I'll never forget the first late night XL show was. I had missed it, unfortunately, but you know me, I was one of those always catch the replay. So I never forget Sunday morning, I woke up, was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 while I was listening to it.
Great game, by the way.
Yeah. You know, like in between story missions, you do like little things to build up your character.
Oh yeah.
So as I was building up my character, I was listening to you and Crypto talk about his Kenmore washer, not Kenmore, his LG washer and all his electronics being LG, and you guys were talking, and then Color talking about how he used to be a technician for Vizio, and it was a great episode.
That was Samsung, Shake Money.
Yeah. No, but I'm the one that got the LG TV though.
Here we go, Reggie Brown. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the program.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
What's good, Doc? What's good?
What's up, Doc?
It's all good, bro. Just listening to you guys chop it up.
Hey, Doc, man, Doc, I can't believe the homie Ali said he wants to ask you, I guess, some questions about Warren Moon. I know for me personally, every time I've got to talk to you, Doc, and I've asked you questions about that, you've been great. So, I mean, Ali, here you go, bro. The man of the hour playing with Warren Moon.
Man, Lewis, you got me off guard. I'm not even ready to ask questions. Okay.
Oh man.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I have some actually. What impressed you the most about playing with Warren Moon? Was there anything special that he did? Something that we may not know about him? Like what? Tell us about your experience. That's pretty much what I.
Well, shout out to my Twitter friends, man. Lewis has always been the homie. Crypto, Color, Shake, everybody. So I just
appreciate you.
Just shout out to you guys. It's very easy to come in on a platform and talk to those guys and make friends and be genuine without all the Twitter BS. You know what I mean? So I'm very appreciative of those guys, and you know, you're not necessarily friends on Twitter, but I consider them my Twitter friends if there's such a thing. So again, I'm very appreciative of them. And then secondly, with Warren, I think the thing that you learn about him quickly is he's the consummate professional. You know, he's a guy who's gonna come to work every day. You know, I can remember the first time I saw him. You know, you dream about getting to the NFL, and then you see this larger than life figure, Warren Moon, and you find out quickly he's a down to earth guy. You know, he's the guy who would have all the rookies over to his house and you know, take you under his wings and try to show you the ropes. And so and then the thing that I remember him most, just from a football perspective, is he has the tightest spiral ever, right? Like, you can see it, and it looks
exactly.
The answer is yes. By the way, Q.
It looks like a bullet coming to you, but it's soft as butter when it touches your hand, man. I mean, that he told a easily catchable ball that just sticks to your hand like glue. And you know, he's a great guy. And I've been a Dolphins fan, man. I grew up in Miami. You know, I used to sell sodas and hot dogs in the Orange Bowl around 83, 84. I was 13, 14 years old, and I used to go to the games and sell hot dogs and sodas and make my little tricking money during football season, and just, you know, been rocking with the Dolphins since you know, the late Greasy years, early Woodley's, you know, Don Strock years.
Hey, Doc, I got a question for you. Did you back when you were selling hot dogs at the Orange Bowl? Do you remember a young little kid coming up to you with a glass of water in his hand, trying to buy a hot dog off you?
Hey, man, them was the good days, right, man? You could go and watch the game and make a little bread, and then get a chance.
Yo, Crypto's like, oh, hell no, Color, come on, man. We got this. I'm sorry, Doc. We got this inside joke because Crypto was talking about how he was at the Baltimore game and he was like sitting up in the upper deck with his glass of water, and all he could get was a glass of water and a hot dog.
Hey, that's it, man.
I could picture now Crypto going up to Doc. Hey, let me get a hot dog. That'll be $3. $3. You better stop the gaslighting.
Right.
Hey, well. Listen, Doc. You know, I hate to do this to you, Doc, on YouTube, but we got a lot of guys within the YouTube community, especially on this channel, that I don't believe come to Twitter as much. And I know I've asked you this on Twitter, and I love your response because I think you're spot on. But just from a ex-player, you know, you playing in the league, give everybody some insight. And again, you know how I feel about you, Doc. So I'm sorry I have to do this to you, bring it up again. But what was it like being on the opposite end of 35-3, thinking you're moving on in Buffalo? Again, a hard place to play. We know what the Buffalo Bills were at that time, going to 4 straight Super Bowls. But just give some people on the YouTube side, that kind of insight from a guy that was actually on the field. Like, tell us some of the things that kind of, in your opinion, that went wrong with that game, and, you know, your thoughts overall on it, Doc.
Well, first you're gonna say you my dude, and then you're gonna ask me about that.
Come on, Doc. I'm sorry, man. My bad, Doc.
I just remember, you know, momentum is a beast, man. And we went in at halftime up 28-3, and you know, we come back out in the first series. Bubba McDowell picks it off, and we go up 35-3, man. And then I don't know if I ever told you this, Lou, but I stayed in, you know, being from Miami, and I was on the practice squad, so I wasn't dressed for the game. That was my first year in the NFL, but I was technically on the practice squad. So, you know, being from Miami, it was cold as hell, so I stayed in the locker room at halftime. And you know, you heard the crowd. They scored a touchdown. It's like, okay, that's nothing. And then you hear the crowd again, and it's like, okay, it's 35-17. And all of a sudden, they score again, and it's 35-24. And, you know, at that point, the stadium is rocking, and I come out, and I'm walking towards the sideline, and all of a sudden, I just get bombarded with snowballs, right? Like, they're going crazy in the stadium. It's going crazy. And I remember knowing when I got to the sideline we were going to lose, because Warren was sitting on the sideline by himself and nobody was talking to him. You know, we had an offense full of Pro Bowlers and, you know, 3 Hall of Famers on that team, and Bruce Matthews was sitting by himself and Mike Munchak was sitting by himself, and you knew at that point it was not going to be good. And once momentum gets started, it's hard to bring it back. Similar to, you know, a different level, but kind of reminds me of that Baltimore game. I mean, once Tyreek got that second touchdown, you kind of had the idea, or the first touchdown, like, you know, we really do have a chance at this. And once it got started, they just didn't have an answer, man.
Hey, by the way, I have a question.
Man.
Were you on the sidelines of any when you guys played the Miami Dolphins and watched Dan Marino?
Oh yeah, the following year in 1994 we played the Dolphins, and Pete Stojakovic kicked the winning field goal. Al Del Greco missed one, and then Pete Stojakovic, Pistol Pete, kicked it to win the game. Dan Marino had a big time game. It was a treat. You know, my parents were there, and to grow up, we played in, well, it was Joe Robbie at that time. We played in Joe Robbie, but, you know, to play down the street from where I lived, I grew up on 22nd and 93rd, you know, in that neighborhood, not too far from the stadium. And, you know, experience that was unreal, you know.
That's cool. I didn't know we were neighbors. I grew up on 197th and 45th.
Right there. Yeah, I grew up on I went to Central. So I grew up on 22nd and 93rd Terrace. But you know that I used to be over there all the time, the studio 183. You know how I go over there.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Lewis had okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me get the super chat.
Yeah.
Pete, shout out to Pete. If I get a chance to be up there, I would love to have this community, man. You guys out there on Father's Day weekend giving us content. Bless you all and family. Happy Father's Day. Same to you, Pete, my brother.
Same to you, Pete. Thank you very much, Pete.
Yeah, likewise.
Thanks a lot, Pete.
Louis,
Happy Father's Day, man.
You and I are about the same age, so I'm going to say this, and it's kind of funny that Dr. Brown is here with us. Had the Oilers won that game, as they, in my opinion, they should have,
right?
He would have been playing against the Miami Dolphins the next week.
Yes, he would have. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
And who knows what that outcome could have been. We could have been either seeing another Super Bowl, or we could have maybe someone that participated in a Super Bowl here with us, at this time.
Man, you think about it, man. That Houston Oilers team had 11 Pro Bowlers on it, man.
Mm-hmm.
And to have a collapse like that, and then the next year the same thing happens on a lesser scale against Kansas City at home, where we were up 19-6, and they come back and beat us. So it was tough. But Warren was a great guy. I'll tell you guys something. Bruce Matthews, man, he was this, he made the Pro Bowl Hall of Fame and all that. But that was a freaking athlete, man. I mean, just he was the third string quarterback. He was the punter, backup punter. I mean, that guy was 6'4", 280, all muscle, and one hell of an athlete, man. Them family genes right there, them Matthews genes with his brothers and his sons and his nephews, man. And I want to say their dad played as well. I mean, them some serious genes right there.
All right, let me ask you this. I'm gonna take it real old school with you. And when you played high school football, how big was the Northwestern rivalry when you were growing up?
Oh, Miami, Central versus Northwestern. That was what it is. I grew up in that, and my 4 years in high school, we beat them twice, and they beat us twice, and. When you had left the stadium, you had to be huddled up to be careful you didn't get shot or anything, But yeah, that's just huge. But them Rockets, man, we run Miami right about now, man. You know that. We don't want sports in a row.
Well, I want to welcome the guy. I think, Doc, it's great having you on. I think you got a lot of guys coming up here for you, Doc. I want to welcome Craig Sebring. He's been up here with us. We also got Ron Levy, and then another guy Doc, from the Twitter community. We got Von Joe also in the building.
Dude,
so
what's up?
Pins up,
welcome to those guys.
What's up? Pins up.
Pins up, guys.
What's up, y'all? What's up, Von Joe?
Gentlemen, how are we doing this evening? How are we doing this fine Saturday evening?
Beautiful.
Hey, man. Hey, Von Joe. We got Doc in the building, man. We got Doc in the building. Everything's all right, man.
Nah, damn all that, Louis. Doc, I commend you, Doc, for being such a gracious man and being so humble and so caring and not slapping Louis with a verbal insult for asking you that question. God damn it.
Right. Exactly. Hey, if we was on Twitter, I would get in the business.
How you gonna give my man Doc PTSD like that? God damn.
Oh, man.
What up, Dr. Reggie?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, man? Nice to see you on this side of YouTube.
Look, man, Doc knows, man. That's my guy, man. Don't try to come between us, Von Joe.
That's the homie, bro.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, Doc, can I ask you a question?
For sure.
Sure. The coach was what, Jack Pardee, when that happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't he fired the day after that happened?
No, they didn't fire Jack. They fired our defensive coordinator.
That was the game that Buddy Ryan punched Kevin Gilbride, right?
No, that
was earlier.
That was the next year. So they fired Jim Eddie, who was the defensive coordinator. They fired the whole defensive staff the next day.
Okay. I thought it was Jack Pardee. Okay. My bad. Sorry.
I remember Buddy Ryan punching Gilchrist or
Gilbride. Kevin Gilbride.
Kevin Gilbride, yep. On the side, yeah. When he gave up that lead.
So
he punked
you guys a quick story. So Buddy Ryan's son, Jim Ryan, was my agent, right? So, and the punch with Kevin Gilbride and Buddy, like Buddy had told his son he was going to do it. So the night before the game, we were playing the Jets, and I had talked to my agent the night before the game, and he had said, "Hey man, watch Buddy, man, he gonna do some crazy shit." And I'm like, "Okay," and we, it was again. There's some similarities to the Dolphins from last year. We couldn't run the ball much on 3rd and 1, and when teams knew we had to run the ball, and we would throw it a lot on 3rd and 1 and get the first down. And in this particular game, we ran it on 3rd and 1 late in the second quarter, and we didn't get it, which means the defense came back on, and then Marcus Robertson tore his Achilles, and that sent Buddy over the edge, and he walked by Kevin and said, "You coach like a PUSSY," and Kevin said, "F you." And then he said "F you," and then that's when they started fighting on the sidelines. So it was crazy.
Well, Doc, let me ask you this question. We know what the turf fields are now, but what was it like? Because if I don't remember back in I think it was the Houston Astrodome used to play in. It was almost like cement. It wasn't even like grass. It was the AstroTurf. It was called. Is it true what they say, Doc? Like that's like falling on cement.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How was that?
Oh yeah. We still got the lawsuit. I'm hoping to get paid any day now. But it was this, it was a carpet, and then it was cement.
God damn, Doc.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, it finally done made it through the courts, and they done appealed it 2 or 3 times. So I should have a check coming up here soon. But that notwithstanding, it was a small AstroTurf, a carpet, and under it was a cement. And when you fell, you felt it. And if you remember, I think it was 95. We were playing, I want to say Cincinnati, and they refused to play the game. And so we had to play that Monday night back in Cincinnati because they refused to play the game.
I have a follow-up question regarding the field. I want to say from then compared to now. We've had conversations, Color and I've even brought it up during with El Capitan, who's about to probably join the channel here momentarily. Today, we have grass fields, and then we have this artificial, it's like a combination of grass and AstroTurf kind of. I forget what they call it, but Seattle, for example, uses it. Do you think with this combination of AstroTurf and grass, do you think it's more harmful to players now? Is there a concern for what they are using for the artificial fields if you don't have like a true grass field? Like, what are your thoughts process on it? The reason I'm asking is because it seems like there has been more injuries as of late that I have seen, worse things happen that didn't really cause the same injuries. So I'm just wondering, do you think the field is contributing to injuries at all?
And mainly that's players' heads hitting that turf.
Yes,
this has nothing to do with our quarterback. We were noticing this like long before Tua's head hit the turf. You know what I mean? But because it seems like there might be an over reliance on the idea that it's safer than natural grass because they got the little rubber pellets all in it and all that. So go ahead.
Well, I would say that I really think that the injuries that players are having now are more attributed to the fact that players work out all year round. And when I played, if you had an ACL, you would probably have 2 ACLs on a team, and you would have one. If a person tore their Achilles, it was over with. And now you have these guys, man, that work out all year long, and they have 0% body fat. And you have these guys who were 6'1", 170 in college, and now they're 6'4", 260 with no body fat. And I just think that the regiments that these guys are doing. A lot of them are one sport guys that they're stretching those. I mean, you look at how many guys have non-contact injuries where nobody even touches them, and their Achilles are popping, their biceps are popping, their ACLs are popping left and right. And when I played, those things not only didn't happen that much, but if they happened, they were the end of your career. So I think it's a byproduct of just pushing your body to the max and stretching it to the max. And then in terms of that synthetic stuff doesn't give. Grass gives. When you plant, you can push in dirt and there's a give to it. With the turf and all of that, there is no give. And if you stop, but your knee keep going and blows it out. So that's my impression of it.
And Doc, just to go off with that, because here I can't hold up my hand. So just to go off that, right? These players are faster and stronger.
Thanks.
So, but at the same time, that turf is that turf. Like, it's not moving for you, right? Like, so if you have a guy that is back then 250, used to run a 4.7, but now, 250, like you said, they're now running 4.3s, 4.2s, right? But it's still that same mass that has to cut, and all that torque and all that energy being placed on those joints.
And
right?
like I said, you don't have any body fat. There's no cushion. There's nothing. It's just total muscle. And I mean, think about it. When I play, I don't even know if there was a such thing as a bicep tear or pectoral tear. I think that's something new. You know what I mean? So,
Doc, real question. Do you think it's the lack of beer drinking amongst players that know what I'm saying? Lack of beer drinking.
Wait a minute, hold on. Here we go, El Capitan.
That's right. Welcome.
I mean, it takes a leader. It takes a leader to bring us back to the tailgate, man. You know what I mean?
Listen though, for real reals.
I mean, we had guys who smoked cigarettes when I played. Eugene Seals smoked cigarettes at practice, so
that's right.
That's right. Wow. Hey, it's funny. I heard you mention that in a space a month or so ago, Doc, and it made me think of this time when I was younger. I was like 19 years old, and I went back to visit my family in Germany, and they actually have a minor league. That a lot of people don't know about that is between the 12 different states in Germany. They all kind of have their own American football team, and a lot of them are Americans that play for them and like American families. A lot of ex-soldiers that kind of just that ended up staying there, after their tours and all that. So there's kind of like these little American colonies of like football families, and they're playing this minor league, circuit there. And so my uncle brings me, he thought it was a treat. He's like, oh, you ought to like this. And he brings me to a game. And sure enough, man, halftime rolls out. I look over behind the bleachers, and like both teams are back there all sitting there smoking cigarettes.
Well, I mean, think about it like this. You know who said this recently? And I don't know, maybe a year, but still recently, Marshawn Lynch would say, that he would have like a glass of Hennessy right at game time. It loosens you up.
I have a real question about this.
It gets your capillaries moving properly. Probably helps do blood flow in your ligaments and things like that. I'm just saying, there's a reason whiskey was a medicine for a long, long time.
It got your capillaries moving.
Yeah, capillaries up in this bitch.
Let me ask a real question though. With our current team,
you kind of said that in a Western Kentucky accent.
Well, I can't help it, bro. I'm all over.
Bleacher Report had an article put out about McDaniel. Well, actually, I don't know if it was from Bleacher Report, but that's where I saw it. But McDaniel was vaping on the sideline. Do you guys have a problem with that?
No, he admitted it.
No.
Yeah, I know, but do you have a problem with it? I don't have a problem with it.
Some people do.
God damn it! Wait, hold on. What is he vaping?
I don't know.
To each his own. I mean, Bonjo, do you really think he's not vaping the good? I'm just asking. Have you seen the guy talk?
Listen, if
No,
he's
no
vaping the good,
damn
I
wonder
don't
we
need him
couldn't
doing
get no damn play in.
Exactly. You know when you vaping the good, time runs different. So he's probably looking at that 32 seconds, and that shit feels like an hour to him.
I'm sorry
I
to
got
do this,
time.
guys.
I
I'm
got
sorry
time.
to do this.
NFL get him for some coaching enhancement because of his
Guys,
vaping.
I'm really sorry to do this. I'm really sorry to bring levity to this situation. But here's the thing, guys, right? I'm a smoker, both medicinally and nicotine, right? Okay. And I understand I understand the need for that style of smoking, like vaping and all that, both nicotine and the medicine, right? And so I have no problem with it whatsoever. I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying as being a hypocrite or not being cool or not being, let's say, tolerant. Okay. What I have a problem with, okay, is if he did admit it, and this is all okay. Let's bygones, whatever, and everybody needs their nicotine or everybody needs their medicine, whatever. Okay, I get it, and he's doing it politely. I mean, vaping is actually a polite way, a discreet way to do it. No problem there. My issue is from the moment you step foot in that stadium, all you hear on the overhead PA system is Travis Wingfield, shout out to Travis, a
This
great
ain't
guy,
no bullshit.
is telling you no smoking in this entire facility, no vaping, no none of that.
Yeah.
Is
that ain't no
allowed at Hard
bullshit.
Rock Stadium.
And homie, they confiscate your shit too when you on the way in. No lie. Like as if I'm like, what? Guess what? You go to the
So if I
Canes
gotta
game,
sit there
you can
for
get in with
3
anything you
hours,
want.
okay,
Go to the
not being
Canes
able to put
game,
no
you can bring
nicotine in
whatever
my
you want.
veins.
You go to the Dolphins game,
I mean,
you're frisked.
And that's my only issue with it. Although I do not have a problem if a coach like that wanted to do that discreetly. At least he chose a discreet method of doing it.
I don't want my coach getting high on the sideline during the game, man.
Well, fair enough on the medicinal side, but as far as nicotine goes, okay.
Listen,
I
remember,
first of all, he got to lead.
A bunch of coaches smoke on the sidelines. Jerry Blandville did it. I think Dickus used to smoke on the sidelines.
Well, they probably did that
but I
stuff
mean,
in
it
the
was
70s.
Dicta did,
I mean, that was the 80s
70s,
and shit.
yeah.
So I think there was. They were doing
Listen,
some
I'm
other
with
shit on the
Doc.
sideline.
I'm with Doc. I don't care if you're smoking nicotine, but if you're getting high on the sidelines, I got issues with you. Because again, when you high,
getting high.
When you high, again, time moves different, and it runs a little slower. So again, that 32-second play clock, 40-second play clock, he's looking at it. He probably think he has a whole fucking hour.
And all them damn, all them.
That probably explained why he was getting the plays in, wasn't getting the plays in on time.
And the challenges.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
And the challenges. You forget you even got challenges if you medicinal in the fuck out of this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. He's out here
Challenges,
just like,
shit. What the hell that is?
And then what if he starts discussing the philosophical reasons for calling the play he did into his helmet, right? To his like, just give me the damn play already.
It was like, Coach, listen, I'm willing to have this discussion. Can we talk about it after the game, dog? Please, I mean, it's third and 11. What am I doing?
It's like, do you think they had football in the last universe?
Hey, but that's one thing that I hope Tua takes hold of this year, and that is if Mike McDaniels doesn't get the play in, Tua calls his play and run the damn play. You don't have to depend the second year in the offense on the head coach to give you a play.
Agreed.
Yeah, when did quarterbacks stop calling their own plays totally? Because Peyton Manning called his own plays, Dan Marino called his own plays. When did all that stop?
So
but I think it comes with. Hold on,
Dan Marino and Peyton Manning. Nobody tells them shit at some point, Ron. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, John. Joe.
I think it comes with familiarity. You know what I'm talking about. God damn, boy, it's been a long day.
Damn.
Being familiar with the offensive playbook. Because the thing is, once you become more familiar with it and the concepts and what you're looking at, what's running against
you just say it comes from his malaria?
No, being familiar.
Familiar.
And yeah. So
take it
the
easy
thing
on
is,
that medical color. Go ahead, Vontae.
God damn. So when it comes to hey, all right, if the defense is going to be doing this, the coach is lagging. All right, fuck it. I know what could beat this defense anyway. So here's the play. Go. right? Or is down in distance.
Yeah,
Okay, this is
absolutely.
going to be good down in distance, and this is what to look
so
out
here's
for.
something I think of too, Von Joe, is like to Doctor's point, you know,
Reggie is cool, bro.
huh?
Reggie is cool.
Yeah, but I mean, you got a doctorate. I gotta refer to it. That shit takes a while to get. You know what I'm saying? Respect. That shit ain't easy to get.
But I'm just saying, Reggie is cool as well.
I know, Reg. But you know, if you're with a group of
We're
people
fucking YouTube
for a
friends now.
long
God
time-
damn it.
Yeah, bitches.
All right, Dr. Reggie.
we like, okay, this is the second year with all these players around playing in this offense. If it was like their third and fourth year too, like you can go, hey man, remember like 2 years ago we ran this play, we ain't running all year, I think we could sneak this in. So they need to like actually have those plays put together. I would think though, like Tua would already have that relationship with Waddle, and maybe he could say, hey Waddle, on this, remember when we did in Alabama with this? Yeah, I remember, run that route and do that move on this play against that guy, and I'm gonna find you on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need more of that in my life.
Absolutely.
Here's my question. Do you think Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, any of them call their own plays?
Well, I don't know about calling their own plays, Rob, but this is why, see, for me, I love Doc being up here, because this is the Doc, this question, and everybody can answer, but Doc, just from your perspective, right? Because you played in the league. This has been a hot topic in at least the Dolphin community for years, right? Is Tua getting out of, let's say, a bad play or a play in general and calling an audible. In your opinion, Doc, you being in the huddle with a guy like Warren Moon, can you tell us how many times Warren Moon would check out of plays? Is it commonplace for a quarterback? I mean, how many times should they do it, Doc? Or how many times did you witness Warren Moon checking out of plays or getting out of a bad play? Because, again, there's guys in the fan base that want Tua to do it more. There's some guys that don't have a problem with it. Like, from you being in the huddle, Doc, like, what can you tell us on that?
Well, I think it comes down to ownership, right? And by the time I had got to the Oilers, Warren had been in the run and shoot 3 or 4 years. He knew the run and shoot inside and outside. And so he would routinely get us out of a bad play and get us into a better play, or get us out of a good play and get us into a better play. And that's what we need from Tua now, is to start taking ownership of it. There's no excuse for the end of that game when the clock to run out. I understand what was going on, but at some point, the quarterback Tua has to say, hey, 26 buck, let's run. Let's go. You got 4 or 5 plays that he likes. Two, it comes down to, like, during the week, really being in tune with the game plan, right? So he should know or have an idea of what to expect coming into the game. Like, when I was in college and, I'd been in the same offense for 4 years with the same offensive coordinator for 4 years, I knew on 3rd and 6 what he was thinking about as a receiver and what kind of routes we had said we would do. And so that's where Tua should be getting at now, is really being lockstep with Mike McDaniels. But even if you don't have a clue of what he wants to run, you should have 3 or 4 plays that when times get tough, you say, I'm going to this. I know this. I trust my teammates, and we'll get the first down.
So Reggie, you said a great point too. You said accountability. Yeah, and that's. So when you look, and I would imagine Warren was like this, as I know from seeing Peyton play, know from seeing Dan play. We all have seen Tom Brady, and what these guys do is that when they do audible and it's late in the play and it's, there's 7 seconds left and they're screaming at everybody. When that play doesn't work out, they go fucking off. Every one of these quarterbacks, whoever failed on that play that didn't know the audible, and you blocked in when you were supposed to block out, or you ran the route completely wrong, the depth was anything, whatever it was, they were in your face yelling about it, and it embarrasses you a little bit. Now, it's not a thing, and maybe, I don't know the personal relationships, but I would imagine there has to be. You can't be yelling at people and then feel some kind of way. But I do know this. that's how you then don't let that happen again. And that comes with practice and repetition and these guys being on the same page to be ready for that type of stuff. And to me, that's the only way Tua is going to find that ability in the offense to do that, is to hold these guys accountable and them live up to his expectations.
And it's also a matter of it's also a matter of maturity as well. And I think Reggie put it perfect talking about taking ownership, because it's been widely documented about Brett Favre drawing plays in the dirt, saying, you know what, coach is off his rocker here. This is what we're gonna do. And look, taking ownership is saying, if we score here or we succeed on this play, what the hell is the coach, from professional to professional on the sideline, what the hell is the coach going to say to me when I just made a successful play? I just made lemonade.
Yeah, nobody complains. Nobody complains when it's the right play call.
And by the way, hold on 1 second, real quick. Hold on, Ron. I'm gonna be in the back. There's people coming in and out, so I'm gonna rotate every once in a while. So if I put you in the back, don't take it personal. I'm just gonna rotate people, so let people get a chance to ask questions as well. So,
hey, and don't let me dominate the show, by the way.
Well, if you don't mind, first of all, fans up, everybody. I hope everybody's well, and to all the fathers tomorrow. Happy early Father's Day. If you don't mind, really quick, Reggie Brown. First of all, it's an honor to be on the panel with you, somebody who's actually
did shit, bro.
Did this? No, but you did
Reggie
it.
the homie, dog. But I like he deserve it, Reg. Don't act like you don't. Go ahead.
But you did it at a level. Dog. You did it at a level that qualifies you as an expert on this subject.
I ain't gonna go that deep.
Absolutely no. You an expert. You an expert because it's easy to read.
Me and Reggie, experts on the panel. Continue, Big Nick.
The word I would use is authority.
There's two things.
That's right.
Everybody knows me that I'm a man of nuance and I'm a man of context to situations, right? And I heard what you were saying about Warren Moon and that situation during that era, and a couple of things I would like to get real quick just from you, Reggie. At that point of Warren Moon's career, how old was Warren Moon at that point in time?
I would say because he had played in
the CFL.
Yeah, what happened?
He was in his 30s for sure.
So he was a very mature man playing the sport of football at a high level position, right?
Yes.
Okay. Also, you would admit during that time it was variations of offenses during that time, but it wasn't to the specialized effect that there is today with the offenses. Meaning, like your 11 was your 11 on 3rd and 1. Your 11 was your 11 on 3rd and 16. Right? Now, in today's NFL, with today's modern offenses, the pieces are so interchangeable depending on the play, not even necessarily the yardage, just on the matchup, right? So you may have somebody that play 2 plays a game versus somebody that plays 16 plays a game, and it can reverse because of the different dynamics of the offense.
Right.
So by me saying that, could it be a possibility that, Tua might have a favorite play? But if all of the pieces to that play isn't on the field, it'd be kind of hard to run that play.
Well, I understand your point, but I would disagree. As long as Cheetah and Waddle on the goddamn play, on the field, only one of them the ball. I get what you're saying, and there are some nuances to it, but shit. So at
that's Warren Moon age. That's Warren Moon at 30. That's Tua at 30.
But hold on, Big Nick. But Big Nick, just to hold on, real quick. Hold on. God damn, Ron.
My question was, back then, you had quarterbacks that called the entire game, on offense. Did they not, Dr. Brown?
But you also witnessed in 1995. You also witnessed in 1995 where Jimmy Johnson stripped the greatest quarterback in the history of the game, audible powers.
Right.
No, you know what I'm saying? So,
but hold on, real quick, because just to go off what you're saying, Big Nick, I think again this comes from mastery of the offense, right? And being in the second year, where you could know, we have package plays, right? Based off the package of players, you have a certain package for each player, right? So if again McDaniels is not getting that coach that play in time, with Tua his second year and mastering his offense and taking that leadership role, like we've been hearing, where he could look in the huddle and see the personnel he has, and knows, okay,
well, we're hoping
this
that
play could work with
year,
this personnel.
Well, which they do because of the personnel that's in the huddle.
We're hoping that for this year, but that doesn't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what we're going to see.
It doesn't take away that very strong possibility from last year that wasn't the case.
But again,
no, I'm not talking about last year. Last year is what is last year, but I'm talking about I'm
the choir. I'm the choir. I got the Miami Dolphins as the AFC representatives in the Super Bowl. I'm the choir
about quarterbacks calling the whole game, not just audibilizing in certain situations. Wasn't the majority of quarterbacks back then calling the whole game?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, some of them were
highly involved. And to Big Nick's point, I agree with you. I'm just saying that Tua should be able this year. And I would even say last year when that clock was running out, I put some of the onus on Tua. Like, call the goddamn play, man. Do not let the damn clock run out. You know what I mean? I think that's just.
But Reggie, you remember in your day the head coaches send in 2-3 plays? Remember that?
I'm with you.
So maybe they don't do that anymore either.
No, I'm with you. I agree that the game has changed, but for me, what I want from Tua is to take ownership of the offense.
Absolutely.
And really, I think that Mike McDaniels does a great job of play calling. I expect that in his second year as a play caller, he's going to be much, much better, which I believe the offense is going to be more efficient, better. I think that the offense is going to be totally, I don't want to say totally, but I think really different from last year, because I think that Mike McDaniels got enamored with Cheetah and Waddle and got away from who he is as a coach. And I think he'll get back to more of his roots of what, that Shanahan offense does.
Hey, let me welcome the newest guy to the panel, Esther. What's going on, Esther?
Man, I'm drunk, Lewis. That's what's happening. What's up, y'all?
Oh man,
How you doing, man?
But hold on, real quick, gentlemen. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, Lewis. So you guys can rotate somebody else on. But hey, guys, gentlemen.
Man, nobody cares, Vaughn. See you later.
Man, go drink another goddamn that goddamn bourbon that you probably drinking in Texas.
That damn cabinet.
Go do your fake ass workouts, Vaughn. Over there cheating and shit.
So go ahead, guys, and have a great show. Appreciate y'all. Hey, fins up.
Man, the magic sucks, man. That's all I gotta say, Vaughn.
Can I say,
man? All I gotta say is I don't understand where everybody gets this false sense of reality, and it's like they never forget. I mean, we can talk about Tua's stats, but don't y'all forget how injury prone this is. Like, it's almost inevitable that the dude's gonna get hurt.
Please, can I kill this narrative?
I don't care about OTAs. I don't care about this offseason. Let's get to week 1 already, damn it, because I don't care.
You hear this, Doc?
How you gonna kill his ass, Big Nick?
About an injury.
Go ahead, Big Nick. Let's go ahead. Let Big Nick. He think he gonna kill his ass. I want to hear that.
I want to kill that.
I would love to do something already, but damn, come the hell on already.
I want to kill that injury prone narrative. That's what I want.
Let's go, Big Nick. I want to hear it.
No, you can't kill it because it's happened his whole career. It's not even possible. How are you going to kill it?
But Reggie's on the show right now. He can tell you right now that people get hurt all the time.
Right? No shit.
I just heard Reg say nobody got hurt back in his day.
Hold on.
Right.
There's getting hurt, and then there's levels to this shit.
Okay,
and Tua's like a whole nother level.
Tua had
like Mike Tyson.
Tua had two ankle sprains. Tua had 2 ankle sprains when he decided to have elective surgery. He was back 2 weeks later to play in the games after having no surgery. He also had a dislocated hip that retired Bo Jackson. He came back less than a year later to play football. During his season time with getting hurt with the Miami Dolphins, he had 1 fluke finger injury, and he also got crushed in the Buffalo game. His ribs got crushed thanks to Jesse Davis. Concussions can happen to any body.
This is Davis. God damn it.
Dude, that's a lot of stuff, though, Big Nick. That's
No, it's
not
not.
wrong.
No, it's
If
not.
it happens
Yes,
to him,
it is.
if it happens to him and it
It
affects
is a
the
lot of
team,
stuff.
then don't play.
He hasn't missed a season.
It's as simple as that.
He hasn't had a blown ACL. He hasn't had a dislocated anything.
Don't mention
what
that.
I'm saying? So I can mention it because it hasn't happened. I mean, but again, my favorite word in the English vocabulary is optimism. You guys can be pessimistic if you choose to live that way.
For 5 years, Nick. For 5 years, you're still optimistic.
For 52 years. For 52 years.
I knew it.
For 5 goddamn years, you're still optimistic. Holy shit, man. Hold on. Let me go run through a fucking wall right about now.
But that's how I choose to live. But that's how I choose to live my life. You know what I'm saying? So the worry of the failure doesn't bother me because I'm always.
You got more patience than a virgin, Nick.
Well, that's me.
Hey, Nick, can I ask you a question? You said something about the Bo Jackson injury, right? Is it not that modern science is more advanced today than it was back then?
Yes,
when he
thank
had
you, Crypto, because I don't like when I hear
Absolutely.
Bo Jackson and Tua having the same injury
Absolutely.
because
But
it
it was.
implies, hold on, it implies that Tua is a more stronger type person than Bo Jackson. When the facts are that Bo Jackson was the most
modern medicine was way more advanced
we've ever
now.
seen. The guy was great at everything he ever tried to do in athletics, and he got a hip injury in a time that if it was today, he'd probably be doing boxing too right now. Bo Jackson was amazing, bro.
Or it could
I
try
agree.
to just portray.
Nick,
It could,
let me tell you something, dude.
Wait. It could just portray how catastrophic that injury was.
No,
Maybe it
but
has
let me
nothing to do with Tua
let me
and
tell you
Maybe
something, dude.
just paint the picture of how
Tua
bad that
has
injury was.
number one stats across the board.
To those
But
injuries
what
at the
good
time.
does it do you? Where do your stats come into play when
Basketball
we
USA.
actually
Basketball USA.
need you? When we
Basketball
actually need
USA.
you to show up, your stats don't mean shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? And we're
Basketball
going.
USA.
Are we going into year 5 already? And we're still talking about like hoping and praying. Like
year
no,
4.
Fuck the all season. Get to game 1.
Let me ask you a
see what
question.
you got.
I hear you, man. You can rant all night, man.
Jock
You're
strap
saying the
on,
same things in
strap your
different
helmet
ways.
on, and I don't want to hear no bullshit about your fucking ankles or any of that bullshit with your arm or your fucking hip. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Now, basketball USA.
I'm like in year 39 of hooping. I don't know really what the difference is.
How about that?
39.
Okay, basketball USA. Basketball USA. What about me? What about me?
Hold on, Big Nick.
Anything you could possibly say is going to change my mind about how I feel about anybody on my team.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah,
Real quick.
right.
Let's
So
welcome
that's what I'm
somebody
saying.
else.
Like, forget it.
Hold up, Big
Let it
Nick.
go.
Hold up, Big Nick.
Hold on, Big Nick. Real quick. Let's welcome KP. He's the newest guy to come up to the panel. What's up,
What
KP?
up, Kahari?
What's up? What's up, Pin fans? What's going on, y'all? Getting over a little cold there, man. Hey, man, I see the excuse making for Tua continues. I see the excuse making continues, man.
You gotta crush that
man.
eucalyptus leaf, man.
JP, do you give a shit about the
drink it too.
offseason? Because about year 5, I mean, all these other off seasons, I might have gave a shit, but I mean, year 5, my patience is gone, bro.
It's
I'm
year
like,
4.
I mean, how the fuck are we not talking about? Let's just get to week 1 and fucking let's go. You know what
Listen,
I mean?
everybody knows the NFL is a meritocracy. Reggie Brown could tell you himself. If a guy has a catastrophic injury, that all you're doing with the catastrophic injury is arguing that player ought not to be on the field. Period. That's it. So by you bringing up that Tua had a catastrophic injury, that justifies why he shouldn't be playing, not why we should give him more months and more time to recover. So, I mean, that's not a legitimate excuse, man. Let's put that one back in the bin.
Okay. But it's my excuse. Can I keep it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to something else.
It's just sad, though.
It's an amazing logical statement by Kahari, and Big Nick concedes with I'm gonna live that way.
Big Nick, if Tua were a 49er, his ass would have been out of there already.
So serious.
I'm just okay. Hold on, just real quick, because I wanna get to Cap. Because thank you for coming up, Cap. But Big Nick, for the hope that you're gonna carry, which I'm finding entertaining and living on some myself. And this question also to Reg, how many games does he go down for when that excuse is now dead in the water and it's full steam ahead? The kid might be great one day, but the team and organization has to go. We have to think about the betterment of the organization, and we can't go into another season with a guy that we can't count on because of whatever injury. It's not the same injury. We've made that clear. It's not like he's got a bad back. It's not like he's got a bad neck. It's not like he's got a bum knee. It's not like he's got a bad shoulder blade. It's something, though, every year. How many games does he miss this season for you to then completely move off of that scenario going into 2024? Big
Okay,
Nick first, then Reg.
All right, so I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. I expect the Miami Dolphins to be the AFC representatives in this year's Super Bowl. All right, period. Right, so that should answer that. Okay. I expect the Miami Dolphins to be in the Super Bowl, and we all know the only way that can happen.
What about winning it?
That, you know, and the only way.
Good. I'm right there with you, dog.
Now,
I expect it too. Damn it.
Now, as far as, and I don't think in the traverse. I'm sorry, I just don't. So, but one last statement, and then however shitstorm this starts, it starts. But I just gotta say it because it's the way I feel. I feel that some people are so dead set on Tua being garbage that they prefer
Big Nick, you
for us
changing
to
the
fall
damn
in our
subject
face
right now. All I ask for is how many games.
Super Bowl.
Huh? No, not what you think's gonna happen.
No, I said that. My answer to your question is I expect the Miami Dolphins to be the AFC representative.
No, that's not the answer. That's not the question. No. The question is how many games does Tua miss because of any sort of injury? Do you then say we can't count on this guy? Because I just want to know where the move off him level is. I'm not saying what you think was going to happen or is going to happen. If he misses, because go ahead, yeah.
I'll move off with Tua when the general manager and the head coach move off with Tua.
Jesus, Big Nick.
Oh, Chris, please,
Chris,
can I get
trust in the system too much, Big Nick. As a guy,
you think you're gonna change
accountability?
You think you're gonna change my feel?
Chris, please.
Hey, Big
count
Nick.
on my arguments. You can count on my arguments.
All right.
I don't try to change the way you feel.
Big Nick is just admitting that he's a Dolphinier. He's gonna support his quarterback to the end until he's out of here.
I'm going to support Noah Igbenogany. I'm going to support
high gas prices.
I'm going to support Noah Igbenogany until he's not on the team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. He's going to support him until they're not on the team anymore.
That was good, Estee. He enjoys expensive food and high gas.
And it's nothing you guys can do to change my mind about that. And you can talk all you want to about it. That's my love for my team.
I got you, dog. Cap, go ahead.
The question is not whether or not.
Yes, Chris. Yes, thank you so much for tonight's festivities. And yes, for Dr. Brown.
I'm just rolling in this, dog.
Yes. Dr. Brown and Reggie, welcome to the madness. And thank you for coming over and converting from the dark side. I mean, there's not a lot that I indulge from in Twitter, but slowly but surely, the guys are picking good guys, man. So happy that you're around. And with that being said, do you give us a free pass for a subpar season this year and just go ahead with the crap that's being fed to us about a 2-year window?
No, I totally disagree with the 2-year window thing. First of all, I think our window is much longer than that. I think that we have a lot of contracts on the book. But I think that we have a lot of contracts coming off the books that'll be the salary cap is going up. I don't think that Armstead will be with us much longer. I don't think that Ramsey will be there for longer than 2 years. I don't think that X will be there for longer than 2 years. I don't think that Ogba will be there, Baker, et cetera, et cetera. So
you're saying more than 2 years?
Yeah, so I think that our window is longer than 2 years. If you look at our draft picks, I think that Chris Greer has really hit on some guys in some places that really make it. I mean, you look at Christian Wilkins and Holland and Waddle, and if you believe it, Tua, and et cetera, where we have a really solid nucleus of young players, and that's what you need. And if you can continue to, as Armstead comes off the book, add another guy and draft a guy. You know, you can
get the next big time free agent sitting out there that's 30 or excuse me, not 37, 30 years old, 29 years old, that's open on the market. That's a left tackle.
Right.
So I think if you don't defend me right now, if you don't say I've been preaching this,
but hold up,
man, hold
your turn, Reg.
What do you mean?
I see where you're saying that too, because I look at key position young talent that's on this football team that in 2 years they're ready for that next crop to take the next crop. And Chris Greer has shown a propensity to hit decent on the free agent market and have enough, hits and drafts to hopefully then have a turning of the guard.
Hold on, guys. Listen, I think you're giving Greer too much credit, guys.
I feel Kahari, because I think if you're going to give us that 2-year window,
history.
That means you're going to give Greer a 3-year window
the
to keep
number of
dropping.
picks that the Dolphins have had over the last 3 seasons, it was hard for any GM to screw up on 100% of those picks.
Well,
so it shouldn't be surprising that we've hit on some of them. But I don't trust Greer to pick offensive line.
I think that you're missing the fact that the NFL rate.
Well, hold on.
And it'd be miraculous to miss on 100% of them.
Well, the NFL rate
what's your point?
The NFL rate is about good GMs. The NFL rate is about 60%. For good GMs, if they're considered in this league. I mean, the draft is a crapshoot. Once you get,
but what about the shelf life for GM?
Guys, you can't just take into account draft picks. You got to take into account.
Well, I think that we're at decision making time, right?
Yes,
so I
agree with that.
I think that we've said Chris Greer started the rebuild. This is year 5, and we have, by all accounts, a top 10 at the very least roster. That's what you expect.
If we just focus on the offensive line and the group.
No. I'm just saying this.
PFF rates our offense or our team 5th in the AFC.
Right. And I'm just saying, so if you look at that, you say this is where you would expect our team to be. Certainly all teams have holes and issues, etc. But if you're saying that by all accounts, after all of this rebuild, Chris Greer has put our team in a place where we are at a top 10 roster. The rebuild has been successful. Now, can you win? Now, can you win?
With one playoff loss?
Back around again, Reggie, to the question I had originally asked you was how many games is Tua miss to hurt that plan on this rebuild that we have, where then we have to pivot and go in a different direction. Whether Tua maybe surprises us in a 5th year or something, it doesn't matter. We have to then look for other options.
But when do we pivot? That's
hold on. Let Reggie answer the question, because I was trying to ask him earlier.
I'll say this, and let me just preface this to the room that I'm a Tua guy. Could be considered.
I know this, Reg,
but I'm a Dolphin first, and because I felt the same way about Tua that I felt about Ryan Tannehill, Lemon, everybody that's got up under the center. I felt this way. So
Joey Harrington
to do it.
Joey Harrington.
That's the one I'm the most embarrassed about.
Reg, you're a two-in-ear in the non-pejorative sense of the word.
So I would just say to you that for me, Tua has checked every box every year that people have said, well, he can't do this, well, he can't do this, well, he can't do this. Well, now it's the last box. He has to check. Can he stay healthy? If he can't, then we have to move on. I mean, you just can't have a guy that's only gonna be available 12 or 13 games a year. He has.
What's your over and under, Doc?
For it being a wash.
Well, I've said this before. I prefaced it with saying Tua has checked every box and every year, and I expect him to check their health box this year and be there 15 plus games. So that's where I'm
15
at.
plus. Okay. All right. I like that.
Okay, 15
like
plus.
That. But even if he misses,
he's not checking the box in your mind.
Yeah. But even if he misses one more game, I think the over and under is right around that, at around 2.5.
Cap.
Yeah.
He just gave you
I'm
basically
sorry,
the
man.
exact same
It has
answer
to be
that I
playoffs.
did. And
No, you did
didn't
not.
grill
He
him about
just
it.
said.
No,
He
you
just
said
said.
what would
Listen
be
to
the
this.
moving
Hold
point.
on, Capitan.
You said
Hold
what
on,
would be the
Capitan.
moving
No,
point.
but
You
Hold on,
you gave it
Captain.
up to
Hold
the
on,
no,
guys,
gentleman.
you
guys.
didn't answer the question the way you
Gave a
Well,
wanted.
number.
Big Nick. A minute ago, I think you sort of petitioned me to back you up on that, and I was gonna kind of try to clarify what you were saying earlier. Was that given Tua being healthy, like, so what you were saying was if we're the representative in the Super Bowl for the AFC, then you expect that to be because Tua was healthy for the whole
No, I
season.
got
Correct.
that
He
part,
understand that.
Color.
He
What I'm
understand that.
saying is,
He understood that.
Yes,
Reggie
but that
just gave
wasn't
me a
Capitan's
number.
answer. He
Essentially,
gave a
if
number. He's
Tua
looking for a
misses
number.
like
Okay, that's
4
the only difference.
games,
So
no, Nick, you didn't give me
One
no
mic, one
number.
mic.
I just
Cap,
need a
got the
that's
mic.
number.
bullshit, Cal. That's bullshit.
I needed a number. I'm not saying you gave me the good number
But
because we
again,
did right. If we don't go to the playoffs and Tua misses 4 games due to injury, then yeah, I say fuck, man. We
the reason I say
we
the
can't
reason
do this
is
again. No way.
The reason that's only hold on. The reason that's the reason that's splitting hairs though is because if we're the reps in the AFC Championship or in the Super Bowl, then that means that Tua likely didn't play possibly game 16 or 17. You see what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, but Color,
we get into the playoffs. Tua's injured. He missed 4 games.
He missed 4
we
games.
still made it in the playoffs as a wild card team.
Can we round
Tua comes
it?
back.
Tua
Comes back after. Hold on, let me finish the scenario. We win the wild card game. Tua comes back. He wins a playoff game. We get to the AFC Championship game, and he goes down with injury, and Skylar Thompson comes in. I mean, now we're like, listen, Tua played good in the playoffs, but he got injured twice, and this like. I mean,
and what
there's
if
so
Skyler is the one that won the AFC Championship game
we
to get
still
us
met
there?
to the end of where
Here's
Big Nick is
what I
saying.
would say.
I'll give
Here's
you
what
this.
I would say.
But what I want is just clarity, because what I don't
Here's my
want
clarity.
is to have another hang up for a 5th year when
AKA excuse.
we're selling it all out. And if something doesn't happen, like you already said, Reggie, that we in year 2 got to turn the guard anyhow. We should have already turned it at quarterback, because you're in deep trouble if you're not.
As much as I'm a Tua fan, you cannot give him a long contract extension until we get this health thing figured out. I mean, things happen, right? It happens, man. But you can't, he misses 4 games, but we get in the playoff this year. And then they say, Mike McDaniel comes in and say, yeah, we're going to stick with the 5th year option. And then he takes that 5th year and then he misses another 3 or 4 games. You can't come back and sign this guy for a 6-year.
But here's the problem too, Reggie. Here's the thing, the impending doom that if he does play out and play good, and now we're in the AFC Championship game and he never got injured, now he wants $500 million guaranteed.
Right, see, right. And that's what I'm saying. So the take that Reg just gave was basically the exact take that Cowherd made a few weeks ago, except Cowherd just thinks they're already at that point now. That's the only difference between the two.
He's not coming from a place of credibility, so screw that
Cowherd.
But
Yeah,
listen,
Cowherd
I'll be more than
that guy has a good trouble.
I don't want to argue that. What I'm saying is, I don't want to argue that. What I'm saying is the take was the same, other than that Cowherd thinks that they're already at that point now.
We have to be at that point already now. I mean, listen, there are projections and then there's a track record, right? And the track record of the Dolphins in this rebuild is that we have 1 playoff loss. So any projection of AFC East Championship or representing us in the Super Bowl is a radical projection, a wild projection. We don't have the track record to project that kind of success. Not with the problems on this team centered around our quarterback play, which many people ignore. In the last 4 healthy games, they were L's. And those L's were at least partially
are pointing to quarterback play. Those were healthy games. Now, I know homeboy backed out with a concussion, but we're telling ourselves a lie when we say we would have made the playoffs if Tua stayed healthy.
You don't know how to
And
play the
that is
game,
the
bro.
lie that
That's
keeps
just what
on
it is.
getting pushed in this community week
You don't
after
know how to
week,
play the game.
show after show, and it is a complete projection.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
admit that it's
See, no,
a radical
no.
projection.
I
It is a
respect
This is what I
that,
would
man.
admit
projection.
to. This is what I would admit to. The beauty of the offseason and what we're doing right now, we're talking
Yeah,
about
it's a
our
lot of hope.
team.
I understand.
We're not predicting plays. We're not predicting who's going to perform awesome. We're not predicting who's going to be an all-pro. We're saying as our
Tyreek
team is
Hill said
constructed,
2,000
we're
yards.
saying as our team is constructed,
Second
with the
rounder
defense
better.
that we have, this is what we're making those projections about. You're
Is
talking
this
about play on the
projected
field.
team
That's too
that much better
negative.
than
That's
last year's
crazy.
projected team? It is
Absolutely.
not.
Absolutely, because we're in the second year of offense for the first time, or who knows how long. We've gotten better. We've got maturity. All the players are on the same page when it comes to it. The defense is much better. We got a much better program in place for the defense. Absolutely, we're better than last year.
Teron Armstead is also much older. Tyreek Hill is also much older.
Oh my God,
Those are two
man.
key players on our
Both of
roster.
those players, both of those players was Pro Bowl and
Well, this
All
will be the
Pros
first
last
year of the new defense.
Both of them was
This
Pro
year is the
Bowl and
first year of a
All
new
Pro
defense, not
last
a second year. We got a new defensive coordinator. It's the first
No,
year
I'm
of a new
saying
defense.
I was talking about
Man,
offense at
I
the
gotta
time.
go, but you guys, and I respect all of the opinions you guys gave tonight. The only thing I'm gonna say is whether Tua's gonna miss a game or not, man. I think it comes down to he can't miss no games, zero, absolutely none. He's got to be the healthiest he's ever been in his fucking life. There's no room for error this season. You got Rodgers over there with the Jets. You got that fucking killer over there in Buffalo, and then you got the execution of the fucking Patriots. You have zero room for error. Get your ass on the motherfucking field and play every fucking game. I don't want to hear no fucking bullshit about fucking nothing like fucking ankles.
Damn, not even if we're 16-0 and we got the number one seed locked.
He play every game. We're 15-2.
I'm done, son.
If he play every game, we're 15-2.
I love you guys a lot.
If everybody's healthy, he plays every game. We're 15-2.
Hey, I'd like him to play every game too, but my point is that he must perform in those games. And those last 4 games left a performance deficit.
What about
I don't want Jason Sanders having to dictate the win and a loss. Not anymore.
The Buffalo kid could do that all the time. Come on, man. We nitpicking, man.
Again,
what you mean nitpicking? We should be scoring more than 35 points with everybody keeps saying.
Well, I just come back to the point of this is exactly where the team is supposed to be at this point with the rebuild. This is just where it's supposed to be, and now we get to see where it goes. You know, we'll determine at the end of this year.
I can't agree with you, Dr. Reggie. I think you're
year 5 of the rebuild technically. This is year 5.
But we're looking over the catastrophe that the coaching change halfway through this rebuild was. Okay,
actually, year 4, because you don't count 19.
I mean, whether you say it was the coaching or whatever, we went through a rebuild, a total rebuild.
And the talent is there.
And a tank for Tua, where we were talent deficient, and over that.
Right, that's why this is year 4. Right.
Right. And so we're where we're supposed to be, no matter how you look at it.
Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Anthony. Hold on, Anthony has a question. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. For me, I'm being on it. I want to be. This is where I'm getting in. I'm getting tired of this. We have so much patience with this kid, and he's been injured. His track record has proven that he can't stay healthy. How can you trust him to stay healthy a whole season? Let's be honest. Like, I understand it's not back injuries, but concussions are even worse than a back injury, to be honest.
Anthony, concussions were not an issue with him until this year. So let's stop
the
that.
thing is that this is where you gotta have faith in the off-season training pro.
7 years in a row.
Right, in the medical
side.
Yeah,
but this is where
what does 7 years have to do with this right now?
So Anthony, I'm gonna give you 2 different scenarios.
Because it's one thing I want to point out too is listen. At the end of the day, Jalen Phillips retired because of concussions. He came back and hasn't had a concussion since, and he plays a aggressive position.
And that's my point, Shake Money. Like it's all about trusting this medical staff that they know what they're doing. That we are trusting the advice that they're giving to the judo, the
You hear
jujitsu
what you're saying
lessons,
right now?
his falling lessons. We're just all we have is faith in and
this is
hoping
where
that this mitigates his injury concerns. That's all we have right now to hope that Tua plays a healthy
that's
season.
the issue. What
one
you just
thing
brought
that our
up.
panel
What
should
you just
absolutely
brought
be
up.
talking about
You're
and
hoping for the medical
glorifying.
staff. You just heard what you said.
One thing our panel
Anthony,
should be glorifying and blowing up and talking about relentlessly and making other panels, other teams jealous. Like things like that. We could be on here talking about how Tua was the top rated passer in the NFL. We could be talking about that. You know,
Yeah, we can,
but every other team.
I'm working on it, Nick. I'm working on it, Nick. I'm still crunching the numbers, bro.
Yeah,
You've been crunching the numbers for 3 years. Come on, man. Give me wins.
At the end of the day, could I answer Cap's question?
Hold on. Why does everybody in their right mind? I understand you want to bring up the history part, and I totally understand that. But why don't we talk about when he's on the field that this offense is plays at an elite level?
Thank you.
We also do as well.
I admit we play elite when he's on the field, but when he doesn't stay healthy the whole season, that means nothing to me.
The whole season.
I have no doubt in my mind that he will come this into history this year.
I think
Who cares about the doubt or faith in anybody's mind? We're here to look at the objective results, and we're looking at a 25-year track record of failure. Since the departure of Marino, this franchise has lost and been mediocre.
The wrong quarterback.
Okay, and made bad decisions. This should be the track record upon which our faith going forward is built. Now,
are we going to ignore the 25 years before that 25 years?
Yeah,
I'm just done with numbers. Period.
I'm too young for
Give me
that.
wins.
So
that means I got to suffer through your dread instead of just understanding that people love this fan base for a reason.
But listen, but the thing is, Big Nick, like the thing is, history, like Kahari P has history on his side. Like we haven't proven anything in our past 25 years, but nothing but first round exit, mediocre seasons. You know what I'm saying? We have the talent. We definitely have the talent to win and win now. And we have the best chance of winning the title, in a long time, since the 1980s, right?
That's enough?
But it all depends on just putting it on the field and executing, bro. Like we've been told promises. We've been told, sweet nothings in our ear and hoping and all this stuff. Bro, they gotta walk the walk, bro. Enough of the talk of the talk. They need to walk the walk and produce.
Hold on a second.
It's not the quarterback, bro.
Can I answer?
We got 7 different coaches.
Real quick. Can I answer Irving real quick? I just want to say I'm not answering you, Irving, but I'm just saying to your point. You make a great point, but you also said something that counters your own point in that statement. You said that that first of all, you were right about Kahari having history on his side, but you said we had the best chance to go far that we've had.
I meant it in
years.
the
Right, but all I would say to that is that this is what people.
Right there.
Hold on, let me finish. This is what people fail to realize when we talk about how great or small our chance is to win, right? That you have every single year, every team, no matter how they're constructed, because it's football and it's a physical sport, which includes injuries. Every single team at the beginning of every single year has a 1 in 32 chance of winning.
See, and for me, this is
but
where
I say to the context.
Hold on, 1 second. Wait 1 second. Listen, I'm gonna be enforcing the 1 mic rule. So if one person talks, let the other person finish.
So what I meant by that was, can I finish what I was saying, Shake, real quick?
Go ahead.
So what I meant by that, Irving, was that your statement was correct that you have to, because what I'm saying is 1 in 32 chance by realizing that every team every year has a 1 in 32 chance, no matter what they did last year, no matter how they're constructed now, or no matter what they did in the offseason. By saying that, it entitles you to then say you got to put up and shut up. You see what I'm saying? because
Right.
ultimately that's what putting up and shutting up is saying. It's saying, look,
Right.
I don't care about everything else. I've got a 1 in 32 chance to do it. And if I want to improve those chances, I got to go out on the field and perform.
Right, and you're correct, Color. But I say it in the real quick. I just want to respond. I just say it in the context of the talent that we have on paper. But yeah, you're correct in the matter of
I
like
get it, but
every
see,
year,
that's what I'm
every
saying.
time.
You're mixing both statements. You're saying on paper, but then saying we got to put up or shut up. I'm saying your point
Urban, you
about
love
putting
paper
up and
too much,
shutting up
man.
is more enhanced by saying we only got a 1 in 32 chance.
Let me get this take out while it's fresh.
It's a fair point.
So there's a saying something like the beauty is in the magic is in the making or the producing. The beauty is in the producing. You guys are saying for 25 years we've been trash. You guys have PTSD due to the last 25 years, right? And now you're
I don't
sitting up
think we've
here
been
acknowledging
trash for 25 years. We just ain't won.
Listen.
Right. It's just been mediocrity. Been
Okay,
in
well,
purgatory.
we've been
the thing that I
25
think-
years. 25 years have gotten you to the point where you say, what about this? What about this? We haven't won that.
I'm
We haven't shown
apathetic.
nothing. Right now, check this out. The beauty in the pie is not the eating of the pie; it's the making of the pie. You can say for 25 years we didn't have a chance, and now we're sitting up here with a top 5 roster. You guys don't see the beauty in that. You don't see the joy in that. You don't see the pride in that. You want to come from not.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You want to come. It's not about. See, your ultimate thing is the Super Bowl.
How you hyped it up the same way last season.
That's everybody's goal. Everybody's goal.
Yes, you can, Crypto. You can make a statement like that.
Everybody's goal
can.
is to win the Super Bowl. But
Alex, we haven't played a
Don't
Super
tell me I
Bowl.
can't.
You can't go from 2019 to 2020 and win the Super Bowl. There's beauty in the steps, man.
And you can't look forward into the future.
Hey, but Big Nick,
But-
I would
but
say
Cat-
this:
but Cat-
whether
go ahead,
whether you think
so
we're
we
a
can't say
Super
whether or not we have a top 5 team. I'm sorry,
whether you think we're a Super Bowl team or not, over the past 25 years, except for maybe 2008, we all should be able to agree that this is one of the best teams we've ever had in the last 25 years.
No doubt,
I
Dr.
don't know
Brown,
what
no
else.
doubt. But the past 3 years, we hyped it up too much, and we look like
Hold on.
But that's the thing. The thing that I'm saying is, everybody. Well, in the past 3 years, they hyped it up in this. The fact is, this is the best team we've had in the last 25 years. You can't.
And Doc, I'm not blaming the QB. I'm just saying all the stuff we went through, all the
How's it
organizational
compared to the
trauma, and all the
That's why I
controversy.
said you got
Part of
PTSD.
what we're arguing about.
Guys, do
Go
you
ahead.
know
I'm
what?
sorry.
Do you know what the Detroit Lions are feeling? Their fan base is feeling right now.
In the
They have
past
no shot at winning
25
the Super
years,
Bowl.
and
They
that's
have
where
no
it
shot
rubs
at
me.
winning the Super Bowl, but they are in love. They're enamored right now. They are so excited about their team, and they've been worse than us.
Shay, could I
Hold on,
say something?
They probably
Hold on,
get excited with their
let Kari say something. Go ahead, Kari.
Yeah,
Then
what I
I'll
was
let you talk, Alexander.
Okay, what I was trying to say is this. The problem is the semantic problems here. We got a bunch of fans, right, who say we are the best team or we have one of the best rosters in the league, right? Where a guy like me, that rubs me the wrong way because until we get on the field and produce the numbers and produce the results, I cannot give us that designation. We are not. We have nothing to show tangibly that we are one of the best teams in the league. You may believe that. You may be on hopium. You may be on weed. You may be on crack. And you may be on just pie. And maybe that is why you project that we are one of the best teams. But until we see it in the result column, in the playoffs, and going deep towards the Super Bowl, we are not.
But
we may look like one of the best teams.
I'm so glad you said that, Kahari,
There's
because
two
what
things I want to point out real quick.
and I would say the same thing, Irving. Remember what I said a minute ago? The same thing applies. If somebody tells me this is the best team we've had in 25 years, then I would say, no, we have a 1 in 25 chance of this being the best team we've had in 25 years. We now have to go improve those chances.
I'll take Tony got a week 17.
Hold on.
Real simple.
Let Alexander talk. Go ahead, Alexander.
There's two things I want to bring up, okay? Look at all the playoff years going back to 2000, okay? The playoff years 2000 against the Colts, 2016, actually, I'm sorry, 2008, 2016, and just this past year. You tell me that this roster is not better than than those four playoff runs. If you think
No,
that they're
because
not, then
most
you're on
defenses on
drugs.
that roster would destroy our offensive line.
That is not true.
What?
First of all,
Listen,
2016.
I agree with Kahari. Listen, and until
Jake, I was
listen,
going to bring
listen,
the numbers real quick.
listen.
Go
At
ahead.
the end of the day, look, you could make a pie that smells good, looks good, but until you taste it, until you put it in your mouth, you can't say this is the best pie you ever had until you tasted it. And I think that's what Kahari's point is. Until it's on the field, you can't say it looks good.
I understand.
It smells good.
Pie is too salty.
You can't until it's all said and done, we can't say what a definitively
But Shake,
is.
you can look
It
at
has
all
potential to be.
Exactly, Shake.
That's
It has potential to be the best team.
Not until you
can
taste
look at
that
all
pie.
the premium products that you put into that pie. You can look at all the premium products that you put into that pie, and you can say, this right here is probably the best pie on the market.
Yeah, I agree.
We all
It probably is, but until we
taste
taste it,
we
we can't say
throw it in your face because
Jake, I want to talk about my second point real quick, if you don't mind.
Real quick, I don't think that's the right analogy.
One mic.
Oh.
I want to bring up the second point real quick. Going back to that point, how can you sit there and tell me that those four playoff runs, that those four playoff rosters were much better than this roster right now? Okay.
No one has said that. No one has said
They're
that.
not.
Alex.
Until we pass the second round, we won't know.
Those four playoff teams were not better than this team.
We haven't passed the second round with either one of those teams.
And the second point is this.
They would have beat Pittsburgh.
The second point is this. In 2016, the Dolphins
That's
defense
called a red herring, Alex.
set a record. The Dolphins defense set a record as one of the worst defenses statistically in the history of the Miami Dolphins in 2016. They were so bad that year. It was
the offense set records last season. How'd that work?
But it doesn't matter. But here's another thing: is this?
Did you just say it doesn't matter?
The expectations for those four playoff runs were not even close to the expectations that they are now. Nobody was hyped about the 2000 playoff run.
You guys hyped up last year's offense more than all the other playoff teams.
Nobody was hyped about 2008 because in 2008 nobody expected
respond to Alex, please.
Division.
You guys hyped up last year more than any other playoff team.
First we got to say, Alex, there's some there's some garbling in your microphone. And I was gonna say you and Mr. Polk must have bought the same exact set of earbuds or something.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
yeah. By the way, Anthony, go ahead. What was your
point? But this is where, to me, this is where we hype. Like to me, I'm getting tired of hyping up this team, and then it's good on paper. Let's say. We had. I'm not saying the talent is equal for those teams, but what I'm saying is sometimes talent, and for me, I feel that the Super Bowl goes through the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, and the past 4 years he's either beat Fangio twice to get into the playoffs, or in the playoffs to get to the AFC Championship. So
really, Anthony, really?
Yeah, Mahomes has beaten disciples of Fangio the past few years in terms of the defenses he's faced, and Fangio when he was when he.
Oh, wait a minute! You just said two different things. You said he beat Fangio, and then you said he beat disciples of Fangio.
He's beaten Fangio to get into the playoffs.
Disciples of Fangio.
No. What I'm saying.
But give Anthony a chance. Remember his speech.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is, Color. What I'm trying to say is he's beaten Fangio twice. His first year as a starter to get into the playoffs when Fangio was the head coach in Denver. And then the second year, he beat Fangio in the second round with Denver.
Did Fangio have a talented team? Completely different duties. Completely different duties. No, wait a minute. You can't say that he beat him as a head coach and equate that to beating his defense when his sole mission and sole focus is on defense.
And another thing, I want to make sure that I want to also point out the fact that the defensive line for the Eagles, for example, because I understand it is a Vic Fangio-esque defense, right? And that defensive line was a beast last year. The offensive line at Kansas City, really shout out to them. They held that defensive line very well during the Super Bowl. So
to 0 sacks, Ali.
Exactly. So I know Mahomes is the number 1 QB in the league today, but shout out to that offensive line. That's the real reason that he won that game. To be honest.
no, that's what I'm saying, Ali. Look at the offensive line.
That's an indictment on Fangio because Fangio had nothing to do with the defense other than that.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah, no, but he had influence.
Oh, you telling me the guy was working for the Eagles?
No, he was working.
He was methodically working his way down the field.
He got a check from the Eagles.
He was dinking and dunking his way down the field and an efficient offense.
Let me enhance my point. Let me enhance my point about head coach to DC, right? We all thought, oh, Mike McDaniel, he's he was in charge of the running game plan over in San Francisco and all that, right? Well, now he comes over as head coach in his first year, and we're faulting him for not running the ball enough.
Yeah, no, but Fangio.
So
the last.
No, but all I'm saying is, being a head coach, for your first year or two is like a whirlwind when it comes to the amount of duties you're responsible for as a head coach, as opposed to just a run game coordinator
is that Fangio coming into the AFC. I think Anthony's point coming into the AFC right now is that Fangio has more challenges in the AFC.
Hold on. Because Bill Belichick obliterates that whole notion because he was a defensive coordinator for the New York Giants and had crushed the Bills in the Super Bowl. Was his defensive responsibility. It didn't stop him when he became the head coach.
Okay, but you're talking about an outlier, Crypto. You're talking about one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Fangio has to become a great coach.
At some point we got to recognize the reasons that somebody is the greatest coach of all time.
No doubt. And could I say something about Fangio though? Let's not forget before he got fired, he had two of the greatest in the modern era defensive lines with. He had great defensive lines with. He was controlling that defense, even though he had a defensive coordinator. Let's not fool ourselves that he was controlling that defense.
Come on, man! Come on, bro! That don't matter. That don't matter. His attention was still drawn to other things as head coach.
And you're not pointing out what the stats was of the game. And you're not pointing out what the stats was of the game. What did they do to Mahomes? Did he hold Mahomes in check? Did he hold the running game in check? Did he slow Tyreek down? What did he do?
Guess what? Mahomes is Mahomes.
They almost broke Mahomes' leg, bro.
And Mahomes is Mahomes.
In the Super Bowl.
I mean, yeah, Mahomes. Like, okay,
I mean, you're talking about in the guy Mahomes beating him to get in the playoffs. Mahomes beating him in the Super Bowl. I mean,
and don't forget his coach Andy Reid too.
But the problem is Mahomes is 27 years old and he ain't getting no weaker.
I'm old enough to remember that. I'm old enough to remember that.
I'm just saying. All I'm trying to say is, okay. All I'm trying to say is this: how many Super Bowl rings does Mahomes have?
He's got 2 and counting.
Well, just answer the question. How many does he have?
He's got 2.
2.
He's been to 3 Super Bowls.
So there's 2. So there's 2 defensive coordinators that are no longer good defensive coordinators because Mahomes beat him in the Super Bowl. Who I forget who they were.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Dan Marino used to cook Buffalo.
Who was defensive coordinator for San Francisco?
And he couldn't do shit against the Patriots. We used to beat the Patriots, but he couldn't throw for 500 yards against the Patriots. He couldn't dominate the Patriots for 400 yards, but he should do that shit against Buffalo and the Jets. Sometimes teams just play you better.
And who you talking about? Marino?
Yeah.
Yeah, the scheme. Usually it's the scheme. Is that what you're saying? It's usually the scheme.
Man, let me tell you something. Just because you witnessed one game, I'm telling you, Miami and New England used to play Miami and New England used to play the 16 or 14 games, 13 and 9 games. Don't tell me.
Yeah, that's running the ball.
If anything, I want the DC that lost to Mahomes a couple times, so he knows what not to do next time.
Hey, Color, to your point, real quick about the Mahomes Super Bowl. Let me tell you something. The Chiefs were held in check up until the fourth quarter in the first Super Bowl by San Francisco's defense.
It don't matter. You play 4 games, Alex.
Garoppolo made a couple mistakes in that game that cost him the
So
game.
what? It was
as
a
well.
10-point deficit. He totally
He
wiped
has a
away.
sample size. All he said is he has a sample size, Crypto. He has a sample size.
That was 3 straight games that he overcame a 10-point deficit. The first time in league history that any quarterback in the same playoffs overcame a double-digit
You know what?
deficit to win the game.
I want to take a look at the Dolphins Chiefs game coming up in Germany. Okay, real quick. I want to talk about that game for a second. Okay.
So don't act like that was his only game against San Francisco. He did it against Houston that same year. And he did against the Titans.
All I'm saying is like people are acting like
Crypto,
Fangio is spent because
Alex
we have to
land.
face Mahomes. Like, well, then we might as well forget our season because we got Mahomes on the schedule. And if we want to make it to the Super Bowl, we got to face him again anyway.
Hold on, real quick. I want to let Alex land. Hold on, Crypto. I want to let Alex land, but facts are, Color. If you want to win the AFC, you're going to have to go through the Chiefs. Go ahead, Alex.
Exactly.
Yes, I agree with that, El Capitan. And now we got that game in Germany with the Chiefs.
That's what Anthony tried telling you.
That's a big game. And here's the thing.
But what is another defensive coordinator going to change that?
I think
we got to face the music at some point. You got to face Mahomes at some point twice.
Hold on. To Alex's point, to me, where my optimism lies, Big Nick, and thank you, Dr. Reggie. I'm guessing he dipped out. It is getting late.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Reggie.
Appreciate you, Dr. Reggie.
Where my optimism lies for this team, it's with the defense being healthy, adding the addition of Ramsey, but most importantly, adding the addition of Fangio. And if it can be 25% better than it was last year, which is a lot, because to me, guys, just a healthy team coming back minus Ramsey, it would have been a great football team last year. And it would, and the defense to me didn't lose very many games. Like I know there's a lot of people that put a lot on the defense not holding, stops in the fourth quarter, but I picked out 2 losses that the Dolphins had last year and broke them down the other day. And the defense straight 3 and outs, turnovers, all kinds of stuff. The only thing I'm really hoping for in an immense amount is an immense amount of difference is that this Fangio 4 scheme, this 4 high shell, 2 high shell that they're going to run outside of here is going to produce big stops on big in big situations and also some more turnovers. And those 2 things alone give me enough optimism. To me, it lies simple in this. It's the race to 12. It's the race to 12 if you want to win the AFC East. If the Dolphins come out and they get, to 12 wins as fast as anybody, they'll be just fine.
I think you make a strong argument for why the Fins might perform that much better next season. And the path lies in our defense producing that edge, that superlative. So I agree with you. And I just want to clarify, listen, I don't want to knock anybody's ability, or I don't want to knock anybody's hope or in what we may do next season, right? Everybody has the right to, for their own metrics, to project what they want for the team as a whole, right? But my only point was to suggest, let's not fool ourselves into counting our chickens before they've hatched, calling this team
all the parameters.
To sit there and say, hold on, let's let Robert get an opportunity. He's been waiting. Go ahead, Robert. Thank you, Kahari. I agree.
Yeah, it's called cautious optimism by definition.
So that's fine, and I'm okay with that statement. But to sit there and say they're radical projections or wild projections, to say that we're going to win the East, I don't think they're radical or wild at all. I agree they're projections.
They are, Robert.
They're optimistic, but I don't think they're radical or wild at all when you look at the division and the teams and you look at what's actually happened.
We're talking about Devon A-Chain the same way we talked about Chase Edmonds last offseason. And how
last year we were predicting 13 wins, 14 wins.
That's so different, Kari. Come on now.
Okay, so the assumption in this...
That is so much different, bro.
13 wins.
What did we lose in our running back room that we could go poo-poo about right now anyhow, because adding A-Chain to the running back room only has the potential to make it better. If not for nothing, the running back room will stay the same.
I agree. That's why I said earlier, it's really a semantics
But not
problem
only
here.
that, like, look at what the Bills lost. They lost their
That's true too. Great point by Robert. Is that
they didn't make a ton of upgrades. So, like, when you do projections,
either went down or lateral.
When you do projections, you project everything in the division. It is not wild or radical to sit there and say the Dolphins have a fair chance of winning the division.
Robert, who's the master of projections when it comes to NFL? It's Vegas, and Vegas projects the Dolphins at 9-8.
That's true.
Okay.
Oh, who cares
What they
about
project
Vegas?
that last
Just
year.
not rear end.
How do you move? So the question then becomes, Robert.
And again, that's because they're literally going on our 3 or 4 year average.
So, Robert, how then do you move 9 wins to 13 wins without being radical?
All right, so hold up.
I actually got to ask a question. Let Robert respond, and then I'll the big Nick.
So, Robert, let me ask the question. Okay, Robert, let me ask the question to you.
Let him ask the question.
Let me just make it clear. Let me just make it clear to you, Robert. So, okay, let me just clarify. So, Robert, your question was about the term radical, right? So, if Vegas is the authority and they projected 9 wins, how do you move the win total to 13 wins without being radical?
Okay, so Vegas does it on a traditional and historical backing. But if you sit there and look at it, we were at 9 wins and our QB missed 5 or 6 games last year.
The QB who lost the last 4 games healthy. Go ahead.
You can make an argument whether he's fully healthy in the Green Bay game or not. He looked damn good in the Buffalo game. He looked like shit in the Chargers game. He looked like shit in the fucking Saints game.
So,
that is a statement I would agree on.
Kahari, I will see you to Robert's point, and I will explain it to this way, where I am going to ride with the expectations of 12 type wins, winning the AFC East, making a run in the playoffs, and going in with both feet. And I'm going to tell you why. Plain and simple, pull back the curtain.
I told him a year ago that the Dolphins was gonna suck his ass again.
Listen, Kahari being tempering his expectation to more finding of reality, I am on board. But I'm gonna play into the delusion, and I'll tell you why, Kahari. Because if they don't live up to the expectations they are setting, that is, I mean, you're more a part of the minority, Kahari, right now with that type of thing than I've ever seen before, in such a disparity in this fan base where everyone's expectations are to win the division and make a run in the playoffs. I am going to ride that wave, because if it falters for the reasons that this team has faltered these past few years, I am going to burn down London. I'm going to burn down Rome. I'm going to burn it to ashes, bro. And ain't nobody going to stand in the way of when I come for they necks.
I'm actually one of the few that's still with. I'm one of the few that's still with Kahari. If you'd like to, if I could explain why. Because here's the thing. There's a couple different things. There's my expectation. There's the expectation the organization has set for me. Then there's my realistic prediction, which is what I would put my money on. Okay. And here's the thing. We're getting to a point now where, like, to Kahari's point, Vegas projects us at 9-8, and they're simply doing it on a 3 or 4 year running average, right? And the problem that I have is, last year we could say, okay, they got us at 8.5 wins, 9 wins, whatever. And you could argue, well, if they're doing it on a 3 year average, then that includes the 5-11 season. And so it would be fair to say that might be a little under projected and a decent bet that we might get over 9 wins or over 8.5. We ended up with 9, but that's the thing. A lot of people could say, the good bet would have been 10 wins, but we still didn't even make that. So now, if you go on a 3 year average, we're dropping off that 5-11 season, and we're still
at a 9.5 win average.
So Color, that's not fully in
nothing's
context.
changed.
So hold on though, Color. That,
Wait,
like,
bro,
that's
let me just finish real quick. Let me finish real quick.
And then I'll respond.
Okay, but okay. The thing of it is when I meant by my expectation and that what the expectation, my expectation is also factors in the expectation that the Dolphins organization has set for me, along with what a realistic expectation is. And so I expect our players to perform. I expect us to stay healthy this year. It's not a hope, it's an expectation as a customer, okay, that these things happen. And so I expect a 13 win. Hold on. I expect a 13-win season. Okay. Now, Kahari, is fair to say that's a radical expectation given what we're looking at. So I might not make a prediction of 13 wins.
So hold
ahead,
on real
Robert.
quick.
Yeah.
Here's where I have a problem.
And then Big Nick.
I'm lost. I am lost. Right now.
Yeah, then Big Nick.
Last year we were hit really, really hard with injuries. The QB play issues were another major factor. We swapped out our defensive coordinator, made some fairly good upgrades on defense.
Every NFL team deals with those issues.
The division has seen a shift.
Robert,
in
you're
personnel.
not wrong, but damn, I hate that. I hate hearing shit like that. Go
Those
ahead.
are just
Sorry.
But it means
If we're gonna pre-install, no. I'm not, this happened last year, and we said it was going to happen again, and it is. And if we're going to pre-install excuses, then we might as well just throw away the season.
Real quick. That's why I'm riding it full in. Because if it ain't there, there'll be no excuse that's going to live up. That's why, Kahari, I said that I'm going.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I'm saying when I'm evaluating wins that they could potentially have, that's part of my math. I look at the context, and I'm assuming we don't get battered and destroyed by injuries. I'm assuming that some other teams in the have shifted the power around, so the Bills, one, don't have such an easy ride, and two, the Bills are actually going to slide a little bit.
Go ahead, Big Nick.
No NFL team had more injuries.
Hold on. Go ahead, Big Nick, and then Crypto. Go ahead, Big Nick.
So I want to talk about things that are unreliable only when they fit narrative. Okay. Vegas in the 9-8. That's a lock-in point. You can get locked in at the Dolphins going 9-8. Come the end of training camp, end of preseason, they can move those projections. They can have the Dolphins at 10-7.
Well,
they can have the Dolphins at 11.
Pause a second, Big Nick. They don't move the projection. What happens is the public bets up and bets down.
Right.
As training camp comes and the public sees what's going on, that's what drives the line up.
Right. Then Vegas
let Big Nick land. Go ahead, Big Nick, and then Chris.
I just wanted to preface that.
Yeah.
But it all comes back down to Vegas adjust, right? If everybody named Mama jumped on 9-8, and Vegas gonna be like, what the fuck? And then they gonna sneak in 10-7 on your ass. You know what I'm saying? They gonna sneak that shit, and you can lock in on that too, right? So
that's why I think
Colin Cowherd knows something, bro.
Before Vegas, I predicted 9-8, 10-7 at best. That was my early prediction. Pre-Vegas.
My point is about Vegas is that how they can also be unreliable. Remember, we just saw a team that go to the NBA Finals with a 3% chance of beating Boston. That's a line. That's the odd they set. That's it's part of the game. It's part of the business.
But that's an outlier, though. That's
not an outlier.
Come on, man.
But what I'm saying is, it's an outlier. It's an outlier, but it's also a business model.
But
you
you
see
can't
right there in real time.
But you're talking about playoff.
Vegas is playing us, man.
Big Nick, outliers in themselves are exactly that, outliers. That's usually something that you don't see coming. So yeah, if you're saying that you're going to bet because the Dolphins are at 9-8 that they're the outlier team that's going to go 12 and 5 or 12-4, whatever it is, of course it's possible. But
my argument is more
to play now. Okay, if you're going to say, well, I'm going to take the data that we haven't been that team in 30 years to make the run, and also for all these other reasons that you have as well, and say, and Vegas bets this way, you're going to take that data and go, all right, this algorithm tells me that odds are increased from 50% to 51% that this is the time to bet it.
Outlier or not outlier. Outlier or not outlier. The business model remains the same. Once that data and additional information comes in, then Vegas will change. It will change. And
so change because the betting's going to change. Public narrative is high on the Dolphins.
Right.
I'll give it that.
I thought money moved the needle.
And just by that, still that's the data.
Yeah, money is data. Let's be real.
That's the
data. But also,
Gotcha.
people are looking at 9 and 8, and Colin Cowherd, ESPN, PFF. All these teams are ranking the Dolphins.
You, Chris,
I'm landing right here. I'm landing. I'm done. So
and then I want to throw it to crypto.
By its very nature, anything go data gathering, by its very nature, is unreliable. So that's why I don't use what this person says.
This is all based on projection. Hey, real quick for everyone, the odds are actually 9.5 wins for the Dolphins,
which is a good buy-in.
So it's already moved
if you got it. If you got
if they get Cook, I bet you it moves up again.
Yeah. And there's only like 2 or 3 teams that have 11 or better.
Crypto, go ahead. I know you've been itching to get in. Go ahead, Crypto.
Before you go, Crypto, I wanted to clarify one quick point. Basically, if the line starts at a number, okay, if 3 months from now the line is higher than it started, that means a lot of people disagree with the average. If it's lower than the line started, that means a lot of people disagree with the average. If it's right where it is right now, that means everybody agrees with the average. It's about consensus over time.
So what if we get Cook? Does that move the line?
No, I think it's different when win-loss.
Great question by Cap for Life. If we get Cook, does that move the line? I would say it would.
It would.
All of a sudden, Colin Cowherd didn't like us, but then he wants to bet on us. He knows something, bro. I bet you something's going to happen with Cook.
Crypto, go ahead.
Don't fall for the okie doke. But speaking of okie doke, don't fall for his Calter's okie doke. But listen, I had to say this: we're falling for it once again. To Color's point, we could just push play every year at this time on June the 17th every year, and we're having the same conversation. This is why I say this, because
for the banana
we're going to be told, we're being told and being preached to, that which I have a problem with, that this is the greatest team that the Dolphins has ever assembled. And then on the other hand, they speak with a forked tongue and say, "Oh, temper our expectations. We can't expect Super Bowl." If you're gonna tell me we're the greatest in the Dolphins history,
yes,
tell me that I can't expect Super Bowl
into the same trap.
Time. Hold on, because
you ain't talking to me. I'm out of that. I'm out of that.
They don't want to put
nobody like me.
They don't want to
because for the same
material. That's fine.
The same thing. Sitting up there saying that this is what we have on paper, and we ain't played a single snap, and then on the other hand, you want to present that as the fact, but we haven't played a single down. But this is what I say to that.
Crypto, let me ask you a question, Crypto, real quick.
Hold on, I'm not finished.
When you don't
let Crypto finish. Let Crypto finish.
Crypto,
You're good. You're good. Go ahead and finish, Crypto.
Everything's
land.
on paper right now.
Yeah, that's true, but they're
Chiefs
presenting
are
it
on
like
paper right now.
Well, no, the Chiefs is not on paper because
The
they
Chiefs
won
are on paper right now. At this point, they're on
Crypto,
paper.
I apologize, but I didn't mean to cut you off.
They're
That's just a sidebar conversation. I don't. By
The
definition,
Chiefs are on paper. What the past 5 years they've been on paper?
No, right now, at this moment,
the past 5 years have the Chiefs been on paper?
Right now, at this moment, the Chiefs are on paper.
He just making
Let Crypto land. Let Crypto land. Go ahead, Crypto.
That's a tactical deflection. But anyways, we all know who the Chiefs are.
Crypto.
Just like when the Patriots was building their dynasty, everybody was writing them off and saying this is their window. This was their window. They're shutting things down. Brady is getting too old. He's getting older. Then 6 championships later,
we did to Mahomes last season.
We're looking long in the tooth. And it's the same process is happening all over again against that team in the middle of the country, and we're spinning our wheels and telling us we got the best team in Dolphin history. How about in respective to the rest of the league? We're supposed to be competing against the rest of the league, not against.
Because we're not worried about the rest of the teams in the league because we are Dolphin
Crypto
fans.
just found the Mott and Bailey. Crypto just found the Mott and Bailey. See, while
We're
they tell
Dolphin
us,
fans.
well, look.
Dolphin fans.
Here's
why.
the thing. Here's the thing.
They don't understand that. They use your fandom
hold on.
against
Here's
you.
the thing. We could have both could be true. We could have the best team we've ever had in 25 years, but it could also not even come close to competing.
But I want to ask Crypto a question.
Exactly. That's my whole point. They like to say that all the time.
I would say this. Let me land real quick. Let me land, and I want to, and then I want to throw it to Alex. I want to land, and then I'm going to throw it to Alex. I would
We're
say
saying best
equally.
team we've
Hold
had
on,
in 25
Color.
years
Hold on,
ain't
Color.
a large bar.
Equally, equally the argument that we can be the team that Big Nick is talking about, and equally we can be the argument that we are the team that wins 6 games next year because the injury just runs rampant through the whole football team or something. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, but no. I was going to finish with the injury thing because a lot of people say it based on being top heavy. They like to say they only use that we're the best team assembled based on maybe a handful of players, but they don't base it on the entire 53. But then if you're going to base it on the entire 53, I don't want to hear nothing about injury excuses. Because if you build it based on the best and based on the top 53 people, then I don't want to hear the injury as an excuse as the reason why you can't be in the Super Bowl.
100%.
So to me,
that's why I rock with you, Crypto.
That's why I do have expectations allowed to be high because to me the backups, Fangio, but the backup guys, the role player guys, have enough grit to them to be impactful. And I used the example the other day on offense that if Jalen Waddle goes out of the game, are we going to notice that much of a amount of production, or even Tyreek missing a game? Is the production going to be am I going to let the team have an absolute cliff dive of production and accept it because Waddle or Tyreek isn't there? No, I'm not. I'm going to say, look, I got Braxton Berrios to come in for that week. I got Chosen Anderson. I've got any one of these other guys, or all of these guys should make up for the lack of production because we're missing X player. And I look at every position front to back on everywhere on this football team. The only positions I worry about where depth gets to be an issue is defensive tackle.
Wait, what happened?
and line and off ball linebacker. That's it.
Okay, I want to say this real quick. Scummy. First of all, I don't know. You're
addressing the troll, right? So
he's a troll. So Crypto, I want to ask you this question.
Scummy, remember, bro, his name is Scummy.
First of all, Scummy.
No need to get so sensitive.
Too much energy, man. Too much energy.
I want to ask Crypto these questions. Okay, Crypto. Your years of being a Dolphins fan, I want to go back to what I was saying earlier about the playoff teams. Okay, where were your expectations in 2000 when we made the playoffs, when we won the AFC that first year with Jay Fever? What were your expectations? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was very high.
I don't know. You remember what you had for dinner that night?
Very, very high, coming up to 62 to 7 defeat.
Yeah, I remember that.
Going to that season, knowing that Marino.
Had we played the right teams in the playoffs, we could have won the Super Bowl that year.
Hey, Crypto, do you remember what you had for breakfast 30 years ago?
Okay, but
I don't remember.
But here's
Alexander, real quick, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I got to
very high.
First of all, guys, I didn't mean for this to be a Joker contest because I'm getting to where I'm getting at here. I'm getting to my point here.
No, but I'm pretty sure we all expected to win, bro. I mean,
the Dolphins that year in 2000, the reason why they lost to Oakland in that very next round is because they once that ran Lamar Smith into the ground in that Colts game. Okay, that's number 2.
But that ain't had nothing to do with his defense.
In 2001, the wild card loss to Baltimore. Did you expect us to make the playoffs the following year?
I expect my team to win every game, every year, all the time, bitches.
Okay.
Wait, let me go back. Let me go back to the first one, right?
You know the difference between
where are we going with this?
Crypto, you know the difference between a knife and the line of questioning? The knife has a point. God damn, bro.
Okay, but before you get to your point,
hold on. And then
Alex, I hope the Dolphins are 17-0 next season.
I am stealing that one.
2008, coming off the 1-15 season with Sparano as the first-year coach. Did you expect to win the division that year?
You know what? You know what I expect. You know what's become the trend. Hold on. You know what's become the trend for the Dolphins? Rookie head coaches catch the division sleeping on a team that makes a run and galvanizes. Then it's followed up after a playoff year with a complete shit show for a million excuses. Hold on, real quick, Alex and Crypto. I need you guys to jump in and jump back on. Your mics are fucked.
Yeah. Or Alex, it might be you might just need to reconnect your Bluetooth. It's like staticky.
Hey, am I good though? Am I finally good?
I need Crypto to jump off too.
I've been trying to.
Can you hear me now?
Your mic is popping. So jump in and jump off.
Let me say this about the 2001 play game.
Before you go,
Color, you always say before you go.
All right, go ahead, Big. You're right. Go ahead, Big Nick.
Listen, that 2001 playoff game against the Indianapolis Colts, right? Me being right here firsthand, I remember where I was. The game was blacked out. If you wasn't at the game, you didn't see it.
Yes, it was.
I was at the hospital. I was at Plantation General Hospital. My best friend had just had his daughter, right? So we was right there listening to it on the radio. And I can absolutely tell you, we was horrified. No one expected to win nothing that year. We was horrified doing it.
Then why were you listening?
Because I am. You cut
You're
me
a
in
sadist?
off and on.
Are you a sadist?
No, because I am.
Hey, give me both guys. Give me both
I am
guys.
a Dolphin. I am a Dolphin. I am a
Mad
part
Dog,
of the logo.
Not if you expected us to lose.
I didn't say I expected us to lose. I said we was horrified.
You said you didn't expect us to win.
But I didn't expect us to lose either. I don't think like that. You think like that.
Come on. No.
Like
You must be a sadist.
You think like that. I don't think like that.
Fiedler was
Bro,
terrible
Jake
in that
Fiedler
game
was on the
too.
cover of Sports Illustrated
was
that year, bro.
horrible in that game.
Listen, I listened to the game back in 2001, and I expected us to win.
Lamar Hunt ran for 200. Or not Lamar Hunt. Was it Lamar Hunt?
Lamar Smith.
Lamar Smith ran for 201 yards that game, 40 carries.
40 carries,
and he was absolutely trashed the following week against, I think it was Baltimore.
The Raiders.
No, I don't think.
It was the Raiders. It was Oakland Raiders. Yes.
Yeah, I think he had 4 yards
on the road.
Yeah, he was bad that year. Another thing is this: the 2009 team, after coming off the division win, the team in 2009 was not even better than the 2008 team.
Alex, you need to reconnect your Bluetooth. You got to reconnect your Bluetooth. Color's right.
We lost the quarterback early.
Hey, finally, it's him, right? It's not me.
Hold up, real quick. Kahari, land, and then I want to throw it to TDR.
Yeah, real quick point. I'll just stop this point real quick. Listen, in this past NBA postseason, right? I hope the Heat would win, but I expected them to lose in the first round. Therefore, I was rewarded when they beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Next, I expected them to beat the Knicks, and I was happy that they beat the Knicks. Next, who they play in the finals before we got to the
Boston.
Boston, right? I expected us to lose, but I hoped we would win. So I was overjoyed when we beat them, right? In the finals, I expected us to lose, but my hope for them to win was never in question. I hope the team would win.
Yes,
right?
Way better.
That's the difference between you and I, buddy. I don't think like that.
Well, you said you didn't expect them to win and you didn't expect them to lose. That tells me you don't think.
No, what? Well, I mean, whatever shots you want to take at me, all it tells me is that you and I are two different people, and that don't make you better or less than me.
I'm not saying I'm better.
No, you don't have to do that.
that.
You don't have to do that. But you have to tell me I don't think because I don't think the way you do.
Don't take it personal.
It's not personal. How can I not take it personal when you're trying to fault me?
Just take it
You said you didn't expect them to win. You said you didn't expect them to lose.
Right,
what kind of answer is that?
I didn't assert that.
You expected a tie?
I don't think
there
like
was no ties in the league at that time.
Listen.
No.
In that situation, I was hoping we'll win. And that's
I'm never going to be horrified of the team that I'm a fan of. Never.
Big Nick's point.
I'm horrified right now.
You and I are two different people. That don't make you better.
The Dolphins were down.
I never said I'm better. You got a guilty conscience.
I don't know why you had to vocalize that.
Guys.
I would
Hold
love
on.
to hear
Try
TDR.
not to speak with a guilty conscience.
Timeouts are in full effect, by the way, guys. So if anybody's getting on your nerves, time's out.
17-3 in that game.
Timeouts are in effect.
And Fiedler had thrown 2 picks in the first half. He was terrible in the first half.
Okay, and I still expected us to win because we had a better defense.
Manning was on point in the game, in that playoff game. That was Peyton Manning's first ever playoff game.
But we played a better quarterback. What is that saying? It's not like we're not going to play a better quarterback when we play against teams this year.
You guys are talking 20 years back.
What does it got to do with the place up here in Germany?
What I'm get at is that all those teams.
Okay, we played against a better quarterback. So what?
This team is much better than the 2009 team, than the 2001 team, and than the 2017 team.
No, it's not. They haven't proven it. You can say that till you blue in your face.
Okay, but again.
You can say that till you blue in your face. It's not been proven.
Can I have a chance to answer?
This team is better than the 1974 team and the 1974 5. The 5 years and the 62 team.
Are you gonna tell me Skyler? Also, what you gonna do is tell me that Skyler Thompson had a better game against the Bills than Jay Fiedler had against the Colts? Is that your point? Because that's the only quarterback. That's the only quarterback on this roster. That's the only quarterback that on this roster that had playoff experience that you can make their
Crypto, you don't even have to go that far to smash his point. Listen, you don't even have to go that far to smash his point because he just said that those teams we should have had no faith in those teams. So what if our roster is better than those teams right now? They're better than teams we shouldn't have had faith in. I'm not saying you, Nick. No, not you, Nick.
But Alexander didn't say that either.
Diaz said it.
You said the team that had Johnny Unitas on it. Y'all was trembling in y'all boots.
Oh, okay. Well, is that all right with you?
No, Nick. I wasn't saying you said that. I was saying Diaz said that.
Okay, but I'm just saying, but Crypto, like if you was in the same room with me, would you slap the shit out of me for my opinion, Crypto? Because that's what it sounds like.
Oh
shit! No, that's what it sounds like.
Hey, no disrespect to anybody, guys. Come
That's
on.
what it sounds like, man. It sounds like you, for the way you just came at Alexander, sound like you
giving the big old hug.
The way I came in, why you white knighting Alexander?
No, why you so hostile with your voice, man? Like
because he's trying to convince me of something that I'm not convinced of.
And it sounds like you'll put your hands on that man.
This team is better than that team.
It sounds like you'll put your hands on that man.
Hold on.
Silence. TDR, please.
Crypto. Who
it ain't that serious, though.
How you speaking in here, bro? Let TDR talk. He's been waiting.
Chill. You went through that nonsense playoff exercise. You're proving me that Skyler played better in the
look like one of those guys who called in last
night. I'm
night.
trying to say because that's the only analogy that I'm going to accept. That Skyler played better in the playoffs.
Are you willing to fight about that?
Snickerdoodle cookies in the back.
Rather than Jay Fiedler playing against the Ricky Coach.
Are you willing to get violent?
Because that's the only comparison you can make. Because that's the only quarterback that played the playoffs recently.
Are you willing to become violent about
that?
That's why.
Crypto, the starting defense.
Hey, Lewis, he's got auto unmute, bro. I don't know how he does it, man.
34 points in that playoff game. Yes, and this defense last year just recently gave up 34 points in that playoff game.
Because we were about their opinions last year. That's
you would beat somebody up about their opinion.
Hey, y'all gonna wake up Alex Baby, bro.
But it happened.
Hey, man.
You guys dumb for a second?
Yo.
Oh, man,
did you notice though? He's got he's got some kind of auto unmute feature, bro. Did you notice that?
I noticed that. You can play any video and Crypto is still hearable.
Immediately unmuted. He's got like auto unmute or something.
I think he's got like two things going or something. I don't know what he's got.
Crypto's very
I am so glad he's not in the same room with Alex, man. I am so glad he's not in the same room with Alex, man. He will bring
First of all, Crypto, Big Nick, Crypto is a teddy bear. He is a teddy bear.
I'm being facetious, man. I'm just saying.
Calm down, Alex is a big dude, man. Alex might have some violence.
All you gotta do is give Crypto a hot dog and a glass of water, and he's a teddy bear.
That's it, bro.
It's just the way he feels. That's just Alex's opinion. My opinion is mine. You can't change it. Don't yell about my opinion. It's
Well,
mine.
he's just trying to wake you up, Big Nick. Wake up.
No, I don't want that.
Your opinion takes 15 minutes long. We have been waiting.
Take the red pill.
That's against my
Take the
will.
red pill.
Me and
That's
Big
against
Nick
my
right
will.
now.
Hold on. I want to hear from TDR. He's been waiting patiently.
That's against
Go
my
ahead,
will.
TDR.
Go ahead, TDR.
Hey, I was watching this this video the other day. It was from Bills City Mafia, some shit like that. And it was a Bills guy and a Dolphins guy, and they were
Nickel City, right, TDR?
Basically position groups. Yeah. You saw it. All right, so they were going head to head on position groups, and it was a dead heat. We were even 5-5.
You remember what it was that broke the tiebreaker, right?
God damn.
No. What was it?
Long snapper.
Yeah, well, fuck that.
Aren't they fucking brothers?
Yeah.
How the fuck did that break any position? That's a wash if I've ever heard of it. Go ahead. Continue, TDR. Sorry.
So, but the three position groups that I was really, I think, all right, you tell me. If I'm telling you that our wide receiver group, our secondary, and our linebackers group are all better than the Bills, that's pretty heavy. I mean, I would say that those are heavier weight than the other position groups, except for maybe quarterback. But you tell me.
No, when I was challenging him, you saw his face, right?
One.
He was like, it's dead heat. You guys got running back? I said, yeah, we got better running backs. It was like a 0.5 differential.
I think our D-line is top 3 in the league.
So you were saying compare us to other teams instead of our teams.
I haven't been asking any questions.
I've asked you 3 questions that
And I
you
answered
only
it.
just clarified that you're a great good
Chris, he does
old
that,
Dolphin
bro. He
fan.
does
That's
that,
what
bro.
you've done the whole
Chris, he's a
time.
master at that, bro.
Listen,
You've
I
evaded
wanted-
every question.
I wanted
with not a
I wanted to go
solidified
negative
answer.
once. I wanted to go negative
No,
once.
it's not negativity,
No,
bro.
listen.
It's honestivity.
Listen.
Honest
This
mytivity,
is
dog.
my honest.
This ain't no
this is my
social
honest
experiment,
opinion.
bro. You know
This is
us.
my honest
I
feeling.
always got Big Nick's back. He
This is
put
my-
Offerdahl
this is-
on his all-time team, bro. I
This
always
is my
got Big
honest
Nick's
feeling
back.
right here. You said something earlier.
And
Yeah, he bought time with Jeff Cross. I'll give him
You
that.
said Tua misses 4 games. We back our way into the wild card. Tua wins the wild card. Just say we got all the way up to the AFC Championship game and we lose. I'm out of there with Tua.
That's what I wanted to hear, Big Nick. Did you hear, Big Nick?
I
That's
believe
what I
it
wanted to
100%.
hear.
You know what, Big
Those
Nick?
4 games,
You know what, Big Nick?
those 4 games he
Big
missed.
Nick.
Those
Big
4
Nick,
games
Big
probably
Nick.
cost me home
Big
field.
Nick, Big Nick.
Cost
It
me
is
home
my
field in the
it is
Super
my
Bowl.
trust in those words, bro. Out of you, it is my trust in those words is why I respect you so much because I believe it 100%.
No, because that'd be a reason why we didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
He
that
hasn't been
tone
the
of voice
reason-
that you
he
had,
hasn't
that
been
was
the reason why we
conservative.
haven't won
That
the
was
Super Bowl.
calm and assertive.
That would
Like
be
you know that your
Kahari,
mind's made up. You're not waiting till next year.
Kahari, would you like to respond? We've been trying to get that answer out of Big Nick
Yeah,
for a little bit now.
No problem with that. Oh, I have zero problem with Big Nick's explanation there. Power to you, Big Nick. That's all I got to say.
All right, so yeah,
But-
TDR. Hold on.
But if he misses no games and we get to the AFC Championship and we lose, I'm
What if
still
he
with my
misses
dog.
no games when we
Just don't
don't get
project
into the
it. Just don't
playoffs?
project it. I'm still
Is it
gonna hate,
fault?
bro, because I ain't
What
doing
if
it to
he
you, man.
misses
How did he
0
play?
games
How did he
and
play?
we don't get in the
How did he
playoffs?
play? How did he
Not
play?
well enough to take us into the playoffs.
Did he play is the question.
Then no, I'm not with that. I'm not with
All
that.
right.
He'd
I
be
love
gone.
you,
What if-
buddy.
what
That
if
was
we don't
thank
make the
you.
playoffs?
But just
What if we don't
between
make the
you and me,
playoffs?
Big Nick, you know that I can't handle people projecting that I'm gonna hate if
What
he
if-
does make it through and
Hold on.
show me different.
What if we don't
Yeah,
make the
Crypto,
playoffs?
but, I mean, Color, this is a
What if
breakthrough.
we
Like, why
don't
do
make the
people
Hold
playoffs?
project
on,
that
let
I'm
him-
gonna
let him-
hate over that?
What'd you say, Big Nick?
What if we don't make the playoffs and we're 1 game from making the playoffs, which makes Tua in serious MVP contention? If we would have made the
I don't want to hear that,
playoffs,
Job. You know
we
the
would have
answer
made
to
the play.
that.
Well, but you want to hear the call from Captain the other
Well, if
way.
we don't make the
What if
playoffs, you know
we
the answer
don't
to
make the
that. Don't
playoffs?
fool
What if
yourself.
we?
Okay.
And the only
Okay.
reason
All
he
right,
don't
hold
win
up.
the MVP is because we
The
didn't make the playoffs.
Dolphins win 11 games and still miss the playoffs.
He
Just
can't
saying,
win
which I don't see.
MVP.
I don't
He
see
can't
how the
win
fuck
MVP.
that happens. If the Dolphins only win 8 games and he has MVP type numbers, I don't give a shit. I don't give
That's an
a
excuse.
shit, bro. I
That's an
don't give a
excuse.
shit. I don't, because to me, that outcome only spells a few scenarios for me.
What if he wins 12 games and he has Lamar Jackson numbers?
What do you mean Lamar Jackson numbers? He's running all over the place.
Pass.
Listen to me. I don't give a shit if he throws 180 yards a game and 1 touchdown a game on average, and that wins us 12 games. I'm gonna say Mike McDaniel has installed a multitude system that he found the perfect quarterback to mold it around to win.
But if you have a Dan Marino season, and we win 9 games,
can I answer your question? I would be fine with a Daniel Jones type contract at that point if that's what happened.
But no, you didn't have the second part. Cap would be okay with the Lamar Jackson passing numbers if we.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the one I'm answering. That's the one I'm answering.
The league went to 17 games.
What I'm saying,
yes, hold on to Nick. Yes, on the flip side of the coin, if he lights up the skies, I'm gonna have to look into the games that were lost and go.
Okay.
Did the Dolphins? Did he only light up the skies in junk time when we're down 3 touchdowns? You know what I'm saying?
At least I got you to a soft maybe, because 5 minutes ago you were like, "Fuck that." He likes something.
No, because I'm sorry, because it's going to be a fuck that, because that's the only way that scenario works in today's
But I think
NFL.
the way that Capitan and I have called the games over the last season, I think shows that we are where we can make that soft agreement. You know what I mean?
But is it okay? Is it okay that I have my view outcome of what I want him to be? That's different.
Why wouldn't
from
it be
yours?
okay?
That's different from yours.
No, it's not okay. Of course,
I don't want to be attacked. I don't want to be attacked from my.
He says no to the people that think the opposite.
Hold on, let's just make something clear here,
No, I
Nick.
don't. I absolutely do not.
Of course, you have the right to believe and have whatever opinion you want in any
Bro, you
player
say that
on the
people that don't
roster.
believe in Tua don't want us to win, that you want them out of here.
I never said that.
The problem becomes when you then say. The problem then becomes when you then say he is already that. He is already the greatest. He is already the best. That's what causes the argument.
Kahari, is he not him?
But Kahari,
because that's assuming burden of proof.
Backwards.
That's what I'm saying is that what Kahari's saying is that's assuming burden of proof, Big Nick. When you say he is going to do this,
no, that's the way you guys.
You've got to show evidence as to why we should believe that.
But again, the way and I try to keep pointing out that this is me, right? So when Kahari says that, what I says is when I voice my opinion about that, right, and you disagree with that opinion, how is that in the big scheme of things? How does that affect you?
Because when you say the fans, you're not real fans.
That affects your logic.
Other fans.
That affects your logic.
No, I'm talking in jest.
I'm talking in jest. And they're not real fans. That's when it affects other fans.
But I didn't say that. See, again, you take my word. Take my word.
Let's all answer one at a time.
Wait, yeah, because they're addressing me. They're addressing me, and it'd be great if I can address them back, right? You just take my words and try to make them fit to your narrative about me. What I said
come on, you know me, bro.
Come on, Cap. Let me say it, man. This is what I said.
Go ahead.
I said I believe there are people in this fan base who would rather see Tua fail than to see the Miami Dolphins win.
There probably are.
Now,
I would say there's an
equal
amount.
Whatever you said, I said.
I would say this, Big Nick.
Full conversation said or a narrative even completed. You're quick to say he's not a real fan.
I would say this, Big Nick. There's an equal amount of people in the fan base that don't give a shit if the Dolphins get into the playoffs or win the playoffs. As long as Tua puts up those Dan Marino numbers you were talking about to make sure he gets another chance.
But that doesn't affect my fandom at all.
Those aren't real fans.
That doesn't affect my fandom at all. I don't look, man.
Yeah, Big Nick has the right to have his fandom.
My best friend would tell you this.
Fans.
I disagree. I disagree with my best friend. When he wants the best. But now you guys are kind of making me come to the realization that he might be right. Like Big Nick only gives a fuck about Big Nick.
Big Nick, we live in Big Nick's universe, dog. We know.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that. I'm just talking about like there's nothing you guys can say to change my viewpoint.
Oh,
my
no,
outlook.
Right. I want to answer your actual question, Big Nick, real quick, if I could. The question you had about what about how it affects me, your opinion and your staunchness on Tua and all that, it don't affect me. The only thing I've told you before, the only thing that affects me is when somebody projects onto me that I'm gonna hate if he proves me wrong.
And that's what it sounds like when you say there's some people in the fan base who believe he's going to fail. It's not that we believe he's going to fail. It's that in his first 3 years, he has failed.
Hey, Kari,
he failed in the Tennessee game. He failed in the last 4 games of last season.
Let me show you how this works.
Those are objective facts.
Don't bring up the Tennessee game anymore, please.
And by the way, it's hold on. It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I just want to tell all the fathers, Happy Father's Day. It's officially Father's Day.
Let me say this back to you.
Let me do exactly what I want to do for Father's
Day. If El Capitan would have said the exact same thing that I said, I wouldn't have said a word. You know why? Because he ain't fucking talking about me. So that's why I said there's some in the fan base. I ain't called no names because I don't know who they are. I just feel like that. So you don't have to address that shit and be offended by that. You don't have to be offended by that.
You know what I want? Right on the head, Big Nick. You just hit it right on the head. Hold on. You just hit it right on the head, Big Nick. How would we know who those people are if it wasn't for people like us to give those people a platform to expose themselves?
And I think more so than that, you know, me coming to a conclusion is just like everything. I've gathered evidence throughout my life and I form a conclusion. And that's the feeling I'm getting. I don't have one name, but I'm getting that feeling based on my experiences in life. That's what it's drawing me to. So that's why I can boldly assert that myself.
But Nick, would you agree that other people do that though?
To you.
Do you agree that there are other people in this fan base who call people haters?
How many times have you told Pete he's not a true fan?
Oh, I troll Pete like he troll us.
Okay. All right,
that's real. Okay. That's real. Everybody knows I troll Pete.
Big Nick, would you acknowledge that some people do call people haters?
Say what?
Would you acknowledge that there are some people in this fan base who do go after people calling them haters because they don't have rosy views?
I will call. Listen. See, we having 2 different conversations from what originally it is to the hater. I call you a hater.
Okay.
If I feel like it's something you hate, no, absolutely. Like Fred, I call Fred a hater.
That's a lazy analysis.
So if you call someone a hater, then don't be upset when they come back at you.
When all y'all were saying drop it, don't even make the playoff.
Listen. You can be a fan of the team. You can be a fan of the team, but certainly like you.
Because I think you were one
hating on certain situations when it comes to the team because you don't like a player. Those are 2
and I'm over here
things,
just tell y'all, hey. We can still make the playoffs. Big Nick.
I think here's another way of what, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kari, but here's another way to say what Kari's saying, at least from my perspective. We have a lot of people.
Hey, Kari, you in the hood. You know, hated me.
Hold on, Big Nick. Hold on. A lot of people have come at me over the last year or two and asked me my feelings on certain players or certain issues or whatever. And then they turn around and attack me because I give an emotional answer. Well, when you're asking a man about his feelings about something, he has to give you an emotional answer because that's what feelings are.
Okay, yeah.
Color, real quick, Color, because Big Nick, I don't think Big Nick knows the amount of criticism that I have gotten defending our quarterback. To the point where it was fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you, fool me 3 times, you know the rest. And I was still there. Now, for people to call my crib and do stuff on the low and interfere with my family, I think that's pushing it to the level, but you don't hear me complaining.
Hey, I can't relate to that. I apologize that's happening to you. But listen, to that same point, you know how many times people done told me to give my life to the Lord?
Yeah, bro, but this is football.
It ain't changed.
The Lord of football don't mix.
That was the same thing. Just because people kept coming at you, don't mean you have to change your opinion.
Hey,
be strong in your convictions, bro.
Be strong in your convictions. I have to say fair point, Big Nick.
Be strong in
all
your
say we
convictions
don't
and
mix
don't get
religion
bitter
and
about it.
politics with
You
football.
change. Listen, if
Well,
you were
then
so
go watch
strong in your
Barry
convictions,
Cunningham's channel.
if you were so strong in your own convictions, and
I
that
don't
you
think
would
Jim
let people make
Farwell will
you
approve
change,
of
then
that.
you wasn't that strong
I'm
in it.
strong on my
Or
convictions. That's
Reverend
why I'm
Barry
here every day on this
Cunningham.
panel.
Look,
You
the
think
way
I'm gonna
I
let
am
people
about
like tell
Tua,
me what to think and what to feel just to threaten
He
my
just
family?
turned into the
No,
the
700
way I
Club.
am, the way I am about Tua, I was worse about Tannehill because Tannehill had a cannon,
yeah,
and I'm
bro,
a
but you
former
didn't call
quarterback.
people's cribs and
I
threaten them.
was what, man? I was worse about Tannehill. I wanted Tannehill to be
You
the
were
best
calling
shit
people's
to
cribs
ever.
and threatening them?
Come on, man. I'm sorry that
Why?
happened to
Because
you, man.
Tannehill had a what? A cannon, you said?
He had a cannon,
So you
and I
was
played
more
quarterback.
harder on him, is what you're
He had
saying.
a cannon with no GPS.
I needed him to be the replacement for Dan Marino. I was enamored. I was infatuated by
We all
Ryan
were, bro.
Tannehill but that was only strictly because of that rocket. I didn't see the other deficiencies in his game because I fell in love with the rocket. So my
what do you think
point
about
was,
Jeff Ireland, Big Nick? Do
Well,
you
let
think Jeff
Nick
Ireland
keep
got a
talking
bad
because
rap?
he's arguing against himself here.
How
My
Let
come
him keep
Adam
talking.
Gase didn't fix it?
my point
Wasn't he the quarterback
is that
whisperer?
I am like this about my team. Period. No matter what deficiencies you guys may see, I'm sorry. I choose not to see those and see the positives.
Fair enough.
But no matter how I see
Adam
it
Gase
anyway,
didn't fix
no matter how
Tannehill?
I see it, no matter how I see it, it's not going to
Big Nick
hold up.
is a
to the
happy
mark.
son of a bitch.
No
Big
matter
Nick is
which
the
way I
happiest
see it,
motherfucker to walk these streets. But I will say this, hold
my
on, Big
viewpoint
Nick.
is not going to help them hold up the
I will
Lombardi
say
trophy.
this, Big Nick, to Cap's point, and to a lot of people's point, and I think plenty can contest to this point I'm gonna make. As you come into the universe of internet Dolphin fandom, they want there's something that happens when you get on Twitter, not so much on Facebook. You get on Twitter, you get on YouTube, you try to ingratiate yourself to the community, and there's a temperature being taken, and people are watching, and people are they're test they want to test your blood, they want to know who you believe in, they want to know all your shit, and then there's a full on gatekeeping that happens. They move in the shadows now. From what I could tell, and I don't want to crow or nothing, but there was a lot of big changes that happened around the time when the tailgate got to the house. And for real, there was some big time gatekeeping, was there not, Crypto? And there was a dismantling that had to take place.
It was a godsend.
There was a dismantling that needed to take place to let people know that, hey, motherfuckers, this ain't your team, this is my team, and my team be everybody's team. And
hallelujah.
It took some time to really, point out these people and wade through the nonsense, but there still is new people coming into the community. There still is new people coming into being creators or whatever have you, that these guys are going and they're putting their hooks in, and they're trying to puppeteer out there, and it's crazy to see it. There's like a whole in crowd of who's allowed to know what and this, that, and the third. And
Chris, I like it. Democracy rules. I like it. I like the numbers enhancing in our favor. But damn, it's like if we don't agree with a certain number on one side, you're outcast.
Yeah, and Big Nick, that's the thing, is that there's people out there that are as not a good a people as you are, that would take some of the banter that you give us, which is fun. You know what I mean? But
it's banter is usually not a bad thing.
But there's others out there that'll take that same thing and weaponize it against us and claim that, it's like, and ignore the fact that we even had that we invite and accept people like you in your point of view on Tua,
or all points of views,
and claim that we're all about hating on the man all the time. Well, if we were, we wouldn't let you up here. You know what I mean?
Preach, color. Preach, color.
Hey, by the way, how many away from 5K?
I think we're like 25 away from 5K.
Okay.
So we've been kind of been, besmirched, I'll say, to put it lightly, for basically
they came for the kids.
As if we don't let people like you have a voice.
Nah. Again, I don't even think it has to be so much to who does or doesn't get a voice. there's a lot of people that want to put things in a box and have surrounding themselves with no opposition that isn't checked and balanced in the sense that they stamp of approval. And I gotta put Big Nick on mute.
Yeah, I was just speaking to how they weaponize it.
They do weapon to against us. I would imagine on the flip side, maybe people are out there weaponizing it that way. I don't see it, but that ain't what it is to be a fan. That ain't what it is to be a community. And that shit, again, they don't have to get along. And there's some people that talk real tough out in these streets about rolling up or some bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of here. You ain't rolling up on nobody.
Yeah, no, bro, I'm done with
You ain't
that.
rolling
They
up
only
on
do that when you start speaking your mind and it hits a nerve. That's it.
I can laugh at it. But here's where I got a problem. Is somebody not like the rest of us on this panel or quite a few people in chat or whatnot, but somebody somewhere, some new dude, new guy, been a Dolphins fan, solo, probably had an uncle or friend that misses his Dolphins. He strolls. What it is to be. What's going on? What was that? Was that you, Shake?
The hell was that? Bad. That was a drop.
Anyhow, there's this new person that comes in, and there's all these people that attack this person for not aligning where they're at, rather than letting that individual have its individuality and just learn who that person is and accept them for whatever their
Doc
flaws
Brown,
may be.
perfect example, Chris.
That's what I meant, Capitan. That's exactly what I meant, Capitan.
It's such a crime out there that happens.
Like, I got people that are convinced that I sit here and slander Tua all day, bro. Literally.
Well, yeah, there's labels that stick, dog, and you know what? Fuck them. Their loss. Your loss.
I mean, I've backed you up and steel manned you before, Big Nick. When there's a whole bunch of people against you on the panel, I've steel manned you enough to prove myself in that regard. Yet I get people come at me all the time telling me I do nothing but slander Tua all day.
Listen,
but Color, I don't think they put you there because your name is never associated with
They tried
TD
to. They tried
or Barry
to earlier this week.
and those fucking guys are
And I have to let everybody know Color is a true Tuaneer. But
TDR, that's only because I'm not big enough yet. No, that's only TDR. Hold on, TDR. I got to answer TDR. That's only because I'm not big enough yet, because I am a actual paying supporter of TD, and they know it.
You don't pose as much of a threat to what they hold dear yet, Color. But to Color's point, TDR, once if it seems that he is a threat,
ask AB what he thinks about my relationship with TD. Ask him. He's probably in the chat right now.
I love AB because I'm doing something with my son right now. Let me say this real quick. I've said over and over again, like a matter of fact, quite a few times in this show tonight, people brought up, what about those 4 games in December? That is fucking fair criticism right there.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, please, can somebody please one mic me? Please, I haven't talked in a minute. To me, that's fair criticism.
You've been talking for 10 minutes. Rashad been here for 15.
If you criticize,
no, let Big Nick go because I'm gonna kill his whole narrative.
That's fair criticism, right? That's not a problem. I have no problem with that, especially if somebody like me is going to come along and talk about number 1 pass in the league. You can say, yeah, but he played. That's fair criticism. But when you come back and you say stuff like, well, I just don't think he has what it takes to throw the ball, stuff like that doesn't be backed up by numbers, then that becomes hate. And stop trying to always fucking kill me. Just disagree with my opinion.
You don't like the eye test, Big Nick? No, what do you think about the eye test?
My eye test is different. But what difference will it make with my eye test?
Do you put stock into the eye test? Because before statistics and analytics, it was the eye test.
If my eye test,
to be fair,
my eye test is different from yours.
Can I say something about Big Nick?
Big Nick, this is what I was really trying to say earlier. To be fair to you, hold on. To be fair to you, Big Nick, this is what I was trying to say earlier. Is that none of these people we're talking about ever come up here and face us. So when you come in here with the staunch Tua position, you end up unfairly being the target of all that energy that we have pent up for those people.
Don't put that on me, Color. That ain't where I be
Can
at.
I
Don't
say
put that
something
on
to
me.
Big Nick
Hold
real
on, real
quick?
quick. I want to hear from Rashad. Rashad been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Rashad.
Hey, respect to you for coming into the fire like that. You know what I mean?
He ain't in no fire, Big Nick. Shut up.
I don't got much to say. It's just this December narrative. We know what Tua record was before last season, right? In December, 6-2.
Okay.
Yeah. So when that narrative comes up, it kind of
6-2 in
bothers me.
December.
He
So how do
was
you
6-2 in December
Yeah,
before
6-2
last
this
year.
year.
How do you debunk
That's if you
0-4
choose to forget
in this
about
last
this year.
December?
Wait.
Here
Say that
comes
again?
Kahari. Here come. Get his ass, Kahari. Go ahead,
No, I'm just
Rashad.
asking the question. You're saying
No, go ahead.
how do you debunk
This man said
0-4 in
6-2 in
December?
December?
In this past December.
This past December,
You said you were going to do that easily. I'm waiting to hear you do that easily.
Definitely not 6-5.
Only 2 losses in December?
He and Mike McDaniel failed us last season in December. They did. Notice I said before last season
I have
he
no
was
disagreement with that.
6-2. His only losses in December. His only losses in December before then was Tennessee and Buffalo. Those was his only 2 losses in
How
his first
important
2
was
seasons.
Tennessee in the Buffle game?
They
You mean
were
on that
all,
defensive
but
team that we won all those games with?
wait,
You talking
Crypto,
about that defensive team we won all them games with,
Crypto, you
Rashad?
can
Are
say,
you serious right now?
I'm serious.
I ain't gonna
Crypto,
let
you
you
can
change
say though.
history.
You can say how important those games was.
And
I
I was
can
just
say
asking
how
a question.
important was every game before that.
Every
Because
game's important. I won't
game was
devalue
It
important
football
before
was.
that.
games.
It
Every
We
game
were
was
one
important.
and
in the
seven.
big picture of it, but
We had to run
at that game at that moment, it's a microcosm
I'm
of the
gonna
whole
give Rashad the point.
December.
I'm too tired to argue.
we
Yeah, but
we
Rashad, I
had to
thought you
run
said
the
you were going to
table.
debunk the argument that saying 0-4 is not a good argument.
No.
That was my
We had to
He
run the
was
table,
0-4, but he
but the
said
competition
he
got
said in
better when we played
December.
Tennessee.
Yeah,
Yeah, in December.
the competition got better when we played Buffalo. But what I'm saying is we were 1-7. We had to run the table to make the playoffs. Every
Yes, and
game before
thanks to the
December.
schedule makers, we was
I
able to
mean,
do that.
every game before that's not true. The Ravens game wasn't a cakewalk. What
What
other
are we talking about?
game?
The Ravens game.
When
Give
we
me
were 1-7?
December. I am so lost right now.
The Ravens was in the middle of a collapse that year.
Nah, I wouldn't say they was in the middle of a collapse. They were still a playoff.
We started
They
the
were still a
At the point at
playoff
which we
team.
played them.
The only reason they collapsed was
Weaver
because
Todd's comment.
Flores took over the defense.
I just want to say to Weaver Todd's comment. You know, I don't know if you were here last year, but when Tua was doing good, these guys were feeding into the hopium too. I mean, they were happy for their team.
Yes.
So no, they weren't
Absolutely.
trashing Tua when
That's
he was
why I
doing
take
good.
it personal, bro. You made me look like
100%
a fool 4 times in a row.
Well, yeah. When things are going good, yeah, most definitely. When things are going good,
You know what it is for me to
you're going
defend
to
this
be
guy?
happy
Let me
and
get
want it
over
to
it. I'm gonna defend
continue.
him.
Yeah.
Oh crap, he screwed me. Oh no. No, after a while, it's like, damn, you should, bro, I should be buying you dinner.
That throw Tua made to
Buy me
Gesicki in that
dinner.
Baltimore
Yeah, you
game
signed up
was
for that
super
every day.
impressive. I was ready to
I'm
give
just
him
saying,
all
the
the
last
credit in the
person who
world.
did that was my ex.
The one in the back of the end zone,
Yep, that
or which
one in
one
the
you
back.
talking?
Yeah, the one in the
Yeah,
back of the end zone where he threw it
that
where only Gesicki could get it. I
that
saw
was
that as a
beautiful.
sign of progress and maturity in Tua, and I
He
wanted
threw
to
it
see that
high.
continue.
He
God, you're the
overthrew
first
it
person I know to
intentionally. That
truly
was beautiful.
acknowledge
So hold up. That
throw.
pass
I
that he
blame that
threw,
throw all the time.
I would say one of the better. He hit Waddle twice last year in full sprint.
In that
One of them
Detroit game,
resulting in a
absolutely.
touchdown.
Him and
Those
Waddle
were
got a
the
connection.
best
That's in
passes
the
all
That
year.
Detroit throw was awesome.
Downfield,
but
him and Waddle have a beautiful
But
connection.
Here's
what
the
makes
thing.
that Gesicki catch more special is the degree of difficulty and where he put that ball that only Gesicki can do it.
Again, that looked like a quarterback. You know what
Mm-hmm.
that looked like? That looked like a quarterback who knew that guy, knew what that guy could do, and knew when and how to throw it
But
up.
that window, Cap, you got to include that fucking
I got
window.
that. But those same types of throws and completions that I saw from Tua from Waddle said the same things. They were confident, step into it. Nobody stops me. It was a
Let
guy
it rip.
imposing
What about
his
that
will.
4th and 3 pass to Water?
Listen, he had plenty of those moments. I think the thing is
Hey,
I
Big
don't know
Nick, to your
why.
point, I agree with you on
Let's
that
not act
water
like he
pass
didn't do that against
Hold
the
on.
during the
Cardinals
Patriots.
and
I agree with you on that one, Red.
Doppelganger Tua. Hold on.
he
When you
didn't
say
make
the
many
analytics
This is
passes
the
like that
thing.
against the Cardinals.
God damn it.
Let's not act like that. He didn't make passes
This
like
is
that
the thing.
against the Cardinals in his first season.
We've seen these things before. What I don't want to see is doppelganger Tua, where he comes out and it's an errant throw that is just like, what the hell was he thinking? This is a guy who looks lost out there.
I feel that.
It's
The 49ers game was like,
yeah.
Would you say Tua has had more good plays than bad plays, or would you say the reverse?
I would say he's had more bad plays than good plays at this point in his career.
Nah. I'm gonna say
No, it's been
good
good.
in a
This is Big Nick. This is why I say it's been good.
boring plays.
50-50.
A lot of
Big
boring
Nick.
Talking all 3 years.
That's why I say it's been good. Then it goes bad. It goes good. Then it
If
goes
you're
bad.
talking all
Then it
3
goes
years,
good.
then you
Then
have
it
to say
goes bad.
50-50.
Nah, y'all got it wrong. I
If
say more
I
good
would-
plays than bad, but
I
a
would say
lot
that you
more
guys,
block.
your
It's not a
recent
good yo-yo,
memory,
bro.
A lot of
I would
block
say
plays.
you all have that say is more good than bad. It's recency bias because last year was his best year. That's what I would say.
Right. They're going
Recently,
off
we've
with the
seen
total
Tua
of last
perform
year.
that. No. Recently, we've seen most recently, especially if you go to last year, the end of his season was the worst Tua we've seen.
Yes,
San Francisco,
but I also
LA,
see a guy who grew
and
in
Green
ways that
Bay
I
was
questioned his ability to grow last year. What I saw
yes.
earlier in his career was things like him. Okay, and listen, it results in him extending plays where he should get rid of it and taking injuries. That didn't seem. It seemed like he was learning a little bit from that until these concussions. And then also arm strength, timing, ability. He grew in a lot of ways. But if you're going to take
Check
the
marks on
totality of his
everything.
record,
Check marks on everything.
if you're gonna take all of it into account, then yeah, I would say it's slightly favored to bad plays over good plays.
We all have our own opinion.
If you're going to count his rookie season, then it's about 50-50.
but not last year, right?
Tua's a lot
Everybody got
of
their own
shot.
opinion. Everybody got
Rashad is
their own
being
opinion.
100. I agree 100% with your take here, Rashad. Your report card of Tua. My thing then is then how do you then extend what you've just said now, your last two comments, to still seeing him as a quarterback for the future?
It's a great question.
Maybe you're
That's a great
not.
question,
Maybe that
'cause you
is not
guys
your
talk
opinion,
about the
Rashad.
future,
Maybe
but
that
you
is
guys
not
don't
your
want to talk
opinion.
about the
Correct me
past
if I'm
that
wrong.
helps the future.
I think in 2021 he was 88 passer rating, and then he went to 107 last year, and he had a couple bad games too. So, I mean, the potential is there. It's just the consistency.
Right.
I hear you. Yeah, listen.
You don't want Jekyll Hyde Tua. You just want Hyde.
I knew that was going to be a no-win answer. I knew it was going to be a no-win answer.
Now you want Tua to perform well consistently and lead our team to meaningful victories.
We all do, bro.
When it counts.
We all do.
That's what we want. That's what
It's
we
like,
want.
hey, Big Nick says he wants everybody on the same page, and I agree with him. But if the quarterback is not on the same page, you're going to have pushback. You're going to have resistance.
Right. That's true as well.
I would say I am encouraged about the reporting from during camp where Tua was the offense was getting chewed up by the defense, and he stopped the drive and bitched everybody out. That's the type of accountability we were talking about earlier with Dr. Reginald in here. And it's that type of stuff that I want to see grow into because that's where the greatness is only going to come from.
Yes.
And that's where I had a big problem when the regime change and getting rid of Flores and all that stuff. And I don't want to hash up that whole conversation, but to me, the only way I know people can achieve greatness and that type of way is accountability. And accountability is something that's hard to do because it's looking at yourself in the mirror and pointing out your flaws to yourself. While meanwhile, there's millions of supporters around you and these athletes things where they're getting gassed up, and it's hard enough to find people when you're famous or a millionaire that are going to be blunt and honest with you about what you need to do to see the flaws in yourself to make greatness. And if you want to know no one can argue with the fact that greatness has only come from that. Look at Kobe. Look at
you got to take
Jordan.
ownership.
Look at And
that was a term that Dr. Reggie brought up earlier, but go ahead.
Yeah,
it's super
explanation was a person, if
he was dead on, bro, when he said that.
If an explanation was a person, Cap, you just explained me, right? Like, it's all about accountability. That's why I can be non-wavering in my opinions, because I'm accountable to me for the way I feel about it. So it's completely about accountability. That's perfect.
Bet.
So do you think that McDaniel should not be put in a spot where if he sees the defense struggling to have to call out Fangio, that Tua can be like to that point where he can go to the defense and say, come on?
I see
that's something that we shouldn't even be discussing because
I see McDaniel try to fucking call out Fangio. That'll surprise the shit out of me.
We can't avoid those discussions.
Yeah, we can. It don't have to happen.
The only person that can do that is like Tom Brady.
I don't want to know the Kevin Gilbride situation. Did you hear Dr. Reggie?
But those situations don't have to happen.
I don't want my head coach being punched out.
Hey, the past two seasons didn't have to happen, but we got punished, we had penalties, and we had injuries.
I don't need that happening.
And we had controversy.
I'm sorry, Fangio.
I still can't tell the difference between a concussion and a back
telling
injury.
that motherfucker nothing. So that's just a fact. You ain't telling
Fangio, I don't want nobody getting sucker punched on the side.
Nah, hell no.
I was thinking Buddy Ryan too, Crypto.
A motherfucker, dog. Fuck that.
I was thinking Buddy Ryan too, Crypto.
Wasn't McDaniel the coach that was heard on national television telling his defensive coordinator to fucking get it fixed?
I don't know if it was national TV or not, but
yeah,
he
did it twice. Josh Boyer, who was slipping like a mutt in that drive.
Exactly, he took a couple of puffs off that Raven pen.
The guy that came in with already head in the guillotine.
That was national TV. It was versus the Chargers.
Yeah, that's fine, but I want him to do that in the game when it matters. Like, hey, I don't know if it's fourth down or not.
You guys have introduced a really good question. Will McDaniel have the cojones to talk tough to Fangio this season when he has to?
Look, Fangio is McDaniel's boss, man. Nobody's under the assumption that McDaniel is not the CEO of this team, man. Stop playing.
Fangio's the boss?
Stop playing, man.
No, well, I mean, Fangio saying something to McDaniel? Do you have issue with that?
Yeah. Fangio's going to be in the booth.
Hey, Crypto should have a problem with that too. Crypto should, for real, Crypto should have a problem with that too.
Fangio's going to be in the booth.
I'm going to have a problem
Fangio,
with Fangio say what I should have a problem with.
Because
who's going to be down out there with the headset? Is it going to be Madison?
He's not doing anything.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be Madison, isn't it? He's going to be down there with the headset.
No, I think it's going to be that guy.
You have the E5. You ain't going to feel some type of way if the E4 is telling you off about the way you running your crew.
Remember, he got the guy from he plucked the guy.
Even if I'm one rank higher than him, I will have a problem with.
I hear you, Shake.
I got a problem with Fangio say something to me, call out McDaniel. Absolutely, I have a problem with that.
Not me.
I'm a military guy. You wouldn't. I'm a military guy.
Not me.
I got a problem.
Yeah,
not me.
You respect authority and rank.
Yeah, and your elders at that fact.
And your elders. Yes, Chris. Thank you.
Eldership don't mean nothing in the hierarchy of the military in that chain of command.
That ain't no lie. That ain't no lie. But
in the chain of command, in that chain of command,
if Fangio's trying to tell McDaniel some shit and McDaniel ain't gonna listen, I'm gonna be pissed because I got an error on the side of the elder that's been around in a lot of ways. Plus remember, he was just playing. He was just doing the offensive assistant thing last year in the playoffs for the Eagles.
That's a different conversation. They say
but the job of head coach does require that a head coach instills his vision on the team. I mean,
100%.
Or are we going to delegate 50%, 49% of the team to Fangio? If so, that's a disaster waiting to happen.
He said it. He already said it. Look,
technically, it's 33% because they don't control special teams.
Well, McDaniel already said that Fangio is the head coach of the defense.
He did, and I think that could potentially be a good play. There is something to be said that this could create a hierarchy vortex, and if McDaniel's offense starts to falter, how soon do we start hearing the rumblings of Fangio could be the next head coach if McDaniel.
Well, no,
falls
Chris,
flat on
not
his
even
face.
that. 2 seasons ago, what happens if people start getting COVID again?
Fuck all that. I ain't betting on no COVID shit. But also
No, I
think
get
about
you,
it.
but
I mean,
what if somebody gets sick as far as like offensive coaches?
Has Mike McDaniel hitched his wagon so much to Tua that his career depend on it? And if there's a quarterback change, who's to say there's not a head coach change? And now Fangio's rolling in as El Jefe.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
out of a
think
job.
if there's a
He's probably
quarterback
out of a
change,
job.
Anything can happen, bro.
Well, I can tell you why that probably
He's probably out of a job at that point.
I can tell you why that probably won't happen because the general manager they won't be there. So Fangio will be
No,
out there too.
no, Big Nick. No. That is exactly how it'll go down
Chris
where the
Smith gave
general
himself an out.
manager doesn't get fired. That's how that shit
he's
works.
getting
Because
fired
that
off of
man
that.
has already given
Nah.
a body to the
Chris
wolves
Greer's
to
got
blame.
now. He's got immunity card.
It's no Chris Greer
Yeah,
now.
buddy.
Nah, it's
Yeah,
Chris
buddy.
Greer now. He's out of
Hey,
there, man.
everybody knows the scapegoat is the special Crossman this year.
Yeah,
Yes.
hey, I don't give a shit who the scapegoat is. Gonna be 2 of them goating their ass up out of here. I guarantee you that. All the capital this man done put in at fucking 88 years old, you got me fucked up.
I will say this. I love the
Excuse me,
coaching
doggy.
staff.
Well,
this
Chris
year.
Greer has an out.
Both.
I love the coaching staff.
bro.
I love the
Ain't no
coaching
out,
staff.
It ain't no out
I
with that
think,
many
I think
first round picks.
McDaniel's
that
more on
many
the hot
draft
seat than
no.
won't make it out to the.
No.
You think
Chris
so,
Greer's right
TDR?
there sizzling
I
with
mean,
him.
I don't
Over
know.
McDermott?
I question.
TDR?
I
Yeah.
question if Tua starts faltering. Do we? You wanted me to tell you when you see the end of Tua. If Tua's injured or they lose games, and Mike McDaniel starts saying something about it on the podium, that's when Dolphin fans collectively need to go, oh fuck, shit's
You want me to tell you
now.
what
Now
he doesn't say anything.
people are going
Chris Greer
home,
would be
sitting there with
he
their
got a better
wife
chance of
and
being
their
an owner.
family at the dinner table, thinking, I want to stay here in Miami. That's when people start thinking like that, and now you start seeing. I don't even want to fucking live in that world, bro. That's just gonna
Chris
piss
Greer
me
gonna
off.
get promoted.
Mike McDaniel had his fair share of fuck ups
So I don't know yet.
last season, you know.
He did.
Yeah, but even he has an out now.
Yeah, I'm waiting on my homie. So I'm waiting on my homie. He ain't going nowhere special.
We would have to go
But he
literally
couldn't call a
1-16
challenge to
for
save his life.
McDaniel to get fired.
We don't know where we're going. We're about to
Hey,
find somewhere to
man.
go. We don't know where we're going.
I'm gonna try to change this shit
The
again.
fuck,
I believe,
Rashad? Are you
I
talking
believe,
to us? Or
Yeah.
are you talking to somebody else?
Oh,
I believe the
somebody.
Miami Dolphins would be
What
the
you making a
representative
transaction,
in the
Rashad?
Super Bowl.
I know, right?
Rashad trying to go out for Father's Day. You got to convince old lady to let him out
Well,
the
It's
house.
still
he on the
it's
west
still
side.
like 10 o'clock in
It's
California.
like what,
Go
11 over
My
there?
bad, y'all.
It's like 10 o'clock in California.
Hey,
Yeah.
Rashad.
Rashad,
This
she gonna let you go?
His ass sounds in trouble.
Hey, what is that movie? What is that movie that
Hey, tell her 2
Rashad
for
is
20.
using? That movie Rashad is using for his avatar right now. I know that's to it, but that
Oh,
movie.
it's Enter the Dragon.
Yeah,
You
where
know
does that
about
rank?
Bruce Leroy,
Bruce
Listen,
Leroy.
listen. Where does that rank on all time great karate movies?
One,
Great
bro.
karate movie, bro. I mean,
Last
it's
It's not. It can't be
first time
one
I
because
saw
when
that
I
was
tell
on
you
What you
one,
mean it can't?
it can't. Because I can tell you the movie that's number one.
You
What's
can't
number
tell me
one?
what I like and what I don't like. Enter the
I
Dragon, okay,
guarantee
with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
You done used your own
But
argument
hey,
against
Kareem
you.
Abdul-Jabbar did not have the glow, bro.
Enter the
Okay,
Dragon.
well that's true.
Cap
Well,
done used
that's
your
true.
own argument against
But
you.
Yeah, you don't
But
want to
now,
come on.
hey.
Hey, bro, Saturday
all right,
afternoon comes.
goddamn,
Hey,
you're
bro,
right. Okay, you're right. I
check
take it
that.
back. Let it go.
Hey,
Let me
Nick.
finish.
What's
Let
the
me
best
finish.
When
one?
you got the glow, you know.
Kung Fu Hustle. Kung Fu
Hustle. Eh.
Yeah.
Kung Fu
Kung
Hustle.
Fu
The
Hustle
Big
was
Brawl.
good.
Drop the
Never
standard.
But
The
No.
Big Brawl.
Kung Fu Hustle.
Kung Fu Hustle.
I don't know.
Karate Kid. Karate Kid.
Okay, are we talking strictly karate, or can I add some
Drunken
Muay
Master.
Thai in the
Drunken
mix?
First of
Master.
all,
No, we're talking about just the movie color.
that's not karate. That's
Sorry,
kung
Gets the
fu.
question.
So
Enter the
it's kung fu,
Dragon
not
with Bruce
karate.
Lee is
Well, the
the
greatest
your
martial
name.
arts movie. The greatest martial arts movie.
Enter
is
the
Kung
Dragon
Fu
I'd go
with
Hustle.
Bruce
with
Lee.
I'd go with Ong Bak from Tony Jaa.
Fucking right, Ong Bak Thai Warrior. That shit is awesome, bro.
How about Blood to the Bone with Kimbo Slice?
It
How
was
about
good.
Kung Fu Hustle?
It was good. Not gonna lie, but that
No.
Ong Bak Thai Warrior, that dude would come and run like 100 miles an hour and fly and knee in bitches' faces and shit.
Hell yeah!
Doing backflips off the
He
fucking
literally
elephants and
walked.
shit.
He literally
Cruise is
rocked.
not Japanese.
Right, he
but
literally
the last
walked right up
samurai,
the front
bro.
of your body and smashed
Okay.
the top of your head with his elbow, man. man. Like,
So here's a great game. Here's a great game. Ninja Assassin and Unblock.
I'll
give you that one,
Ninja
bro.
Assassin's
I give you
good.
that one.
Oh shit, Ninja
The
Assassin is
CGI
awesome.
and Ninja Assassin was awesome.
Oh.
And what's the movie? I forget the name of it. The movie where the guy was supposed to kill the entire clan,
American
but he didn't kill
Ninja.
the baby. He didn't kill the baby. He took the baby and he moved to America in this western town, and the old clan came looking for him. He was a swordsman. He was like crazy with the sword.
Hitman.
Like
yeah.
No, it wasn't Hitman. But damn, what's the name?
Nah, it's an old school movie, bro. It's not No Retreat, No Surrender. It was
no,
after
it's not
that
really
one.
that old. It's not really that old. It's probably younger than
Oh my god! I have it on the tip of my tongue, bro.
Was it
Yeah,
American Ninja?
No, it's not American Ninja.
American Ninja, bro.
No, Scott Adkins was in American Ninja.
Kung Pao.
Is it Kung Pao? Because it was based off. I think it was based off.
That's a comedy, bro. That's the guy with the gerbils as nunchucks.
It was based off of that movie Shogun. What's the name of that game we used to play?
Bloodsport.
No,
the guy was fighting a cow with the Matrix.
You talking about Shinobi?
You talking about Ninja Gaiden?
Shinobi. It was based off of Shinobi's game.
Shinobi.
It was based off of that
That's what
game.
it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Remember the guy? He was so fast, like. Oh
Yeah,
man, I'm gonna tell you the name of the movie. You guys see it, it'll blow your fucking mind.
Woo!
And then I know I'm older. You guys may never.
Ninja.
You might not have heard of Fist of the North Star. You ever heard of Fist of the North Star?
I agree with him right here.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, Enter the Dragon is good.
That's
but
what I said next until Enter the Dragon is the classic. It's the standard.
No, you guys are forgetting about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah,
That's a good
it was
one, too.
visually appealing and it was pretty dope and revolutionary and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
I
that
feel
was a
like
good
it's never called upon in these instances over the test of time, so it's actually falling slowly down.
What about Rumble in the Bronx?
There was some great
martial
actors
arts
in that
wasn't the
movie.
point of the movie.
That's what I just said.
So not a
if they
not a
quit
kung
hiding
fu
the movie
type
so
of
much.
movie, but have you seen that movie on Netflix with Jared Leto? Where he's like a army guy and he joins the Yakuza and shit like that.
Yeah.
That shit was dope as fuck, bro.
Talking about Gods
That
of
was
War?
badass.
With Nick Cage?
Huh?
No,
Gods of War?
he was
No.
in
30
prison.
Seconds to Mars really favored like Japanese.
He was in
culture.
prison, I think, and he saved
they
the
did.
Yakuza's bosses.
Oh, that's right. He's the sinner, right? He's the main sinner.
But
Man,
I
that
think
was a good-ass
wasn't he a
movie.
plant always? That was his mission to get inside.
No, he
so
was never a plant, bro.
Okay.
Homie was in there like swimwear. He went to prison. Met a guy. He was a deserter in the army.
Yeah,
and
he saved the dude's life.
stayed in Japan and joined the Yakuza over there. It was fucking.
What's the
good.
name of this?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's fucking. it's
Jared
good.
Leto.
I've never seen that one, man.
Yeah, it was really
like
good.
you like the stars that they're A-list, but they kind of obscure A-list stars. Those like fucking Jared Leto, like fucking
Bro, B movies are the best. Some of them are the
like
best.
Adrian Brody. Oh my god,
I love Adrian Brody.
Extraction 2 just came out.
I
Y'all
love
seen
that
Extraction 2?
I just saw it last night. Oh
Extraction
my god,
2
Adrian
just came
Brody.
out on Netflix.
I started watching it, but like honestly, I don't know.
It ain't as good
It's
as the
good.
first one, but it's good.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what
it
I
make
like
no
in
damn
movies
sense.
like that? I like that singular camera that runs around through everything as shit's going off. That's dope. Like that fight
Bro,
scene.
what
Tell me,
was
tell me,
that old
Terminator.
school Adrian Brody psychological thriller that was really big?
Oh, the one where they were in the prison.
Nah, I don't think they were in a prison. It's been a long time. I remember it was a great.
Wasn't it the one where
I don't
every
know.
character
Adrian
was
Brody's
him?
been in a bunch
The
of
one,
really
every
good
character
movies.
was him, right? Like
He won
had
an
all
Oscar
these
for it, right?
person. Oh, that was the piano. He won the Oscar.
Yeah, the pianist.
The
That was
pianist. The
Oh,
pianist.
the pianist.
Pianist
But
was
I'm
good.
saying
That
something.
was a Holocaust movie.
The
You know
most
what? He was in that
underrated.
Spike. What was that Spike Lee movie he was in? It was Summer of Sam. He was good as fucking that. Low
Yeah,
key,
yeah.
The most,
first
the
in
most
there.
bro, that was a
underrated
good
Low
predator.
key as the punk kid.
Bullet.
That
You
shit
seen Bullet?
The most, yeah, I saw
Yeah,
Bullet.
With
The most,
good as
Tupac?
fuck too.
the
Who
most
was,
underrated
Mick Ward?
predator was Adrian Brody Predator, man. That was the most underrated one.
It
was a
was, bro. He
badass.
was
It was
straight
pretty good,
yoked
bro.
He
for
was a
that movie
badass.
It
too.
actually was
But he
pretty
was
good, bro.
yoked.
I
love that
he
guy.
Was a
He's good.
badass.
He was
Yeah, that was
good.
the most underrated. That's probably my favorite one. Nah,
Yeah,
the
that's-
first was my favorite one, but that's up there, man.
Hey, number 2 was pretty good, bro.
I like him
When he
all,
hands him the
honestly.
freaking Wild Wild West rifle at the end, he's like, bro, I've been in back time traveling. You don't even know.
Yeah, I'm glad they kind of cleared up the continuity a little bit of Predator a little bit. I think
You
they
didn't
need
see
to
number
do a
2 where they had the alien skeleton in the background?
Yeah, I think they need. I think they need to do a hard reboot.
Yeah, they need to bring it. Listen, I liked the one they just made, Prey.
Bring it back to the Schwarzenegger one, like that.
Nah, I liked what they just did in Prey, where it was more about. You see what they did? They kind of went back. Have you seen the Hulu Prey?
Native Americans with the Native
with the
Americans.
Native American.
Yeah.
They kind of did go
Keep going
back
back
a
in
little
time,
bit
yeah.
because the story isn't
Schwarzenegger
about the
version,
Predator.
yeah.
The story's about what's going on and the Predator's inserted. The movies have all became about the Predator rather than the character, which
Right.
it kind of did that a little bit. But I think what they need to do is have like a new vision on it. You know what I'm saying? Like what they did with Star Trek. They brought somebody else in and they have their whole vision on it. That shit was dope as fuck.
Hey, what was your opinion on Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds?
I tell you what they don't need to do. What they need to do is to stop bringing all the fucking great characters that doesn't belong in the big city to the big fucking city. They need to stop doing that shit. Like Jason didn't belong in Manhattan.
What are you talking about?
Jason didn't belong in Manhattan. The Predator didn't belong in New York. I don't give a damn.
I got you.
One of the good ones, though.
Leave them bitches in the jungle, dog.
I think
I actually like it when he
talking
punched
about
her head
like
off.
at the end of
He
Lost World.
decapitated her with her head.
Like at the end of Lost World when the dinosaur got loose at the harbor. I'm like, no, come on, don't do that.
But that brings up the interest, though, to see how they would slaughter this millions of citizens in a big city.
But have a movie ever made you?
Come
fall
on,
in
we'd
love
have a
with an
targeted
actor?
nuke on that freaking thing in 5 minutes, man.
A lesser known movie ever made you realize how great an actor was. Like, I'm gonna tell you why I'm a Gary Oldman fan. Lost in Space. He
I
was
love
fucking
Gary
awesome in
Oldman.
Lost in Space. He
Gary
was
Oldman
awesome
good
in
as a
Lost
mud,
in
dog.
Space. He was awesome in Lost in Space, and then
The last one with
The Professional, he just blew the
For some
roof
reason,
off
I'm
the
drawing a blank.
Yeah,
on
the
that.
Professional
bro.
is he was that
Leo
was
and
the one I was
Matilda,
gonna
yes.
say. He was so
I
good
don't
in
know
The
why I'm drawing a
Professional as
blank
the
on that
as the
movie.
coked out fucking bad cop. He was so good in that.
I've used that clip in so many of my civil rights videos. When the cops
Bro,
overreact, I put
my
that
Rottweiler is named after Leo and Matilda, bro.
He was the
The
guy. He
Professional
was the guy
is
that.
a class act movie, bro.
He was the
I love
guy
that
that
movie.
wanted. He was the guy that wanted Denzel's copy of the Bible in Book of Eli.
Yes.
I
Yes.
didn't like RoboCop. I think they force-fed RoboCop. I think they could have done better.
No, I'm gonna tell you what the problem with RoboCop
Yeah, but that was at the beginning,
latest,
though.
no, I'm gonna tell you the problem with
Cap.
RoboCop is that it did an origin story. I think everybody and their mom already knew the origin of RoboCop.
Exactly. They need to spice it up a little
They
bit.
spent
Yeah.
too much time telling the story of RoboCop that everybody
Rather than
knew.
letting RoboCop be RoboCop and do
Kick ass.
RoboCop shit. I agree
Right.
with that, dog.
Right.
We want to see RoboCop. Like, okay, the best parts were him fucking raiding the drug dealer guy when they're
Yeah.
shooting him with the 50 cal and he's in the dark and shit. He's like,
Yeah, the camera angles. Yeah.
You
Hey,
wanted
how
all
about the
that the whole
Terminator? Terminator coming true with this chat GPT stuff, artificial intelligence.
Bring it on, dog. I ain't shook. You know,
Yes,
I know a
I'm
lot
on
of
that.
people be
Coming
shook
through,
on
okay?
the AI thing.
The AI is still there, man.
I'm just not, bro.
I'm not
Did
gonna
you
get
guys
into
know?
it. I am
I'm
not
just
gonna get
waiting on
into
the
it.
next Lucy. That's all.
Yeah,
Who's
I
gonna
am
be
not
the
gonna
next
get into
Lucy?
it, but you need to be concerned.
No, I'm not.
No.
I gotta see something that concerns me first. Okay.
When you see an AI Chris in Japan, you better be concerned.
I'm finna hit that for
They
image
got the human
likeness. and
person
show
Hey, did
it
you
to
guys
my
know
bed.
that the writer?
Robot.
You guys know that the writer of the Terminator is the same writer as the Matrix, and it was supposed to be in the same universe.
That's
Yeah,
a
I
what?
heard
That's
that. I heard that.
I could see the
Say that again. The
tethers
phone broke up.
making
What
it.
did he say?
But you know, listen, like until we have a factory building worth of shit robots, then I'll worry about it. Until the, you know what I'm saying? Like they're still gonna take somebody got to mine the metal.
You do understand they
AI
have
could
Boston
turn off the
Dynamics
grid, the energy
making
grid and shit
dog
like that,
robots
though.
and shit
Yeah,
right
bro.
now
Like
in
what's
Europe,
up with
right?
EMPs?
Elon Musk.
Like
Elon
again,
Musk,
we're talking
Warren
about
Buffett,
people got to
these
get their shit
motherfuckers
together
are
to the
not gonna
point to
stop.
make that happen. and that we ain't even
Yeah, but
close.
I'm just saying, Boston
Elon Musk is
Dynamics
never
have
going
made robot
Hey,
dogs
by the
with
way,
guns on them.
It's not going to happen.
hey, by the way, just for the record, I think
What you mean?
idiocracy
It's
what
happening
happened
right now.
before.
You've seen they got AK strapped to those dogs, bro.
Go ahead.
Hey, by the way,
So what?
I think I think idiocracy what happened before Terminator.
Thank you, Shake. I'm
It's happening
100%
right
in
now.
agreement on that. We'll have
Yeah.
we'll
All
have
you need is a
we'll
guy to
have a
go
bunch of
outside and mow
fucking
that lawn with
morons and
Gatorade.
crocs walking
Idiocracy
around
is a
before
prerequisite.
we'll be our demise before a fucking machine come around and demise up some shit.
When it comes
Idiocracy is
like
actually a prerequisite.
when it
Shake.
comes to like the America, when it comes to America and the way of life that America has, like what it stands for, I don't think most people realize what the fuck America will do to the rest of the world to preserve our lifestyle. That's why shit like that ain't gonna happen, man. I don't think you understand
Hey,
anything that
Big Nick,
jeopardizes
you know
that.
the Pentagon? You know the Pentagon, Big Nick, the
I want
past
to
5
follow up.
years?
Anything
I
that
want to follow up
jeopardizes
what Big Nick's
Hey,
saying real
Big
quick.
anything that
Nick.
jeopardizes
Hey,
the
real quick,
American
Big
way
I
Nick.
want to
would
follow
not
up what
Big
Big
exist.
Nick,
Nick's
real
saying.
quick,
Hold on. There's
before
already
Hold
a
on, Color.
discussion.
Let
real quick,
Kaplan. Go
before
ahead,
anybody
Cap.
Go ahead.
interrupts. You know, Big Nick, the past 5 years, the Pentagon has not been able to show audit numbers the past 5 years.
See, fucking Cap,
That's
that
to
don't
your
prove
point.
shit, but
That
they
money's going
robbing
to the
us, dog.
military for the industrial complex defense, bro.
No,
So
listen.
what?
I want to follow up
Well,
what
that's
Big
been
Nick
going on for
was
50
saying.
years, Cap.
There's
Yeah, bro, but
already
the past
debates.
5 years, you're gonna
That's
tell me
not
that
just
the
the last
IRS
5
cannot
years.
audit the Pentagon?
There's
No,
already look.
what I'm telling you.
Eisenhower spoke on that.
Yeah,
Go
man.
ahead, Crypto. Go ahead, Crypto. Or excuse me, go ahead,
No, I'm
Color.
just saying. My bad, Color. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Color.
Sorry,
There
Color.
are already debates like in the intellectual communities and all that about whether it would be justified based on like national security and all that to actually do missile strikes on the servers that run the AI and all that.
Listen, man.
So
Listen, this is what I'm saying.
going back to not Terminators, but RoboCop, how they had a bunch of robots fucking fighting wars.
No, man.
Once
no.
that becomes the shit, then I'll worry about those
Yeah,
robots
but-
turning
It's
on.
happening in
but
Europe
that's what
right
I'm
now.
saying.
It's
Scary
not.
story,
They're
man,
Look,
about
Joe
AI.
Riss
But
just
that's what
said they're
I'm
rolling
saying.
out
That's what a
robot
drone
dogs.
is.
Just because
I
they're
seen
not
the
walking on
robot
2
dogs.
legs, they're
I
walking
ain't
on
worried
4.
about
Listen, a
shit.
drone.
Listen,
That's what a
man.
drone
Listen,
is.
man.
Hey,
Listen,
you
man.
guys
Bro,
want
you
to hear
guys
it?
be giving me so much pushback about aliens and about everything
Listen.
else, bro.
No.
Listen.
Y'all watch
You
the
guys want to
Classified
hear
9?
a pretty scary story?
Go ahead,
AI, real
TDR.
quick story. Just happened.
Go ahead.
All right, so they asked ChatGPT to break through, those codes where like it says, "Are you a human?" Then
Please,
click like
please,
these
yes.
4 stop signs or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They'll give you like 5
Tell
pictures
them.
and they're like, click
TDR,
like
tell
the
them.
ones that have a stop sign in it.
He's trying to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let him
so
finish. God
ChatGPT
damn.
hired a Fiverr
I'm excited.
person
I'm sorry.
in order to fucking do this for it because it couldn't do it itself, and it lied to the Fiverr person and said that it was an actual person when it was asked. So it manipulated and it lied in order to
You
get.
still not worried, Chris?
Or
Nope.
maybe it
Not
just
worried at
knows
all.
so it
At
knows the
all.
right
I ain't
answer.
worried at all.
TDR is
At
trying to
all.
tell you that they can do nuke codes without even having your permission.
Listen. Not in this country. Not on this planet.
Listen. I would say that there's more powers at be that want you to fear that happening
Right here.
than there is the actual reason to fear of that happening. How about that?
Yeah, I see. Again, I'm gonna go back to say what I said, man.
I'm sure you have to turn
Motherfuckers,
keys for the nuke button.
people. Thank you.
That's what I. That's what I
Thank
say.
you. People, look. The United States of America, man, dropped 2 nuclear bombs on motherfuckers for bombing an island. You think we gonna give up our national security to a possibility that Bill Gates can't be Bill Gates, Warren Buffett can't be Warren Buffett, Elon Musk can't be Elon Musk because of some rope? You're crazy as hell. That should have never happened.
That's a good
Never.
point.
Never.
That's one hell of a point.
Never. We're not giving up our
Unless they come
national
to the
security.
market first.
They won't come to the market. They won't
I'm
because of the
telling you,
possibility.
Big Nick's right. I'm telling you, Big Nick's right. It'll start with
possibility of the Terminator shit happening will not happen.
I'm telling you, it'll start with regulation. It'll start with them saying, okay, a moratorium on AI. Hold on, Cap. Hold on. It'll start with a regulatory moratorium on AI, and then when Google and all these companies don't comply with the regulation, they will strike them freaking things with missiles. Man, I'm telling you.
It ain't even coming down to regulations. It just ain't gonna happen. They're not gonna build intelligence enough to open the fucking turn. They're not gonna build. They're not gonna build technology that can cause the Terminator shit. They won't do it. They won't do it.
But they're worried about the technology building its own Terminator shit. And I'm saying I could see how that could happen where, like you're saying, Cap or TDR, where you're talking about it starts lying and shit.
Look, if you don't
believe
me,
there's no facility. There's no facility for it to hack and build its own workforce on the ground bullshit until
I don't want to be known as incredible.
The exact same reason.
Unless I have muscles like the Incredible Hulk. But listen to me, bro. Look into what I'm telling you, bro.
And look, the exact same reason why you'll never see
anything else.
The exact same reason why you'll never see foreign tanks on American soil.
Because you don't want to see. You don't want to.
Because you're not gonna drive your foreign tank down a road that fucking Warren Buffett lives on. You're not gonna. We'll blow up the world. We'll blow up the world for you. When your military makes it over here.
We're selling everything to the We're selling all our weapons to the world. What are you talking about?
You know how many colleges are dedicated to quantum physics right now?
I wouldn't give a shit.
I
wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't give a shit. We just fought 2 fucking wars by ourselves at the same time.
As long as it happens before we win
we made the baddest man. We made the baddest man on the planet hide in a fucking hole. You think I'm worried about some shit you talking about? We sell weapons to other countries. Who gives a shit? None of them motherfuckers got invisible planes. None of them got invisible planes. None of them got invisible submarines. None of them have invisible helicopters. None of them, for every 1 nuclear weapon they got, we got 10. And in the history of the world, only 1 country ever used one. The motherfuckers know we'll do it.
Cap, I got Big Dick, I got it. What I'm hearing is that, hey, it hacks nukes and kills us. How does that help itself? Even if it becomes so omnipotent that it has self-awareness, it's gonna go, oh, I got self-awareness, I'm gonna kill everything. What the fuck? I'm not even gonna have like in Skynet going live. It was like, I'm gonna be the only thing around this, I'm gonna save man from itself, and I'm gonna be. Let me finish, Cap. Goddamn.
Oh my Cap. God, no.
If it's building its own pinnacle, and we already have all this shit put together, where they're building robots building robots, and the computer's all automated, then yeah, maybe I'll start to worry about some shit happening. But until I get to that point, like, what's it gonna do? Come aware and shoot nukes at nothing?
I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up.
What's happening? It's a computer program.
You're 100% right.
Hacks for what? What's it hacking for? It's gonna steal all my money for itself for no reason. What's it fucking buying?
The United States of America won't allow Bill Gates, Jeffrey Dahmer, whoever the fuck it is,
we're looking beyond. The military gets. We're saying the military computer is the reason it's the problem. Okay, that's what we're saying.
The reason this country right now is the way it is because we're wasting all our money on the military for something.
Okay, but here's the thing, Cap for life. Cap for life. Here's the thing, bro. What I think people miss big time is that the whole story and premise behind the Matrix is actually a paradox if you think about it. Because listen, if this artificial intelligence was so intelligent, then why did it go to war with us, try to destroy us, wait till we nuke the sky black, and then turn us into batteries for its energy when it could have just been nice and let us be the things that maintain it for the rest of eternity in peace.
If it's so fucking brilliant, if it's so brilliant, it wouldn't be so fucking stupid.
If it's so fucking not wise. Why does it have to go to war in the first place?
Exactly, Big Nick.
I mean, it just wipe us out, right?
Why?
Right. We would just be content. Right. We would just be content to maintain the technology and the robots and all that.
Again, if we're at the point where we're programming robots to kill people, because that's how the war is, or robots kill robots in wars, then I might start to worry. Until then, I gotta see a fucking
Well, El Cap.
Android. Yeah, go ahead, TDR.
Honestly, bro, so I've seen this done and it's bonkers, but an intellectual simulation of what AI would do, the best possible result for it is that it would imitate God.
See, now again,
please,
in America,
that's some
and
mutant
they
type
wouldn't let
stuff
that
right there.
And you
That's
know they won't let that
mutant
shit
type
happen.
stuff there.
And you know they won't let that shit happen.
There, you damn
That's
right, bro.
What do you mean
that's
they won't let
threatening
that
our
happen?
civilization
Freaking
right
COVID
there.
happened.
Everybody's
So it's
putting
not
neural
like
links in
TDI.
their heads in 2 years.
I mean,
All
I
human
imitate God every
civilization is
day.
in threat.
I imitate God every day, but that don't mean I'm enslaving anybody.
Yeah, and why is God
Well, no,
so
that
into
might not be-
slavery when they get there? What the
He's
fuck?
always been in
How
the
you
slave.
think the pyramids got
That's a
built?
different
They need
story.
slaves.
Again, no.
It's scary, isn't it?
Nah. See,
Am I wrong?
again,
That ain't what I was talking about. You heard what I
Am I
said.
My
wrong?
question would be, if it's imitating God, which God? Whose God? That's
Hold
like
on, I want to
gods
Bro,
look
in
up
this
Q's.
year we're putting
civilization.
Neuralink in
Hold on.
people's brains.
I
Right,
got
which
you.
one?
If you want to be a
Which one?
dumbass,
Pyramids,
and
yes.
if you want to go ahead and do that, go ahead. Like everything else, I wait to see.
Dude, but
Oh, wait,
I'll wait.
wait, guys. Here's the reason that was a paradox, because when they finally did turn us into batteries, they tried to fool us by using a simulation of the world we already live in where we're happy maintaining them. So why would they have done all that in the first place?
And here, J.R. Black says the common thing I hear and shit. The reason AI would kill a human is because AI understands human are the virus Earth. They destroy the Earth. Yada yada. Again, the Earth didn't create the robot. I created it. Why is it destroying me?
Because
I have
we
made you.
satellites. They
Right.
get smarter off of satellites.
But why
Fuck
would
those
you
satellites.
When you create something like a robot, you would
Why is
program it
Elon Musk
to have a
sending
purpose,
satellite
right?
every week?
You would program it to have a purpose, like say.
Now there is one.
So,
but
What's
what
up,
do we
Q?
program? What do we program them
what's
to
up,
not
Colin?
get smarter?
I'm trying to get into the
Hey,
conversation
Q,
real quick.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let Q hop in. Let Q hop in.
Hold on, guys. There is a Star Trek Voyager episode where they found these robots, where the robots ended up killing off their creators and going to war with each other.
Yeah, that's called the Terminators.
Go ahead,
the
Q.
robots were at war with each other because both sides killed off
Go
their
ahead,
creators.
Q.
That's called a
Go ahead,
That's a
Q.
Star Trek episode. Then you gotta have a
Right.
solution for that already.
So I got two things to say. I got two things to say, right? So when you create a robot, you would program it to, let's say, to save the Earth, all right? And when you give it a lot, too much information, it's going to start process. Mankind is actually the problem, and they'll eliminate mankind and they'll preserve the Earth because they deemed it fit.
No, because they'll realize that mankind.
Actually, my second point, real quick.
Go ahead, Q.
Real quick. My second point. There's actually been a report from Japan at a Japanese robotics lab. They were actually trying to create robots, for military operations instead of humans, right? And so the military. So hold on. I know you read that, Cap. So the robot.
Vern.
Oh, I think
They got him.
Hold on. And you know what happened? You know what happened? The robot started downloading from the satellite information on how to build itself stronger and better.
Reactivate itself.
But what if you don't? What if you don't program it to do?
Okay, so what would possess this robot to just start killing us all?
No, listen, that's the wrong question. This is the
Colin.
question. What if you don't program that robot?
Mankind's ambition to the pursuit of technological advancement.
And then what means would it use? And then what means would it use to kill us all?
Just stop it real quick. Here's what you want me to tell you why.
All the cosmic
Hold on.
energy of the universe.
If robots are so fucking smart, I'm gonna give you two answers here real quick. If robots are so smart, they would see that we would be dumb enough to kill us and them. There'd be no life left. This planet would be dead.
We already killing ourselves.
Exactly. See, what you guys are forgetting, what you guys are forgetting is that when
Hold
that
on,
robot,
Color. Let me
when
hit my
those,
second point. Second point.
all right, go ahead.
Second point is fuck it. I lost it. Everybody fucking
Well, when that AI and that robot is downloading all that information, okay, it's also downloading the information like physics, and it knows like the second law of thermodynamics, right? So it knows that if it kills us off, it's done for.
I guess
because of entropy.
I'm not saying robots are smart.
Yeah, but it also
robots are
downloaded
smart.
the definition of
But if
entropy.
There's no electricity cannibalizing themselves.
Guys, it downloaded the definition and concept of entropy, so it knows that it can't eliminate us.
There's a saying in the military.
They have no interest in cannibalizing themselves.
Listen, there's a saying in the military: yours is not the reason why, but yours is to do or die. Right?
If anything,
So
it's evolution.
if that's true for the military, why can't it be true for the robots? Meaning, why program it to do other than what you program it to do?
Because it's programmed to optimize. So if it's optimizing and it's
it don't matter.
Robots don't have empathy, Big Nick.
Then it's going to take away free will.
They don't
That's
empathize. They don't sympathize like
and
us.
Then what happens when all the metal rusts? What happens when all the components oxidize?
They can only do what they're programmed to do.
Right, and what happens when all their components oxidize?
We'll be in Mars by then, bro.
So
one big rocks bucket.
If all the components oxidize, where they're going to get that?
About
they're going to
robots,
receive their information.
Exactly, Big Nick. Exactly, Big Nick. And since they have downloaded the second law of thermodynamics, they know they can't eliminate us. It's better off to let us live contently, maintaining them.
Contently, or that means slaves?
Well,
no, contently
if we're going against robots that are incognitive, then that's cool. But when you build something like an AI which is cognitive, means they can learn. No, that's different. They don't need us. They just need the internet.
AI just to keep it as a dog.
But if the
AI
entire
learns,
reason
bro. They learn.
Themselves, bro.
So
they
can you just say they're going to maintain themselves?
The path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is for them to let us live in peace and maintain them.
Look, they can.
Yeah,
they
but
can
Q's
have,
telling you that 4 robots were deactivated. Q is telling you
you're telling me that they operate
it's
on
a report,
logic.
bro.
Wait a minute, but the premise is
it's online.
the premise is that they operate on logic. Then the logical thing is the path of least resistance.
It's not logic. They're eliminating human mankind. That's why they operated the other two and activated the other two.
I guess that's what they're doing. I'll be long gone before that happens anyway.
Capcom invited to the meetings. That's why he knows.
There's one vulnerability.
Listen, I have my own avatar.
There's one
so I'm gonna be
vulnerability
safe from
that
all this
AI will
madness.
never be able to get past. The one vulnerability that an AI will never be able to get past. They can have all the deductive reasoning. They can have all of the controls over objects. The one vulnerability that they'll never be able to have or possess is the reaction of their opponent. And the human reaction would throw that shit for a loop.
Human context, bro. That's called human context, bro.
Oh, bro.
He just said
when you're processing data,
reasoning is human context.
so much at a high speed, high rate, bro. Nah,
it would not. Look, listen.
No, they would need quantum computers out of this world that even compete.
That deductive reasoning might have me walking 12 steps before I be a perfect target. But what that deductive reasoning does not articulate is that I might fucking see a quarter on the ground that I've been down and pick up and change my whole thought pattern. Shit like that matters, man. It matters.
We can change our language. Hold on. We can change our language. Listen, we could change our language and our context on a whim. And that AI can't adapt quick enough.
But we can change.
By the way, shout out. Wait a minute. 1 second. Shout out to the newest member of the channel, Kazumi. What's going on? Welcome to the family. Welcome to the welcome to the Fins Tailgate,
bro.
Shout out, bro. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to wait a minute, guys.
Donations.
I'm just trying to welcome the new member, please. Thank you. Once again, Kazumi, I hope I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate, brother. Go ahead, Cat for Life.
No, I'm sorry, bro. This gets me heated up, bro, because it's like you guys see the mass production of all this stuff, and you think what? They're gonna deliver freaking Uber Eats with an AR-15 attached to the top? No, bro. These dog robots that are for Boston Dynamics, they're not helping you or me. They're helping everybody else around the world. But don't tell me they're not forcing an army that's like AI based because they're even robotic based.
They're not.
They're robotic based.
They're not. You want me to tell you why?
Just because they don't have silicone formed.
Can I give you?
Hold on.
Can I give you one reason?
By the way, it's Kazoom. Kazoom. Welcome, Kazoom. Thank you.
Kazoom. I can give you one
So
reason.
my mind goes to something. My mind goes to something different because we're talking about Neuralink going to be introduced in the next year, and those things right there, those things can adjust the way that you feel depression. It can take from chemicals here and bring them over there in your brain.
Did you see what he did
There's
with the
an
chimpanzee?
omnipresent. If there's an omnipresent situation and it's made for optimization, you're talking about something that's going to take away free will, and it's already doing it in your phone.
Did you see the chimpanzee?
Oh, yeah.
Without
the
the
ping
joystick,
pong,
bro.
the pong.
Yeah,
with the
without the
Segway.
joystick.
Can that Neuralink
Yeah,
have like optical observation? Like they have like some sort of camera on you?
He had a
Or am I
chimpanzee
just
playing
reaching?
ping pong without the joystick.
Yeah, and which one of them is gonna force me to put it in my body?
That's
The
what
same
they
one
don't
that told you to
understand.
get the vaccine.
I mean, but they didn't.
Hey,
force you to
but
get
we're
the
only
vaccine.
2 generations
They
away
didn't
from
force you
people
to get the
forgetting
vaccine.
why you
I
should.
didn't take that Cat for
But
Life, so I don't.
if you want to keep going back to that
I'm
shit,
just saying,
you want to keep
in
going
general.
back.
You're
Where you
asking
from? You
me,
from
they have
Florida?
a slick way of doing stuff.
I
Do you
took the
live in
Johnson
Florida?
and Johnson, bro, so I didn't take that
Wait.
mRNA bullshit,
Cat for
bro.
Life. Do you live in Florida?
But Color, you're probably
bro.
You
the
live in
last
Florida? You went to school in
generation
Florida?
of people who will not do
Hey,
that.
Cat for Life. You went to school in
That's
Florida?
probably why I ain't worried about it.
No, bro, I wouldn't.
Realer,
Hey,
you know what I mean?
So you didn't go to
every
school
time
in?
I
You
say I
didn't.
want to hang out with you, tell me, hey, don't come near me.
So you didn't do any of your? You did your schooling in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did your schooling in Florida. You've been taking vaccines all your life, buddy. Why so adamant about this one?
I'm not adamant about it. That's to your point. But at the same time, all of a sudden, what you're force feeding me something in a
But
day
they
and age.
always force fed. They always force fed you.
They was doing
They
it since
always
you came out
force
of the
fed
womb.
you. You've always been
Bro,
force fed
you tell me to
vaccine.
answer your question, and then you
Man,
interrupt me
we can't make
mid-conversation.
this about this discussion,
in
bro. We gotta
Florida,
move on
if
from
you
But
this.
then I
grew
get
up in
They'll
Florida,
interrupted
get
like 3 or 4 times,
demonetized
bro.
from this.
if
We
you
can't
grew up
have
in
this
Florida,
discussion, bro.
All right.
No, Cap is saying that's the way you're
went to
gonna
school in
introduce
Florida,
control.
they force you to
Can I
get
finish?
vaccinated.
Can I finish?
Okay,
The question you asked.
No, we
Don't talk about
cannot
the
finish this
vaccination, bro. They'll
discussion.
get demonetized.
Yes, please. Let's not talk about that. Thank you very much. I'll bring you guys back up, but let's change topics. Thank you.
They're watching.
So, the Miami Dolphins will be the representatives in the Super Bowl for the AFC.
Appreciate that.
Hey, the question is, will an alien be our quarterback?
No, I have no proof. I have no direct. I don't.
Only if he doesn't get his green card. Only if he doesn't get his green card.
I don't know whether aliens gonna be.
I have no direct proof aliens exist. Just like I have. Well,
Well, you need to make up your mind if you're on my side or not.
I have no direct
I
proof.
seen an alien last
exist.
week. Okay. Whenever I see somebody I know that's foreign, that by definition they're alien.
Bro, the day they invade and you tell me you want me to pick you up and drop off ammunition, you're bleep, bro.
Well, I have no. Proof.
I see aliens all the time, Cap.
Exist.
Unless you cash at me, then I'll think about it.
What at the Home Depot?
Bro, that Home Depot? Hell no.
Bro, my grandfather, he just passed away, and he worked for NASA, and he was in the military. And one of the last things he said to me was, "Zach, I need to know that you know this." And I'm like, "What's up?" And he is not like this. And he was like, "Aliens exist, man. Aliens exist." So
bro, you have a whistleblower 2 days after the Baker crash.
I wouldn't doubt him at all.
I'm gonna shut up, bro. I'm gonna shut up.
As a 101-year-old man, that's the most serious person I've ever known in my life.
He will be vindicated, bro.
Oh,
And I'm gonna shut up, bro. Because you guys, bro, I swear, bro.
I was never the person that believed we was alone in this
Nah,
vast
bro, I come
universe
with you
of
with
ours.
facts, and you make me look like the Looney Tune, bro. And then we get demonetized because they're looking at us laughing, bro.
Nobody's looking at you like a Looney Tune, bro.
No, we get demonetized because they don't want anybody talking about that topic. It's not about laughing at us.
Right. You got to stop confusing. You got to stop confusing your very strong beliefs with facts too. You got to stop doing that.
Bro, I know it's there's a fact
That's why YouTube doesn't want us talking about it, Big Nick.
I'm gonna shut up, bro. Let me shut up, Big Nick. You get
Listen.
he knows exactly what he's doing, bro.
Big Nick, no, I mean, Cat for Life, nobody looks at you like a Looney Tune, bro.
Bro, you need, hey, Big Nick, you need to have an episode for me, bro. Just based upon this stuff. And if you want to throw politics, you can. If you're afraid, I get that.
No, it's not about being afraid. It's about I can't.
I'm not telling you how to run the show, bro. But at the same time, it's like you and me feel like we have the same.
Listen, you have no interest in changing your point of view, and I have no interest in trying to change your point.
So you don't want to hang out. You don't want to have my point of views. So you're pretty much pushing me away, and I'm trying to be a friend. Remember that.
Friends can differ.
Yeah, remember that. Every time I put you in check, you take it personal.
You know, I mean, if that means something to you, okay.
Shake, what cigar?
Oh, this
I just got done with mine.
Factory Smokes. This is my favorite one.
Well, Cap,
Okay.
I see an alien
I got done
every
with the
night.
same principle.
Huh?
Cap, I see an alien every night when I go to sleep when I'm on the astro plane.
Yeah, bro. They don't bother nobody.
I believe in things I can see, touch, and recreate.
Yep. Besides, why the hell aliens want to come here now?
Actually, what we're living now is a dream. When we go to sleep, that's the real world.
So if you can't touch an AFC East title, you don't believe it?
Yep.
I guess that's that's what you take from what I said.
Yeah, you're done. That's it. You're done.
I love you, Cap. Don't ever change, brother.
If that's the way you take it, that's what it is. Remember.
What's the cat in the box?
Remember, perception is 100% of reality. So if that's your perception, then that's your reality.
Bro. My boss tried to use that against me when he tried to fire me. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
It's true, though. Perception is 100% of reality.
Hell no, bro. Perception is like a made-up word for somebody who tries to eliminate somebody else.
No, man. No. Perception is real.
They make a word, but say that again.
HR loves the word perception.
All right.
Oh, HR is using that against folks when they can them, is what you're saying.
Right, because
it's not the way you see it. It might be your perception.
Right.
Color don't know what I'm talking about. What's the cat? What's the cat in the box experiment?
Well, that's how, if somebody tell me that's oxymoron. It's not the way I see it. Exactly. It's my perception. That's an oxymoron because my perception is the way I see it.
Nah, I agree with you. But when somebody's telling me something nasty about them seeing,
but that don't mean your perception is reality.
100% technical. To be 100% technical, nobody has the same perception because we're all looking at the photons from a different angle.
And that's why I say perception is 100% of reality.
Yep. What is that experiment? What is that experiment?
But try telling it to somebody without sight.
If you tell me perception is reality, you're losing me, bro. I'm sorry.
You mean the thought experiment, the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment?
Hey,
yes.
Okay, here.
It's meant to describe like how quantum physics works at the subatomic level, like because we can't quantitatively know certain things, like there's uncertainty, right? So
that's why they built the Sun Collider.
So what it is that Schrodinger's equation doesn't speak to where, let's say, necessarily where a particle will be. It speaks to the probability of that particle being where it will be measured, right? So until you actually make a measurement, on a particle, or let's say an observation, there's no 100% certainty of where it's at, right? So the thought experiment was they set up this box where there's a particle that decays, and when that particle decays, it triggers a mechanism that releases some poison that will kill a cat that's inside the box, right? So the thought experiment goes that, well, until you measure whether the particle decayed or not, you can't know whether the cat is alive or it's dead. So until that measurement's made, the cat is in a superposition of being alive or dead. And that there's hypotheses that go further than that, where some in the physics community believe that those. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Some believe that those that like until that when the measurements made in this universe, the other possibilities of the condition of the cat actually do happen. And it splits off into other universes where the other thing happened.
You're talking about that movie, The Fly?
Right, it's the potential of string
theory. No, I'm not talking about a movie. I'm talking about Schrodinger's thought experiment, the Schrodinger's cat.
But I'm not understanding how that.
When you guys were talking about perception, this is a really important example of how to perceive something. So, and this is basically trying to establish string theory, correct?
Well, not really, but it's more like this. It's actually the true interpretation of what's going on at the quantum level. Like there is no certainty of anything. There's only a certain probability of it.
But you guys do understand. You guys do understand.
So in other words, a particle isn't there. A particle isn't there because of any reason, but it can be nowhere else. That's basically the gist of it. But it's only there because it can be nowhere else.
What about the CERN collider splitting those particles, though?
Well, that's a basic part of the physics.
If it was somewhere else, we would measure it somewhere else.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They didn't measure it. They broke atoms.
Well, yeah, Color, that's physics 101 pretty much.
Yeah, they found dark theory.
But it's not because it has to be there, and that's what the uncertainty comes in. That's where Schrodinger's equation comes in. It speaks to the probability that a particle is somewhere.
Yeah, but now we know through
particle.
quantum physics that molecules don't just spin on one axis, but many at a time.
TDR, who's the guy in the wheelchair?
Everything is just a wave function until it's measured, and that wave collapses into a particle.
You're talking about Stephen Hawking. Yeah, Stephen Hawking.
That's only within 3 dimensions, DTR.
Are you guys trying to scientifically explain perception?
No, it's saying that. It's saying that particles don't actually exist. Everything is just waves until it's measured in a particular point in space-time, and that's when it collapses to a particle.
Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
Okay, but
so that perception is different.
Einstein pushed back and said, "No, I'm pretty sure that the moon is." No, Einstein pushed back and said, "No, I'm pretty sure the moon is still there when we're not looking at it."
Color, let me ask you this though, Color.
The moon don't move.
If someone develops some type of technology that finds a new element to the element periodic table, how would you take that?
How would I what?
How would you take that? A new element that no one ever found before in the element periodic table.
Well, the periodic table has been filled.
No, it hasn't.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it has.
Well, find out from Bob Lazar if it's been filled, because I think he's the one that filled that last element. That's unrecognizable.
Well, whether we've actually observed those elements or not, that mathematically it's been filled.
No, I think that's the case that we don't know what we don't know. That's the case that we don't know what we don't know, right? So the whole point is if we were to come up with another element for I just say, okay, well, we're a relatively young species and we're still going to be learning shit all the time.
Well, you're right.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what it means. Here's what it means,
by definition, the table will never be filled.
Here's what it would mean. If we found a particle outside of what exists on the filled periodic table that we know of, if that happened, then there would be a whole host of elements that go along with it that we haven't discovered yet. There would have to be a whole section that needs to be added to the periodic table.
But the true table of all the universe is never going to be filled.
Look. look. People they still don't know why we only use 10% of our brain. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just a case of we don't know what we don't know.
But I'm
like what I mean is what I mean, Cap, for like this. Hold on, let me clarify. Like we discovered uranium long before some of the elements that come before it.
Correct.
Yeah, but
then we watched uranium decay into all those other all those other elements on the way down and filled it in on the way down and said, well, we've observed this now, we've observed that now, we've observed that now, all the way down to the next one.
That stretches my point. We didn't find uranium on the second day of our existence.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We didn't know uranium existed until we found uranium. So that'll hold true with the next element as well.
I'm not questioning uranium. I'm talking
right,
about.
But I'm saying based on the current particle physics model, there's only a certain number of combinations on the periodic table you can have, and we have mathematically filled in every one of those.
But that's based on all the information that we have been able to garner. But we don't know what we don't know.
Of course, Big Nick. Right. All I'm saying is it wouldn't just come with the discovery of one element. It would be we discover this element, and then there's probably 10 others that also will come with that discovery.
Well, Color saying when you find the one element, but the next element you can spin off another 20 elements from that.
And that we come with
a new table. So by definition,
there is a
new table is never truly closed.
But it doesn't weaken the argument that we don't know what we don't know. So it's hard to say.
I'm trying to tell you, Google
it's hard to put it as absolute.
Bro. No, forget it. I don't want nobody to go to jail, bro.
See, speaking of absolute is hard.
Go to jail? What are you talking about?
This is military, bro.
Hey, Cal, seriously, right? I want this. Right. I want to ask you a question in all sincerity, right? There's a lot of secretive government information that's like, boy, look here, that shit is so fucking secret, so out of the ordinary. You ever wonder how that kind of shit trickles down to a person, say, like you?
It's called Behold the Pale Horse Rider. It's a book based upon all this stuff, bro.
I just find the probability of that shit be like astronomical, man. You know, like
I'm just
like,
saying,
like
bro.
the hood, the ghetto is where all the fucking top secret shit is known. I just don't understand that shit.
Because they know, bro. They want to eliminate the areas that people are having more conflict in order to just let's get that off the map. Let's take.
But nothing has been eliminated, though. Nothing has been eliminated.
I mean, it's true. Man. You're right. I mean, it just keeps doing it.
Y'all need to watch the Netflix series, The 3%.
I'm not saying that information isn't out there, but I'm just saying, how the fuck does that type of information what Cap for Life is proclaiming make it to Big Nick? How the fuck? Like, that shit just don't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro, because a lot of people are sleeping on it. I get what you're saying. Like, we should be more open to it.
It ain't it's not about being open. It's fucking like, come on, man. It's like fucking top secret. Like, you know, they're gonna put a chip in you to make your ass grow bigger. And
they had a whistleblower.
Like, that's fucking, like, how the fuck did that trickle down to California? How does that trickle down?
Revelation. Hey, Revelation chapter 13. All man, great or small, rich or poor, free or slave, shall receive a mark on their right hand or their forehead, that no man might buy or sell without this mark.
I got a neighbor.
Let's call your latest credit card color.
I got a neighbor. I got a neighbor that swears that they're going to implement a control chip into everybody. And if you don't get it, then they're going to, you know, like you won't be able to participate in society.
Right. You won't be able to spend. You won't be able to buy nothing or sell nothing. Exactly.
Right. But what I'm saying is, how the fuck does she know that?
Well, there's a country right now. Hold on.
The Bible told her, bro.
There's a country right now. There's a country right now.
Short of cash, you already do that.
There's a country right now. If I forgot what it was, but they put a microchip in their hand, and that's how they do all their transactions with the little microchip in their hand.
I swear to God, I take the retina scan. I swear to God.
I forgot what it is. What country it's in?
Yeah, there's a country already experimenting with this, Shake?
Yeah,
Dubai,
according to
bro.
him, it's already in China, but I think it's one of those white countries. I can't remember.
I swear to God, I do it.
bro. No,
I swear to God, I do it.
No,
I swear to God,
China
I do it.
uses their cell phones exclusively for payments.
You will not single me out, bro.
I swear to
So
God, I
technically
would
they do it
scan
with
my
their phones.
eye. I would scan my eye to buy my TV out of BrandSmart. I swear to God.
Yeah, but why are you scanning your eye?
Because I'm lazy and I want to fucking do
Why
that.
can't you put your key in the socket?
Well, whatever. However they do it. But if I can,
whatever.
They said he want the X-Men version where you can scan your retina like Tony Stark.
Yeah, I take that. I take that. If I,
Tony Stark.
Dude, if I can
According,
just grab my box,
I just looked it up. United Kingdom and Switzerland are countries in Europe that use that chip technology in their hands.
I do it.
Okay, so they already
and they got the
trying it on a
greenest
different
grass.
level.
They have
Hey,
no
Big
violence.
Nick. The Bible was also saying that the people that refuse that mark are the ones that like get saved
be
after the
persecuted.
tribulation, right?
Yeah, Sweden.
Yes, right.
But color, you know when you quote that kind of, when you quote that kind of stuff.
It's part of the whole. It's part of the whole meek shall inherit the earth idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I believe that book as much as I believe in Peter Pan.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out. I'm pointing out the idea behind it. Is all. I'm with you. I'm just saying. Like it's about the meek inheriting the earth. Because if you don't receive that mark, then you're gonna have to grow your own vegetables, live in a kind of earthy kind of agrarian lifestyle, and you're gonna inherit the earth.
Let me use this term, color. You're gonna have to live in your own walled garden.
I show hey, I'm one of the meek because boy, I know the earth.
That's what you got to do.
You know what else is in
I know the earth is here.
The Vandenberg Group. You know what the Vandenberg Group is?
Right, off grid. Like Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz says, off grid. He's right. That's what I mean. I'm living off grid.
All the world leaders that meet up in Sweden every year.
When you don't have the chip in your hand.
Dude, listen, Cap for Life. Let me ease your mind on something, Cap for Life. If all the world leaders in the world, seriously,
to me, but
seriously, no, I guarantee you're like this. I guarantee you're like this. This is I truly believe it. If all the world leaders,
can I finish what I just said before you have your take?
I'm gonna let you do. If all the world leaders meet up,
the Vandenberg Group, because we're all talking about Sweden right now. I don't throw names out there without having my information and my pretty much. I don't want to say. Data, but it's out there, bro. All the world leaders meet in Sweden every year.
Okay.
And bro, I don't have to say NWO. I don't.
Right. Okay, but let me say this.
For life.
If all the world leaders meet up and decided to make a one world organization, which culture do you think the rest of the world is going to follow? Which culture you think the rest of the world is
what
going
he's
to
saying
follow?
What he's saying is
the new culture. Yeah.
Hey, what he's saying is
the rest of the world is going to.
What he's saying is that group. Hey, that group that runs the world, right? It's a council, and the chairman of that board of that council is called a mystical czar, and that mystical czar is a red-blooded American. That's what Big Nick's trying to say.
What I'm saying is, whatever world order y'all come up with, the culture is going to be the exact same way it is right now.
I mean, the concept is called mystical czarism, Cap for Life. The idea that there's this council that really runs the world. You know what I mean?
Those people in the smoke-filled room is not going to come up with their own culture.
I don't need to say nothing else, bro. If you guys are interested, I'm gonna shut up. I'm tired of being the guy that
listen. That might be true. That might be true, but again.
Cap, I read an article in High Times about this shit, bro. It's called mystical czarism, bro.
Hey, Cap for Life. If there's a council, do you believe when the council come and form the new world order, do you believe that America is going to say, hey, we're going to do it, but we're going to live just the way America lives. Everybody going to conform to America, right? And then the council say no. Do you believe the new world order is going to be formed? Do you believe that new world order is going to be formed?
But if you think we have to say right now, the way things are moving right now, you are stuck in the past.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean? What I mean? We're going into the euro. The euro is stronger than the dollar. We're about to get cryptocurrency take over the U.S. dollar.
Listen. The euro can always be stronger than the dollar. But guess what?
Crypto's going to be the new mystical czar.
Look, the euro can be
even though the price
every denomination.
They're going to be governed by me.
Every denomination can be stronger than the dollar. But as
DVP's
long
going to be
as
vice president.
every one of them can be stronger than the dollar, but there's always going to be just only one world's currency, buddy. And you can believe that.
Yeah, do you understand the world currency right now? China, Brazil,
What I understand,
Saudi Arabia, India, they all formed a new currency, and the U.S. was left out of it.
What I understand
Did you understand
is before. What I understand
is
before
answer my question.
Money,
do you understand that Russia, China, Brazil, India, Saudi Arabia have created a new currency?
So what?
Are you aware of that?
So what?
What do you?
Because
do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Occurring right now, absolutely.
I keep saying so what?
It's been a long time, Jake. Thanks for that.
Let me tell you why I'm saying so what. I keep saying so what. I'm gonna tell you why I keep saying so what. Because Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, none of them motherfuckers got invisible fucking fighter jets that can drop nuclear weapons.
Am I right, bitches?
So fucking what?
Not only that, but there are there are roughly 160 nations in this world, right? And about 10 of those are falling off and being replaced by new ones every day. And there's just like somebody making a new currency doesn't faze me.
Look, everybody want to talk about Russia. Everybody want to talk about Russia.
Industrial complex.
Let me
say some 80-year cycles where fiat dies by design. Every 80 years,
weapons mean more than our dollars.
That's ignorant.
It's supposed to die by design. Every fiat currency is supposed to die every 80 years.
Except this one.
Yeah, it'll die. In 80 years, it'll be dead.
We're going to take the world with us.
It'll just be a new one.
We'll take the world with us.
Damn, all our memes are working tonight.
Crypto. Everybody
color.
start
Come
over.
on, I got gold.
Everybody. If you're gonna tell Billy Bob down in the swamp that he can't say fuck Joe Biden, we'll blow up the world before you tell him he can't say that.
If Billy Bob cannot have his shotgun, you're
Big Nick. Likewise, if you're gonna tell Mr. Italian mobster in New York he can't do his business, same thing, bro. It ain't happening. You know what I mean?
As long as he's an American, as long as he's doing that shit over here.
Exactly. Same with the drug dealer in the street. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna tell the drug dealer in the street he ain't gonna do his shit.
If you're gonna tell Jeff Bezos that his money ain't shit, you crazy as fuck.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Look,
everybody
want to talk about. Everybody want to talk about bad China.
If our own DEA couldn't stop drug dealers from doing what they do in the street, what makes you think another country is going to be able to?
Crypto, back me up on this.
You've already seen
my fellow veteran, back me up on this. Everybody want to talk about big badass China. I guarantee you, we got submarines sitting right off the coast of China, and they got submarines nowhere near the American coast.
Exactly.
I guarantee you that.
That's a fact.
I guarantee you.
You do realize Russia has more
Russia has no military equipment. Russia has no experience in war. That's why they're getting their ass kicked by Ukraine.
Bro, look, all that takes money. All of it takes money to maintain.
Yep.
And it's not going to take a long time. We can't maintain
it. More than the second we spend
money won't be an issue.
More than the second place in the world.
Money won't be an issue.
On our military.
Money won't be an
if
issue.
y'all think those sanctions are working, you guys are nuts,
man.
Bro.
You understand what BlackRock and Vanguard just did to our country, right?
On that note, hey, listen, guys. If you want to run it long, you can hand.
No, I'm good. You can shut it, man, because I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, let's shut it down. Let me get some final thoughts. TDR, final thoughts.
Nothing. I was just gonna say, something about the BlackRock and Vanguard and all that shit, but it doesn't matter.
All right. How about anybody else?
It matters
Before
to
wrapping this
me.
on?
Yeah, it matters to me. Okay.
Yeah.
One day my voice will be heard. You guys have a great Father's Day. Love you guys. Bye.
You too.
All right, man. Happy Father's Day.
And before Happy Father's Day. And before I go, I just want to let everybody in Buffalo land know just one thing before.
Who's popping popcorn?
That's me. I'm ready for the action, fella.
I've heard it all now.
Hey, by the way, before I leave, I just want to
mute, Crypto, mute.
Before we close this thing up, I leave, I just want to leave this with Bills fans.
Daddy loves you guys.
Hey, listen, my final thoughts. My final thoughts. Whatever you feel about anything, please know and understand that you are safe in our beautiful, wonderful country. You are safe.
Yes.
Fans up.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot to say Jets fans and Patriots fans as well.
Daddy loves you guys.
Patriot fans.
We can't forget you guys either. Come on, we're part of the family.
Hey, hold on now. You might want to put Baltimore up there too.
I don't know if we had any Ravens fans in here.
Yeah, it don't matter. That's Daddy too.
All right, here we go. Y'all be safe. Good night. Happy Father's Day.